Mariner Books and Harper Audio present The Best American and Suspense 2021, edited and with an introduction by Alafair Burke, with Steph Cha, series editor. Performed by Jennifer Sun Bell, Catherine Ho, Aaron Bennett, Betsy Foldis Myman, Maxwell Hamilton, Dan Warren, Priya Ayar, Kevin R. Free, Sunila Nankani, Natalia Del Riego, Michael Crouch, Michelle Williams, Gustavo Rex, Jonathan Davis, Graham Halstead, Bonnie Turpin, Christine Vam, Ryan Vincent Anderson, Robert Fass, Ramon de Ocampo, Kif Vandenheuvel, Robin Eller, and Chris Andrew Shula.
Forward, written by Steph Cha. Read by Jennifer Sun Bell. When the Best American Mystery Stories series began in 1997, I was 11 years old and an eager consumer of the criminal and the macabre. I'm glad I spent my childhood without the internet for many reasons, but one of them is that I didn't have access to Wikipedia's list of serial killers by number of victims. Instead, I savored whatever I could get from my closed universe of resources, reading materials chosen by elementary school teachers and my easily scandalized Korean immigrant mother. I treasured my mass market collection of Edgar Allan Poe stories, and over 20 years later, I remember The Lottery by Shirley Jackson and The Landlady by Roald Dahl, a creepy story about a boarding house owner who makes taxidermy of her handsome male guests, better than I do whole months of my childhood. My sixth grade teacher, who read us the Edgar-winning murder story by our favorite children's author in class, explained that the taste of bitter almonds in the narrator's tea came from cyanide. I later subjected this teacher to my first, and considerably less subtle, attempt at prose fiction, the opening of a story about blood-spattered walls. It was really more of a mood piece than a story, without the benefits of a plot, or even any characters I can recall. But I did delight in the details. Over the past 24 years, I've learned just about everything I know about crime fiction, storytelling, and the relationship between our twisted imaginations and the terrifying, beautiful, unpredictable real world. I've gutted myself on mysteries and thrillers, and written 4 crime novels and a handful of short stories of my own. I've reviewed books, served on judging panels, edited the noir section of the Los Angeles Review of Books, and worked with friends and students on crafting their stories, taking every opportunity to promote and champion this glorious, versatile, dynamic genre. And almost that entire time, every single year since the Backstreet Boys' U.S. debut and the film adaptation of L.A. Confidential, up until mid-2020, my predecessor, Otto Penzler, presided as the first and only series editor for the Best American Mystery Stories. He worked with some of the greatest and most famous names in crime fiction, who offered their time and expertise as guest editors. Robert B. Parker, Sue Grafton, Ed McBain, Donald E. Westlake, Lawrence Block, James Elroy, Michael Connolly, Nelson DeMille, Joyce Carol Oates, Scott Turow, Carl Hiaasen, George Pelecanos, Jeffrey Deaver, Lee Child, Harlan Coben, Robert Crace, Lisa Scottoline, Laura Lippman, James Patterson, Elizabeth George, John Sanford, Louise Penny, Jonathan Lethem, and C.J. Box. The resulting anthologies showcase the talents of hundreds of wonderful writers. I'm sure many of you have favorites you first encountered through this series. I am proud to introduce myself as the second series editor of this illustrious anthology, which, in the spirit of new beginnings, will now be known as The Best American Mystery and Suspense. The intention is the same, to share the best American short crime fiction published in the previous calendar year. The execution, of course, will be different, for the very simple reason that I am a different editor. We know the world's fastest runner, the world's richest man. But when it comes to art, there is never an objective best. Every reader, from your mother to the head of your favorite publishing house, looks for quality according to their own taste. And taste inevitably folds in life experience and personal bias in addition to aesthetic preference. An endlessly wide-ranging variable in itself, even if we pretend that others do not exist. You might see more stories by women and writers of color, both categories I happen to belong to, in this series going forward, but not because of some secret agenda to sacrifice quality for diversity. I gravitate towards some stories over others because I have opinions, a worldview, and a pulse. When it comes to mystery and suspense, I tend to like stories that use crime, acts of transgression and violence that both occur under and create extreme circumstances, to highlight character as well as social and, yes, political realities. I understand that some people prefer to keep their reading segregated from politics, but storytelling is inherently political, even when fiction is methodically scrubbed of real-world context. Crime reveals the cracks in our characters, our relationships, our communities, our countries, and it is this quality that drew me to the genre in the first place. Of course, I also read for entertainment, and I enjoy juicy plots and pulsing thrills and rich, interesting writing. The stories in this book were chosen for a multitude of reasons. The bottom line is that they moved and excited me, and I'm pleased to be able to share them. The year 2020, I don't have to tell you, was unusual and traumatic. COVID-19, a cold, faceless killer, took over 300,000 lives in the United States alone, and many of us spent most of the year in social isolation. I am still in lockdown as of this writing, and the death toll has passed 500,000. The pandemic came with widespread job loss and depression, and in its midst, we witnessed the fatal consequences of structural racism in the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. Black Americans killed by white vigilantes and police officers. We closed the year with a contested election and a lame duck president resisting a peaceful transfer of power, sowing the seeds for a violent attack on the Capitol. The year of everything going on right now, 2020 was full of desperation and injustice and crime. And if mystery writers are paying attention, and I know we are, it should have a transformative effect on the genre. All this tragedy and terror, all this pathos and story, we are already processing this crude ore so we can understand our new world. And we will do what we do and turn it into words. While everything going on went on, our crime writers got to work and produced an outstanding array of stories. As this was my first year editing for Best American, I can't say how the 2020 harvest compares to others, but I was deeply impressed with the level of artistry on display. I reviewed countless short stories. I don't have a tally, but if you had an eligible story in a mystery publication or anthology last year, I can almost guarantee you that it got some level of consideration. The exceptions, this year and going forward, were stories by me, my guest editor, and our direct family members. It was a challenge selecting 50 to share with my guest editor, let alone the 20 we chose for the final anthology. When Nicole Angeloro at HMH approached me about this position, I had very little idea of where to find all these stories. I knew that my predecessor and his assistant reviewed thousands every year, and I was intimidated. Not only because I gave birth during a pandemic and wasn't sure when I'd find the time, but because I just didn't know where to look. I am grateful to Nicole for getting me started by giving me a list of sources and hooking me up with publications like Mystery Tribune, Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine, and Alfred Hitchcock Mystery Magazine. I also knew to seek out Akashic's excellent noir series. This initial batch kept me occupied until September, when I was announced as series editor and started soliciting submissions. I started receiving stories, journals, and anthologies from both writers and editors, and used individual submissions to seek out more journals and anthologies. I also combed through lists of short story collections and literary journals without a particular genre focus, contacting editors to submit stories that might fall under the broad crime, mystery, thriller, suspense umbrella. I reviewed every individual story submitted by an author or editor. I say reviewed because I didn't read every single one from beginning to end, but I did at least skim most of them, as well as many stories I sought out on my own. Reading the traditional legacy sources, I began to understand why this series has tilted so heavily male and white. Anthologies and newer publications, many of them online, seem to feature a more diverse set of voices, and interestingly, I found a wealth of superb crime stories by women in mainstream literary journals. As I read, I shared my favorite stories with this year's guest editor, the brilliant, multi-talented thriller luminary, Alafair Burke. She's the internationally best-selling author of the Samantha Kincaid and Ellie Hatcher series, as well as several standalone novels, including the recent powerhouse domestic suspense trifecta of The Ex, The Wife, and The Better Sister. 3 of the most compelling page-turners I've read in the past several years. Alafair is also an accomplished attorney and a professor of law at Hofstra University, where she teaches criminal law and procedure. I have a legal background too, and let me tell you, that is a monstrously impressive day job. I feel lucky that she agreed to work with me on this first anthology. It was an incredible honor and a lot of fun too. There are so many things we've missed over the past year, but one of them, for me anyway, is the casual pleasure of reading something great and talking about it with other book people. This was once a constant in my life that I look forward to getting back. And it was nice to talk stories with Alafair, who was a friend and a reader and a writer I deeply admire. We both loved many more stories than we could fit into this single volume, and they gave us a lot to discuss. After several enthusiastic conversations, in which we extolled the merits of dozens of stories, Alafair selected the 20 you hear narrated in this audiobook. These stories are all worth tracking down, and any combination of them would have made a fine Best American anthology. As I wrap up this first volume, I look forward to getting started on the Best American Mystery and Suspense 2022. I have a better idea of where to find stories now, but I still worry about missing out on a hidden masterpiece. So please, authors and editors, send me your eligible work. To qualify, stories must be originally written in English or translated by the original authors, by writers born or permanently residing in America. They need to be independent stories, not excerpts, published in the calendar year 2021 in American publications, either print or online. I have a strong preference for web submissions, which you can send in any reasonable format to bestamericanmysterysuspense@gmail.com. If you would like to send print materials, you can email me for a mailing address. Because I got a late start on my reading for this anthology, I decided not to set a hard submissions deadline and continue to read new stories through the beginning of February. Going forward, though, I request that all submissions be made by December 31st, and when possible, several months earlier. I promise to look at every story sent to me before that deadline. Afterward, you rely on the personal generosity of the mother of a toddler. Thank you for reading and writing and keeping this genre we love alive and vibrant and thriving.
Introduction. Written by Alafair Burke. Read by Catherine Ho. At the 2019 Academy Awards, Green Book snagged the Oscar for Best Picture, beating out 7 other nominees, including Black Panther, Bohemian Rhapsody, A Star is Born, and my own favorite that year, BlacKkKlansman. Spike Lee was not the only person visibly outraged by the decision. At the viewing party in my friend's living room, the few celebratory yeses were drowned out by groans and jeers. Voices were raised. The 2 most ardent Green Book haters demanded to know how anyone could possibly think the movie was best. What does it mean to be best? By what objective criteria do we quantify the merit of art? For the sake of living room party harmony, we all finally agreed to disagree, chalking up our differences to personal preference. It was difficult, painful even, to narrow this year's Best American Mystery and Suspense to only 20 stories. Crime writers, forgive the pun, are killing it right now creatively, and I encourage you to seek out the other excellent stories given honorable mention. I truly believe that in a different year, any one of them could have made the shortlist. So why exactly am I confident that these 20 stories should be named best? To help answer the question, I researched. Googled. What makes a good story? I found these 8 rules from Kurt Vonnegut's Bagumbo Snuffbox, Uncollected Short Fiction, 1999, which seemed as good a source as any. 1. Use the time of a total stranger in such a way that he or she will not feel the time was wasted. This one's easy. Not a single story here will waste a moment of your time. Each author proves that a talented writer does not need a lot of pages to tell a big story. In Nikki Dolson's Neighbors, you'll be able to picture every house and every family, lot by lot. Allison Galen's Where I Belong expertly packs into one short story a twisty plot worthy of a full novel. In Letter B, Lisa Unger leads the listener through the sights and smells of the East Village as masterfully as through the nooks and crannies of a troubled mind. In her beautifully written story, The Killer, Delia C. Pitts captures her series characters Sabrina Ross and S.J. Rook so well that you'll be eager to follow them anywhere. 2. Give the reader at least one character he or she can root for. Where do I begin? Perhaps with the young boy in Elliot Schrieffer's Wings Leading, who effortlessly crafts a confident zinger in the face of hateful bullying. Or a single mother in Aya de Leon's Frederick Douglass Elementary, who has a plan to get her son into a good school while struggling with her definition of what makes a school good. Christopher Boland's Swage made me feel like I was back in high school, but with a new best friend. I can't promise you'll approve of every character in this collection. Some of them even do very bad things. But that brings us to 3. Every character should want something, even if it is only a glass of water. Oh, how the wants in these stories will break your heart. In Gabino Iglesias's skillfully written Everything is Going to Be Okay, it's a desire for a loved one to receive basic health care. In Ravi Howard's searing The Good Thief, all a man wants, as a final meal before his execution, is a specific type of cake from his childhood. Faye Snowden's devastating story is about a woman who simply wants to vote. In 90 Miles, Alex Segura flawlessly conveys the depth of a man's desire to give his family a brighter future. In Joanna Pearson's haunting story, Mr. Forble, a mother wants nothing more than to believe that her son might be a normal child. Kristen Lepionka's Infinity Sky spins a twisty thriller of a story from an aging pop star's desire to see the view from a hotel penthouse. The authors in this collection explore with empathy and compassion the tragedies that can result when a person's wants, needs, and desires lead to desperation. 4. Every sentence must do one of two things: reveal character or advance the action. So many of these stories demonstrate the axiom that character and plot work best hand in hand. In Return to India, Jenny Bhatt uses the structure of witness statements to build a tightly woven mystery, while effortlessly balancing a broad cast of diverse characters and voices as they collectively narrate the painful series of facts leading to a crime of violence. In Laura Lippman's deliciously cagey Slow Burner, the characterization is the action as we watch the disintegration of a marriage in real time as a wife is forced to see her beloved husband for what he really is. Gar Anthony Haywood's, with footnotes and references, introduces us to two college students who feel absolutely real. Through Megan's eyes, Parnell appeared from every other angle to be industrious and self-sufficient, if wildly unscrupulous. Through Parnell's eyes, Megan was smart and streetwise, and people like her never stayed in one place too long. I'll let you decide for yourself which one proves to be the wilier in this fiercely clever story. 5. Start as close to the end as possible. Another rule satisfied. From the beginning of Mala Suerte by E. Gabriel Flores. When you are a murderer on the run, accompanied by an accessory after the fact, you might as well discuss what brought you to this sorry pass. Bad luck indeed. The first sentence of Charisse Jones's Green-Eyed Monster. You think I killed my wife because I was jealous? I guarantee you that the stories that follow will make your skin hot and send your pulse racing. 6. Be a sadist. No matter how sweet and innocent your leading characters, make awful things happen to them, in order that the reader may see what they are made of. I wouldn't call any of the talented authors in this collection sadists, of course, but boy oh boy do they put their characters through some things. In Land of Promise by Brian Silverman, a moment of bravery earns a local hero a key to the city, but the ceremonies, accolades, and limousines do not tell the messy truth he suffers with in silence. In some ways, Preston Lang's story is one of the most fun reads of the bunch, taking us to a joint called Fat Lad, where a disgruntled customer demands that some Kennedy Center shit better happen for my coupons. And the manager replies with, "Hey, Mario Kart, don't talk to my staff that way." Even the title, Potato Sandwich Days, puts a smile on my face. But then Lang lets other things happen to his character, and you won't forget the results anytime soon. 7. Give your readers as much information as possible as soon as possible. To hell with suspense. Readers should have such complete understanding of what is going on, where, and why, that they could finish the story themselves, should cockroaches eat the last few pages. To hell with suspense? With all due respect, that's a real quick no from me. The title of this collection is The Best American Mystery and Suspense. We love suspense. But the key to good suspense, in my humble opinion, is to give the reader all of the information they would need to finish the story themselves, and yet somehow prevent them from actually doing so. The ending should feel completely surprising and yet utterly inevitable. I won't spoil the many satisfying twists contained in these stories, but trust me, there are some doozies. And now, here is one final rule from Mr. Vonnegut. Write to please just one person. 8. If you open a window and make love to the world, so to speak, your story will get pneumonia. I reviewed the notes I jotted down as I reveled in the 50 amazing stories that Steph Cha forwarded to me for consideration. Not as eloquent as the Vonnegut rules, but they were intended to record my immediate response to the words on the page. Really good. So good. Oh my God. Really good. Excellent. Really well written. Beautiful. So damn good. Holy shit. So good. Put another way, maybe, despite all of the other supposed rules for determining the merit of a short story, these were the ones that most made me feel like the author was writing just for me. Will every listener agree that these are the 20 best American mystery and suspense stories of the year? Probably not. In prior years, with other editors, perhaps it would be an entirely different collection. Perhaps like the fierce debate among my friends about the 2019 Oscars, best simply boils down to one person's gut feeling. Their preference, their taste. These are the 20 stories that I most wanted to share with fellow mystery and suspense fans. I hope you enjoy them as much as I did. Thank you, Steph Cha, for introducing me to work I may never have found on my own, and to all the authors for giving me hours of enjoyment. Congratulations.
Return to India. From Each of Us Killers. Written by Jenny Bott. Read by Priya Iyer, Aaron Bennett, Betsy Foldis-Myman, Maxwell Hamilton, and Dan Warren.
Kristen Loomis, Engineering Director, Prime Prototyping Services. Yes, officer, I was the first one they called. Joe, the owner of the Silver Crown, gets a lot of business from our company. Can I just say, I have never identified a dead body before. Dan was lying there flat on his back with that blood-stained tablecloth over him. There was an open wound under his left eye from where the edge of the bar stool must have hit him. His right eye was staring at the ceiling. They said there had been 2 bullets. In the chest and the stomach. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. What was he like? I guess you could call Dan a quiet sort of person. I mean, I only knew him for a few years. I moved here fall of 2012. We were co-workers before I took over from our boss, Jerry Lester. Jerry retired about 10 months ago. They'd worked together nearly 20 years. Jerry could give you the real scoop. I mean, if there is any. No, yeah, we had a good working relationship. Even after I became his boss, sure. It's always tough, right, when you've competed for the same promotion? Jerry had all but promised him this job. Of course, it wasn't up to Jerry. The folks at corporate weigh in on director level and above positions. Friday? I mean, it was the usual. We had a project update meeting first thing with Brad and his team. Brad Stanton is our sales head, the big athletic guy at the end of the hallway. Brad had sent several urgent emails, all caps subject lines, lots of exclamation marks, overnight about our key automotive client, Sanderson. Brad likes to make a statement. At the meeting, Dan agreed to work the weekend to finish the 3D drawings for the main body prototypes. We had to ship them by the end of the coming week. The urgency? True, it was a bit sudden. Officially, per the signed-off project plan, all the prototypes were due at the end of the month to Sanderson. But, as Brad had explained, they needed the main bodies sooner because their own customer had moved dates on them. Dan was not happy about the weekend work. I could read his body language. I promised him right there in the meeting that he could take a couple extra days off after the end of the month. See, in Jerry's day, we always had 1 or 2 interns in our department. Since I took over, they slashed my annual budget so I can't give my project engineers extra help for these crunches. Dan was a good team player, though. Always got the job done. After the meeting, I didn't see him until lunch hour. I had gone out to pick up a salad but stayed sitting in my car with the radio on. I was having a bit of a bad day. Personal stuff. Nothing concerning him. It was snowing pretty hard. Beautiful when you looked up and watched it floating down like soft cotton before it turned into thick piles of gray slush on the ground. His car pulled up next to mine and he knocked on the passenger window and mouthed, "Okay?" I was all red-nosed and puffy-eyed. I didn't know what to say, so I opened the door. We sat together, not talking. He had, a calming presence, you could say. A bit of classical music came on. Not my thing, but we listened as my windshield and windows got completely blanketed. It was stuffy in my Beetle, I remember, and there was a strong odor coming off him. I was used to it, all that strong Indian food. The music ended, and he reached over to turn the volume down. He cleared his throat a couple times. He did that a lot, and told me it was called Miserere Mei, Deus, Latin for Have Mercy on Me, O God. That he first heard it in Chariots of Fire and liked it better than the theme music, especially when the sopranos soared, going up at least a half octave each time. He said how he enjoyed cranking it up for the full effect. Then he told me how it was sung originally, in the 17th century Sistine Chapel by 2 polyphonic choirs of 9 people. The service was called Tenebrae, Latin for shadows or darkness. It began at dusk, and, during the ritual, candles were put out one by one, all but the last. The finale was sung in near darkness with a single flickering candle lighting up those ancient frescoed walls and painted ceilings. Looking back, that was such a lovely thing for him to share. I was seeing it all like a movie as he described it. Certainly, it took my mind off my trouble. We had it playing during the cremation service. What I feel awful about, though, is how I couldn't stop thinking about his alcohol breath as he talked. I mean, it was in the middle of a workday, so I asked, "Dan, have you been drinking?" It was definitely alcohol, yes. You've never seen a person move so fast, I tell you. I mean, he all but jumped out and ran into the office. I suppose it was scary, being found out by the boss. No, I did not see him again after that. Conference calls and meetings all afternoon. So that was the last thing I said to him. Can you imagine? There is one other thing I should show you. I came back to the office late Friday night after all the formalities. Didn't feel like going home. And I found this on my dry erase board. Here, I took a photo of it. See that big heart drawing? That's usually Brad's doing. Whenever I or someone on my team does something good for Brad or his team, he leaves a red heart on my board with little X marks and his initials, BS, at the bottom. Now, see how the red outline is all colored in with black? And that big black X over the initials? That wasn't Brad. And these lines to the side, that's definitely Dan's writing. You can do better. We can do better. I don't know what he meant, truly. There was also a handwritten resignation letter on my desk that gave no clues either. It simply said he needed to return to India immediately for an indefinite period of time. I assumed it was some family emergency, though he never talked about his family much at all. Here's a copy. Please keep this letter thing to yourself. We, corporate, thought it best not to make it public. Vanessa, our receptionist, tracked down Dan's ex-wife, Nirali, in California. I've talked with her and told her the company will take care of all the arrangements. She came for the service. She tried reaching Dan's family in India, but they did not respond. How odd, given he'd said he was going back. Sure, please don't hesitate to reach out if you need more information. Whatever you need. So terrible what happened. All of us are still in shock. Thanks for your time, officer.
Vanessa Vandemark, receptionist, Prime Prototyping Services. Sorry for the delay, Officer Unwin. Did I get that right? I'm good with names. It's my job. Been managing that front desk since the company started. Just a babe in the woods then. Oh, you're a cute one, if you don't mind my saying. Don't worry. I've got 3 boys at home about your age. I'm not flirting. Unless you want me to. Just joking, officer. Look at me. I'm like an old, faded, out-of-shape cushion. You have nothing to worry about. Yes, so sad what happened to our Mr. Patel. Dan, we called him. But his real name was Dinesh, you know. Only Jerry Lester called him that, and his wife, X, when she called. Friday. No unusual calls or visitors for Dan that I can recall. It was a wicked stormy day. Winter's last big hurrah. Cold. Who'd want to be out in that weather? Not at all as nice as today. You've brought the warm weather with you. Anywho, Dan rarely got any calls or visitors. The design engineers don't usually, you know. Customers go through the sales reps and suppliers go through the buyers. Can't say I knew him too well, really. I chatted with him briefly whenever he stopped by the kitchen for coffee. It's to the right of the reception area. Sundays are my baking days, so on Mondays, he'd be the first here to see what I had brought in. He loved my chocolate nut brownies. For his 20-year anniversary recently, I brought an entire pan of them just for him, you know. His face lit up like a firecracker. He'd never had much to say for himself. I would often tease him about how he needed a good woman to take care of him. He was so rumpled and worn, like he'd been dragged through a hedge backward. Hadn't always been like that, you know. For a long time, he was always rather well turned out in his ironed button-downs and khakis. That was before his wife left in, 2007? Goodness, has it been 10 years already? I never understood why he never found himself another woman. He wasn't bad-looking. Thick black hair, lush cocoa skin, plum-colored lips. Oh, and those dazzling teeth. Such a somber expression, though. Yes, I met her, Nirali, once at our 2000 New Year's Eve party. They had just married over Christmas. Very articulate. I remember her explaining to me how they hadn't gone in for that arranged marriage thing their people do. Met through a professor they both knew. She got a job in the university's IT department. Pretty petite thing with long black curls. Strong jaw. You can always tell about people from their chins and jaws, I say. I invited them to my church for New Year's Day service, you know, but I guess they had their own religion. We never saw them together at other office events after that one. Don't know why. He came to the last Halloween do, but that was it. Now, I do remember something about Friday afternoon. Just came back to me. Charlie Withers, the shop supervisor, was making photocopies in the print room. That's to the left of the reception area. I was teasing old Charlie, he and I go way back, about his son Joshua and how all the young women at church are crazy about him. Joshua's in Afghanistan. We're all so proud of him. Dan came to get fresh coffee just as Charlie was telling me there were rumors about serious U.S. action in Syria. I began to argue how our president had promised he would not do that. And Dan jumped in with how things change easily in Trumpistan, that word, Trumpistan, really does not sit well with me, you know? Then Charlie said how, with all these Muslim countries, we're fighting a tar baby, how neither the United States nor the rest of the Western world has the stomach for what it takes to win a war, how we won the Civil War and World War II with a scorched earth policy. That's just Charlie, you know. He always says that kind of stuff to anyone who will listen. Well, you should have seen Dan's face. As if Charlie was about to bomb his house or something. Dan gave Charlie the up-down look and said something about innocent people being brutally killed and the need for a measured response. Charlie doubled down, saying how ultimately fewer innocents will suffer or die because the conflict will end sooner. Then Dan went all sarcastic, saying sure, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Vietnam. And Charlie came right back with how that was all tragic, yet necessary, or the conflicts never would have stopped. Dan just twisted his mouth in that funny way he had and raised his cup of coffee, offering 3 cheers to carnage and hell. What did I say? Well, I changed the subject, of course. We Pennsylvania Dutch are pacifists. Did you know we weren't really Dutch? Our ancestors were Deutsch, originally from Germany. Many people don't know that. So I asked them about their weekend plans. Charlie was looking forward to skiing. Dan just walked away. Odd duck. No, he had never talked about war or any such thing before. Not in front of me. Oh, wait. I remember something else. I'm going way back now to 9/11. In those days, I kept a little portable black and white TV under my desk. When the towers were hit, I put it up on the desk, and several people gathered around to watch the news. It was the only time I had seen him really upset, you know? Of course, we were all upset. More than upset. His relationships with his coworkers? I never heard much there. I'm sure he wasn't thrilled about Kristen getting promoted over him. She's all smart and professional, but he had been here much longer, and from what I understand, he's better than her at all the technical stuff. Jerry Lester certainly thought so. But, you know, they have all these diversity metrics nowadays at corporate. They had to promote a woman to director level, I suppose. Come to think of it, probably wasn't easy for Dan to start taking orders from a woman given the part of the world he's from. And someone younger than him, too. What do you think? Yes, it's hard to say. Of course, I stay out of all office politics. More than my job's worth. Believe me, honey, if I started connecting the dots between all that I see and hear, a lot of people here would have a lot to worry about. Like Mr. God's gift stand-in with all his fun and games, if you catch my drift. Well, I don't know what else to tell you other than I am so sorry for what happened. No one could have guessed it about Dan in a million years. You think you've known someone for a long time. Maybe he never really took to us, never really became one of us. Why? Why, I don't know. Not as queer as folk, I guess. Can I get you a coffee or something? No? We like our visitors to be comfortable. Just let me know if you need anything at all, will you? I'll be right there by the main door at my desk.
Brad Stanton, Business Development and Sales Director, Prime Prototyping Services. Look, I hardly knew the guy. I'm sorry for what happened, but point is, bad things happen to good people, right? First time I had a proper talk with Dan, he came to see me about wanting to ride shotgun with some of my sales guys on customer calls. He'd been told by HR and his old boss, Lester, that he needed sales experience to get promoted. He wanted Lester's job, that's no secret. He didn't make any fuss when they gave it to Kristen, but he must have been disappointed after having worked for Lester all those years. Know what I'm saying? Sure, I wanted to help, but look, I can't put rookies in front of customers. And Dan needed to loosen up a bit first. I invited him to join our bowling nights and our golf league. Not his thing, it seems. Look, point is, he wasn't sales material or director material. He didn't have that energy or the game face needed for tough negotiations and calls. Great guy for blocking and tackling, but I couldn't see him carrying the ball, if you know what I'm saying. Friday? Yeah, what a day. Crazy snowstorm. Most of us work out of the office on Fridays instead of being on the road. Catch up on paperwork, calls, meetings. So, yeah, it was nearly a full house here. We had an early project update meeting. I gave it to them straight. We had to comply with Sanderson's new deadline or say bye-bye to more business. They're feeling the squeeze, too, from their customers. Shit always rolls downhill, know what I'm saying? Kristen was cool with it. I'd know if she wasn't. Kristen, look, she's a bright, sharp kid. I sort of took her under my wing when she went after the director position. I know enough of the right folks at corporate and put in a good word, know what I'm saying? Dan? He was fine about it, too. He was crazy about Kristen. Couldn't say no to her, know what I'm saying? How? Buddy, I don't miss much around here. He was always following her around with those cow eyes, not saying much when she was around, like a schoolboy with a crush on the teacher. Shouldn't joke about the dead, but here's a quick, funny story. Last year, we had our office Halloween party at the Silver Crown. That's like our local, being just across the road. Then again, not a lot of options around here in rural West Michigan, know what I'm saying? We're stuck in the middle of endless fields and narrow country roads. Dan showed up real late, and he was not in costume like the rest of us. He'd stopped at Harding's around the corner and picked up a couple packs of those house number stickers, the ones people put on mailboxes, stuck them all over his shirt and pants. I asked what he was supposed to be. He said, "You can count on me." Clever, huh? I grabbed a marker from the bar menu board and scribbled some numbers on his face, too, just for a laugh. How was I to know it was a permanent marker? He rushed to the bathroom to wash it off. Kristen went after him with her hairspray because, of course, soap and water wouldn't do it. A few minutes later, I saw them together outside the ladies' room. Him sitting there, head tilted up, her in that cute Supergirl outfit, holding and wiping his face gently. I went up and asked what he thought of Kristen's outfit. Mind you, he'd had a fair bit to drink by then. He mumbled something about her china blue eyes and yellow seaweed fine hair. I kid you not, Kristen blushed redder than her cape. Know what I'm saying? Sure, back to Friday. After the meeting, I went over to thank Dan again and invite him to join us for a Red Wings and Blackhawks game in a couple weeks. Sanderson lets us use their suite at the Joe sometimes. He was looking at this woman's Facebook page. I joked about whether he was stalking his girlfriend. Turns out it was his ex-wife. I said, "I thought you Hindu men knew how to keep your women in line, keep them veiled up and all." That did not go down too well, know what I'm saying? Didn't see him after that. What are you smiling for? Hey, if you ever need pointers on how to keep him on a tight leash and still panting for you, I'm your man. Look, I've told you all I can. No, not everything. Don't like to throw coworkers under the bus. But I guess you know everything else, so might as well share this. Dan had been getting sloppy with his work in the past year or so. When I took this job on, old Lester talked Dan up big time, like he was some rock star. My guys began telling me a different story, how his drawings sent to customers for sign-off were frequently returned for rework, dimensional errors, typos, missing parts. I told Kristen. She discussed it with him in his last performance review. She was playing it by the book, though, know what I'm saying? She had to give him a verbal, then a written warning, and so on. She didn't tell you? Bless her, she's still protecting his reputation. Why was it happening? I have no idea, man. Who knows what was going on inside? Maybe he was distracted by personal stuff, still hankering for his ex-wife, stalking her on Facebook and whatnot. Talk to Charlie, man. They were drinking buddies. Charlie will know. All I know is that when I started here, Dan was the guy who talked the least in any room, and he never joined us for office events, except last Halloween, that is. Other than that, he came to work every day, did his job, and stayed over to work weekends when asked. Here, let me walk you to Charlie's office. Glad to be of help.
Charlie Withers, Shop Supervisor, Prime Prototyping Services. Hello, officer. So, you want to talk about Dan? Or rather, you want to know what I know about Dan, correct? I've been here since this place was opened. Jerry Lester and I almost started together. He retired 10 months ago, and I retire next year. We've seen a lot of things happen in this place. A lot of people come and go. But what happened with Dan? A real tragedy. Jerry cried at the cremation last Saturday. No, it was Sunday, my bad. Dan worked on a lot of different projects as a lead design engineer, and I worked closely with him before my boys out here in the shop made the prototypes and shipped them. He interned for Jerry while at the university. After graduating, he took a year to backpack around Europe for a few months, then hitchhike across the United States for a few months. Jerry and I both told him he was crazy. His family was all back in India. Who knows how they must have worried. But that was the wildest thing I ever knew him to do. After he started working full-time here, he was straight as a pin. 1998, that was. No, wait, 1997. Drinking buddies? Yeah, sure, we drank together some. Especially after my own boy Joshua was shipped off overseas. My wife, Angie, passed away a few years ago, and, well, After Dan's divorce, he was at loose ends too, I think. Yeah, I met Dan's wife once before, at the work New Year's Eve party. Never saw her after that till the cremation service. After their divorce, she'd moved to, where was it? California, I think. Nope, he never discussed her and I didn't ask. 7 years of wedded life, a lot to unravel, I reckon. I think it was 7. You'd best check. Anyway, we'd find ourselves together at the Silver Crown without having planned it. It got to be a regular thing on Friday nights. I didn't go on other nights. Don't know if he did, wasn't my place to ask. And he wasn't much of a talker. He liked his whiskey, liked taking time over it. Knew a lot about wine, too. He had this wine club membership where they ship you bottles from all over the world each month. Or was it each week? Yeah, for a small guy, he put away a good bit. Better alcohol tolerance than me. Funny thing is, he told me he grew up in a dry state in India. Don't recall the name. Bit of a tongue twister. He only started drinking when he moved to the United States, I think. I wouldn't say he was an alcoholic or anything, but he was what Joshua would call hardcore. Sloppy, did you say? I wouldn't call his work that. Sure, when there was a lot of pressure and tight deadlines, he made mistakes. After Jerry, we stopped taking on interns. The design engineers have to do all the drawing, detailing, and finishing, too. I'll bet Brad used the word sloppy, right? He's the one creating most of the stress and pressure with his tall promises to our customers. Sure, Friday. It's hard to remember. I guess we'd met at the bar as usual. Place was not too busy due to the bad weather. I got there a few minutes earlier than him and ordered our drinks. Dan's usual single malt scotch on the rocks. I'm a beer man myself. Scotch, for me, is only for weddings and funerals. We sat for a couple of hours. He wasn't happy about having to work the weekend. You look confused. He told me this clearly, how, since Brad had come on board, he had worked more weekends than he cared for. He knocked those glasses back that evening. I was worried I would have to carry him home. No, that didn't happen often. His apartment was nearby, and if he'd had a bit much to drink, he would leave his car in the parking lot and walk home, if the weather wasn't too foul. The last time I drove him was because we had a blizzard. Must have been, let me think, shortly after New Year's. That time, instead of leaving him by the entrance, I walked him in. First time I'd seen his place from the inside. It was bare, except for a mattress and a TV in the living room, and, from what I could see, a mattress in the bedroom. I had teased him about it the next week, asking if he had been robbed. He said he never got around to furnishing the place because he intended it to be a transitional stop after the divorce, while he looked for something better. I've been surprised because the divorce had been so long ago. It sickened my heart to see him living with all the emptiness. Vanessa said it meant he hadn't moved on. Who knows? She told you about the little back and forth on Syria that Friday afternoon? Pay no mind to that. Dan got into this mood sometimes. He knew where I stood, and I knew where he stood. Didn't stop us from being, what'd you call us? Drinking buddies. That Friday night, I left at my usual time, and he stayed on. Who knew it would be the last time I would see him? When Angie, my wife, passed away, the last thing I'd said to her was something about the dog's worm pills. What were my last words to Dan? I think all I said was, "Be careful out there." One of our jokes. From Hill Street Blues? You're too young for that, I know. What a thing to say, huh, in light of what happened? It shook me when I found out. It shook us all. Most of us who work here are lifers. He was here for 20 years. You see someone 5 days a week, spend so much time with them, more than some get to spend with their own family members, right? I think, for him, living alone like that, we must have been all the family he had. Poor bastard. Return to India? I think he was lonely, but he never mentioned that to me. He liked West Michigan well enough, I guess. Maybe just not the life he had here. Maybe, like that apartment, this was just his transitional place till he found something better. Maybe all this wasn't his idea of the American dream. Who knows? I'm just the old white guy here. The forgotten America, as the politicians say. Our American dreams don't go beyond putting food on the table and a reasonably comfortable retirement. The question I keep asking myself is this: did we fail Dan, or did Dan fail us? You'll have to excuse me, officer. They're paging me for a meeting. Can I walk you out?
Nirali Rainier, CIO, Plan Now Services, Inc. Officer, I don't know how much help I can be. Dinesh and I divorced 10 years ago. We have had almost no contact since then, other than to deal with some financial matters. I live in California, as you know, and have not been back to Michigan till now. My husband, Amos Rainier, we married a year after my divorce from Dinesh, and I have our own business, and an 8-year-old boy, Niam. Yes, we met in Michigan in 1999. I was on a 6-month university exchange program from India. Dinesh had already graduated by then, but one of the professors, Emily Tippett, knew both of us and introduced us via email. Oh, we hit it off right away, you might say. Our first date began at the Indian grocery store. Well, it was a back room in a gas station near the university to pick up some items for a home-cooked meal. The nearest decent Indian restaurant was a 3-hour drive away in Chicago. He proposed just before my 6 months were up. We went to India to get married, but his family, in Ahmedabad, they didn't like him marrying a non-Gujarati. I'm Maharashtrian, lower caste and different culture. They did not come to the wedding. We're not religious people, so we had a small court affair. My family and friends were there, and Dinesh had a couple of friends from his college days, too. No, I never met his family or heard from them the entire time we were married. Dinesh's older sister was the most upset with him and had a lot of influence over their parents. It had hurt him pretty bad to be cut out of their lives like that. Yet he often said how he was proud of not being guilted into an arranged marriage with someone who checked off all their boxes, even if she didn't check off his. Impulsive? I wouldn't have described him as that. The only time I had known him to make any major decision without taking his time was, let me think. Oh, it was on a trip we took to Mackinac Island for our 5-year anniversary. It was one of those green and gold Junes that only happen in the Midwest. We drove up and stayed at the Grand Hotel. He had booked the Somewhere in Time suite because I loved the movie. The lilacs were in full, breathtaking bloom. We lazed on that open, endless porch in enormous white deck chairs and stared in stunned silence at the lake's shimmering immensity. Oh, and those fancy high teas every afternoon. One afternoon there was an antique book fair at the hotel. Casually browsing, we stumbled onto a tooled leather 18th century edition of the English translation of an ancient Sanskrit play, Kalidasa's Shakuntala, translated by William Jones. Just like that, Dinesh bought it for a few $1,000s. We sat up all night reading out loud to each other. What prompted him, I've never quite understood. It was probably the only thing he held on to after the divorce. Why? Is there ever a single or simple explanation for why relationships end? I don't know. I take full responsibility for the end of our marriage. Oh, I guess I needed something more than the IT job at the university. Before we had met, Dinesh had been living here, 5 or 6 years. Prime was sponsoring our green cards. Also, though we had both agreed at first, I was slowly changing my mind about not having children. And I could not shut India so completely out of my life. Oh, it's not fair to say he shut it out. We watched and sang along to Hindi movies. We cooked Indian meals, but he refused to go back, even for a visit. Right, because of his family. So I traveled back alone to visit mine, making excuses for his absence each time. Fit in? Oh, it seemed to me he had assimilated well enough for someone not born and raised in the United States. But, well, we first-generation immigrants try so hard to fit into our new culture while holding on to the old one. We become too foreign for home, and too foreign for here, never enough for both. I stole that last line from a poet. Sure, I met some of his co-workers at an office party right after we had gotten married. Nice people with that famous Midwestern politeness, and their well-regulated, church-going, family-loving, outdoorsy lives. Dinesh and I had very little in common with them. Some of them had never traveled out of the state, let alone to another country. Almost all of them had worked at Prime since it had opened its doors. After 9/11, I had a bit of bother in our neighborhood. Every time I left for work, someone on our street called the cops on me for driving too fast. Oh, I don't think I was. But after I got ticketed 3 times and had to pay hefty fines, we thought something was going on. It was a quiet cul-de-sac, and I guess we weren't very neighborly people. We kept to ourselves. I tried to convince Dinesh to move to a larger city. I had friends working in Silicon Valley and doing so much better than us. He wanted to wait till the green card was done. Well, with 9/11, that whole process slowed down considerably, too. Eventually, in 2006, I began applying for consulting jobs in the Bay Area. I planned to tell him and talk him into moving if and when there was a firm offer. Happened sooner than I thought. A consulting firm with headquarters in Chicago called me in. I did a couple of day trips for interviews and had an offer in hand. Well, not in my hand exactly. They emailed it, and, as luck would have it, Dinesh saw it pop up on my laptop. That was the beginning of the end, as they say. I came out of the shower and saw him reading the message. Didn't even have to ask what had happened. We argued for nearly a week, both emotionally exhausted in the end. Oh, he had all this stuff that needed to get out. I guess I did, too. We both agreed it was best to separate. Why did he not want to go? It seemed to me at the time he hadn't figured out exactly what he wanted in life. Who does have it all figured out, really? If someone tells you they've figured out exactly what they want to do with their entire life, they are either lying to you and themselves, or they haven't thought about it enough. He took care of everything. I simply packed a bag and moved to California to start my new job. He sold the house, shipped everything to me, did it all. So many times I wondered if I had done the right thing. Then I met Amos, and I knew I was going to be okay. I just didn't know if Dinesh was going to be okay. Emily Tippett, our mutual connection, stayed in touch with us separately through Christmas cards and such. But, well, life goes on. I got busy with our startup, raising our son, making a life. Drinking? Oh, Dinesh liked his scotch. I don't think he had any sort of drinking problem during our marriage. I can't speak for what might have happened after I left. Why? You don't think... Can I say one more thing, officer? Dinesh was not a violent man. I don't know what happened that night, and I appreciate you were piecing everything together. But he, the man I was married to, he was not a depressive loner, as some news reports have said. I don't have anything more to tell you. It's been 10 years. Yes, please let me know when you can. Thank you.
Walter DeJong, retired machinist. Officer, I already told the other policemen everything. This is getting to be a nuisance now. I'm sorry what happened to that man. I really am. May God keep his soul in peace. But there is nothing new to report. I understand you're doing your job. Who's paying for your job, though, huh? Us taxpayers. And then y'all come and harass us decent citizens like this? My Irene, she says I ought to be more polite with y'all. Be more patient. What for, I ask her. Fine. Sit down over there and I'll tell the whole story all over again if I must. You better write it all down good and proper so another one of you guys don't show up next week bothering us. Joe, who runs the Silver Crown, is my wife's cousin. Friday morning, Irene hands me my toolbox and my coat saying, "Go help Joe with them cabinets 'cause you promised him a month ago." I say, "Woman, I ain't going out in this evil weather and you can't make me." She says, "We'll see about that," and pushes me out the door. Got the truck already running and everything. You work hard all your life, and then you're made to take early retirement so they can shut the factory down and send all them jobs to China. Then your wife turns into Hitler overnight, ordering you to do this job and that job every other day. A man has no peace till he's in the grave. So I come over to the place with that wind nearly nipping my nose and ears off, and Joe's eyes are on stocks. He says, "Why, Walt? What dragged you out so early?" I say, "Let's get on with it, Joe. I ain't got all day." So he shows me the back kitchen where he's ripped out all the old cabinets and got all this ready-made stuff waiting to be fitted. You know, the cheap stuff that's not even real wood. He wants to slum it in his own establishment? Who am I to tell him otherwise? I start working around 9 a.m., I reckon. Take a break at noon. It's hard work, and my eyesight ain't what it used to be. You'd expect he'd come out back to help when things was slow in the front and his staff could take care of all. Hell no. For my pains, I get cold meat sandwiches and beer. I send the boy back with both and say, "Surely you can do something better in this weather to keep a man going." He sends me a chicken pot pie and a half-bottle of cheap vodka. A man who can't even pay for quality cabinets or get a professional carpenter to put 'em up for him ain't going to show proper gratitude. What? Yes, I'm getting to that. So I work straight through till evening. When I'm all done, I go to the bar and say to Joe, "You better stand me drinks for the rest of the night for all the work I done for you. Or you can pay me for an honest day's work, and I'll take my custom elsewhere to very much." He tells his barman my drinks are on the house. And dinner, too, I add. I ain't going out in that foul weather till them plows have cleared them roads up a bit. Anyways, so there I am, sitting and minding my own business, eating my steak and chips and drinking my bourbon, not bothering no one. Then this guy knocks into me from the back, nearly makes me spill my drink. When I turn around, it's this darky fella I never seen before. Well, this is not my regular bar anyhow. I tell him to mind where he's going, and can't he see a grown man before his eyes? He mumbles something in a thick accent, and I have no clue what he says, or if he understood what I said. So I say, "Where you from?" He has trouble focusing on me, and gives me this sort of dumb look. So I say, "Don't you speak no English?" He just stands there, looking at me, with his empty glass tapping on the counter. Now, my day, as you can understand, had been rough. I'd had it with rude, mean people, and I didn't care for the look in his eye. So I put a hand on his arm and I asked a decent question. "Where's your manners? Don't they teach no manners where you come from?" And he moves toward me, like his body just comes at me. "Whoa there, buddy," I say. "No need to attack me." And I reach for my handgun. Per the law, I have Joe's permission to open carry in his establishment. The other officer will have told you. I was only planning to scare him off of me. "Get out of here," I say. "Get away, you drunk bastard. Go back to your country." And that's it. He grabs my gun with both hands, trying to get it from me. I fall off the stool. We both fall onto the ground. People start screaming, but I don't let go. My grip is still strong, for an old man. He don't let go neither, We're wrestling like two octopuses, arms and legs all tangled up. How'd it go off? I guess one of us racked the slide with all that pushing and pulling, but the thumbprint on the trigger, whoo boy, you know they got his. They have it clean and clear. Why was I carrying that day? What kind of question is that? It's a free country, ain't it? I abide by Michigan's open carry law, mister. I exercise my Second Amendment rights 'cause a right unexercised is a right lost. And 'cause I want to protect myself and my family. That there gun saved my life that night, officer. I'm an old man. Look at me. Could I have survived a younger man attacking me like that? No. If I had not been able to reach for that gun quickly, I would not be standing here talking to you today. No, sir. It was that foreign man's foolishness to grab onto another man's gun like that. Excuse me? You ought to check my records before even asking something like that, officer. I never, in my 70-plus years, been on the wrong side of the law for anything. And maybe you ought to check that troubled man's records, too, and see what you find. I wouldn't be surprised, the look he had on him that night, if he did not have some kind of history. All them Middle Eastern men are always killing each other at the slightest thing. Say what? Yeah, I heard he's from India. Same part of the world, ain't it? They're all the same, anyhow. Coming here, taking our jobs, as our president says. They come out of nowhere, anywhere, and they show no respect to patriots like me. My family's been here for generations, laid down lives for our great country. I says to Irene the other day, I says, Irene, if they try to make me out to be the bad guy here, I'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Some of them papers making me out to be some kind of mean racist. What do they know? I never said a bad word to no colored man or woman. This fella there's too much crime nowadays. You hear about the Waffle House get robbed the other week by a gang of blacks? They carved up the old owner's face and left him bleeding and dying. He should have had a gun to protect himself. What happened to Mr. Patel? It eats away at me. Ask my Irene. I haven't slept a full night since that Friday. I never meant no trouble. Things got out of hand too quickly. I had to protect myself, see? They all said not to go to the funeral, but I went. His wife, she was crying and yelling at me. I went to say something, but the words choked my throat and set my insides on fire. I'll tell you now, this America of ours, it's not the country me and my kind grew up in. It's not the America these new people come to find neither. And, seems to me, this unknown country no longer cares for what either of us got to offer. The handful of folks who figured out what they want, well, they grab it from the rest of us without asking. What has happened to America? Can anyone tell me?
Swage from the Brooklyn Rail. Written by Christopher Bolin. Read by Kevin R. Free. Dead of summer. I was lucky to get this job. Delivering sandwiches for Loeffler's Deli isn't exactly what I had in mind for myself after high school, but we are living in unprecedented times. Before the disaster, I'd been waiting tables up at the Gilded Clipper. I actually liked the uniform, the red bow tie with a matching cummerbund, and the little brass swordfish pin with a fake ruby eye that we wore proudly on our shirts. I know it was just a costume, part of the upscale dining experience. Still, putting it on for the night, feeling the sharp corners of the bow tie on my chin as I listed the chef's specials to a table gathered around a reclaimed ship's wheel, made me feel important, ordained. For the past 2 summers, I'd languished in the herd of busboys at the Gilded Sea. But loyalty apparently counts for nothing at that restaurant because after the 3rd shark attack, I was among the handful let go. "Michael, your father runs the only pharmacy in Amity," the manager Don, with his liquid brown eyes and rust-orange mustache, told me. I'm sure he can hire you for the summer. Even if the whole economy tanks, people will always need their medications. These other guys don't have options. To think I once had a crush on Don. To think I wasted an entire afternoon driving to a dress shop in Quogue just to see whether Angela, the girlfriend he always talks about, actually existed. Don was wrong about my father. He would never give me a job at his pharmacy. He disapproved of nepotism as staunchly as he believed that young men should pay their own way through college. I waited 2 days to give Dad the bad news. I figured he'd blow up and threaten to kick me out of the basement. But for a man with so few surprises in him, he managed to pull one out as I stood in the living room, blaming my dismissal on the lack of hungry tourists. He simply folded up his copy of The Leader, set it gently on his lap, and said, "You better find something else quick." I nodded obediently. Then he added, staring at the floor, "Take whatever job you can, before they get any scarcer. Just as long as it isn't selling belts." I tried to keep my face from going red and the air from getting stuck in my throat, but I caught the sharp point of his reference. Last August, when I was 17, I sneaked away on a Saturday morning and took a ferry over to Fire Island to explore a scene I'd only heard muttered about derisively by the Amity fishermen. Weather-wise, it was the wrong afternoon for such a visit, a lacquered gray sky quickly turning to rain, but it proved ripe for my purposes. On the boardwalk, I met a 36-year-old accessories designer from Manhattan named Terry Bartholomew, and we spent the most redeeming 20 minutes of my life in the damp garage of his shared oceanside house rental. Terry smoked a joint afterward, rolling it from a massive bundle of grass he kept in a brown lunch bag. I didn't partake, only watched him, already half in love. I couldn't give him my phone number, but he scribbled his down, and I waited until the following Tuesday to call him. It was, to put it mildly, a disappointment. Terry's manly, hairy beauty dissipated into a prissy, untuned voice, complaining about the bitchy merchandise buyers at the department stores who refused to stock his extra-wide snakeskin belts with diamante buckles. I listened to Terry with Amity ears, unaroused, embarrassed, scared I sounded like him, and never called him again. My father must have listened too, eavesdropping from another phone in the house. I don't know how much he heard. We never discussed it. Not a word. But he began to drop little incendiary objections about belts. Ridiculous accessories for vain women and girlish men who can't keep their pants up. It was a stance that must have seemed utterly bizarre to my mother and little sister, but it couldn't have been clearer to me. The gilded clipper's red silk cummerbund, I was relieved to discover, didn't count as a belt. I went looking for work. At that point, no one had actually seen the shark, and yet it was all anyone in town could talk about. The monstrous great white prowling the coves of Amity, waiting to eat your children, your grandparents, you, and, more important than any of those potential victims, the tourists with gobs of money who drove out from the city to dip a toe in the ocean. We make a big show of looking down on the invaders from the city. All they do is eat, and then beach themselves in the sand until they can eat more. But Amity is a lonely town without the summer influx. In winter, there are barely 1,000 people, and unlike some of the more picturesque East End villages, Southampton or Sag Harbor or Amagansett, Amity doesn't possess the rustic charm of clapboard architecture or cobblestone side streets bathed in weedy wildflowers. Amity is like an ugly face made pretty by a suntan. Once the color fades, it's all pockmarks, stray hairs, and holes. Amityites will tell you we need the money, and that's the honest truth. But we also need the tourists themselves. We crave their crassness and insatiable appetites because we Amityites are a people in contrast. More than anything else, we define ourselves as not them. But now, with the tourists too scared of the shark to venture to our shores, we're stuck alone with each other. I was having zero luck with the job search. And once Sheriff Martin Brody officially closed the beaches, even more of us were out of work. I applied to park cars at the yacht club. I applied at the Yellow Napkin to scoop ice cream onto sugar cones. I volunteered to fold towels at Max Muscle for less than minimum wage, partly because I figured it would be a treat to cruise the clientele. I asked my only friend who wasn't from high school, Daisy Wicker, if she could get me a job at the Bible lot. But she said no one, not even our kind, was buying antiques right now. I love Daisy. She's 4 years older than I am, with long brown hair drizzled with split ends, and full pink lips that tend toward brooding. She's forever being dumped by an older woman who lives way up in Mattituck. But what I like best is her bluntness. Don't they need someone at Max Muscle to measure all their shrinking penises? I already tried them, I told her. They're cutting their hours in half. My last stop was Eddie's Relief, the gas station that once prided itself on being the only stop for fuel between the highway and the Hamptons. I should have known my chances were zilch. Eddie was reading a copy of The Leader with the headline, 2 killed by monster shark off Amity Beach. Number of victims of killer fish rises to 3. Eddie had a tic of wiping his nose with the underside of his wrist, even when his hands weren't covered in grease. When I asked him if he needed any help pumping gas, he wiped his nose, peered over at me for a good minute, and told me if I really wanted to help him, I'd call the sheriff's office and file a complaint against Brody for ruining everyone's livelihoods by keeping the beaches shut and the tourists at bay. Better yet, he grumbled, kill the idiot. That'd be your first assignment, day 1. I already rang up the mayor with my thoughts. You want to see real carnage? You want to watch a bloodier death than shark bites? Let this nonsense of closing beaches and scaring everyone play out for 1 more week. Then you'll get a front row seat on the bloodletting, including mine. I felt bad for Sheriff Brody. It was true, though. The beaches were deserted, like stretches of vacant football fields off-season. And yet we were still trying to peddle Amity summer merchandise in the empty bleachers. The few high school friends I kept in contact with were bussing over to Montauk or East Hampton to find work where the shark seemed disinclined to venture. I was thinking of doing the same. I even considered calling Terry Bartholomew to ask for help, hoping he might connect me to his pot dealer so I could try selling small quantities to the locals. But it had been nearly a year since our tryst, and I wasn't so delusional to presume my bumbling acts in that Fire Island garage had earned a spot in Terry's sexual trophy case. There must be dance floors full of boys like me in Manhattan. I was walking down Water Street, feeling sorry for myself, when plump Rose Loeffler stepped out of her deli, carrying a giant wedge of provolone. The wedge nearly slipped from her fingers, and I rescued it before it bounced on the sidewalk. "Thank you, Michael," she said, her cherubic face tightening into a smile. "How are you?" "Unemployed," I replied. She nodded like it was the chorus of a song she'd been listening to all summer. "Isn't there a constitutional right about citizens being free to congregate wherever they want to, shark or no shark?" I think Brody's just trying to... Keep us safe was the intended terminus of that sentence, left unspoken because I was reading Rose's face for the desired response. I sensed she wanted a different answer. Show what a big man he is by taking on this fish on his own. She nodded approvingly. "I hope Ben Gardner is the shark's last lunch, so we can go on serving our own." Rose cringed at her own tactless joke, but I was too taken aback by the name to cringe along with her. Ben Gardner was a beloved town fisherman. His wife was a regular at Amity Pharmacy and once tried to teach me the clarinet. Ben? He was eaten too? Oh my God. It dawned on me that one reason the townsfolk were desperate to open the beaches might be to offer the shark a larger menu, so that the only items weren't the locals. Couldn't the city people be offered up instead? "Ben's missing," Rose said pointedly, "from his boat, which had giant teeth marks in it. You do the math. And from what I hear, Brody sent him out on some cockamamie fish hunting expedition, chumming to draw the shark close. Don't we have a military for these kinds of situations? Her smile didn't ebb, but she glanced at me with the cold gaze of calculation, weighing invisible pros and cons. You know, when the news came in about Ben, my delivery boy, up and quit. He was terrified. This was not his kind of beach town, he said. I told him, your deliveries never cross dangerous bodies of water unless you count the drunks outside the Randy Bear. He wouldn't listen. And now we need a delivery boy for the lunch rush. Doesn't pay much, but... You got a bike, Michael? So began my career in sandwich delivery. There may not be vacationers on the streets. The stores might be papering up their windows right and left with final liquidation and everything must go. The leader might be declaring the town coffers all but empty. But Amity still has a healthy appetite. The locals ate the run of the Loefflers' lunchtime between the slices chalkboard specials. Liverwurst with pickles on wheat, roast beef and Swiss on sourdough, Paul's Ain't It Spicy Chinese chicken salad on rye. The special sandwich Rose dreamed up, a Shark Beach BLT with an actual bite carved out of one side, fashioned from a repurposed cookie cutter, was the rare misstep in the otherwise savvy understanding of customer stomachs. And it was up to me and my navy blue Huffy bike, which had been my Christmas present in the 8th grade, to deliver them. Tips were rare, 2 dimes, a quarter. Once a crisp $1 from the psychologist who was treating poor Mrs. Kintner over her grief for her eaten son. Delivering for Loeffler's Deli was not going to pay for college, but at least it kept me employed and out of the house when my father banged on the basement door. Occasionally an order would come in that would send me to one of the beaches that was officially off-limits. As I pedaled toward Russet Cove, a semi-private U of sand popular among the teenagers, I dreaded the last name scribbled in Rose's wiry handwriting on the ticket. Ferlinghetti. I steered my bike and the ration of 7 sandwiches toward the dunes. Shirtless Ted Ferlinghetti and 4 of his friends were tossing a frisbee on the otherwise empty beach. As much as I hated Ted, I pined to see a flash of his black armpit hair every time he snagged a high throw above his head. 2 girls I didn't know with long, straight hair wearing rope bikini tops sat on a blanket nearby, sipping on beers. Amity High was a tiny place, a drain filter of a school that collected the poorest kids who couldn't afford private or test into the more advanced regional school with its AP classes over in West Hampton. Ted Ferlinghetti could have been a bully, but to his credit, he elected to elide easy categories. Still, there was a lingering charge of violence in him that simultaneously turned me on and kept me perpetually on my guard. Ted dropped the frisbee as I hopped off my bike, and he strutted over to collect the bag of sandwiches. "Michael!" he yelled from close range, and gave an obnoxious snort as if to test whether his friends thought my delivering sandwiches was funny. His muscled body was silver from the shine of tanning oil in the sun. He had curly dark hair, and his top front teeth were chipped. "Nice summer job, man. Or is it permanent?" I smiled and handed him the bag. I knew that Ted was cursed to remain in Amity for the rest of his life, and however mean he was, that was too severe a punishment. Plus, I had ravaged his body in hundreds of obscene ways, surprising even myself with my creativity during the math class we had together. Those fantasies were so real to me, I almost felt like I had permission to reach out and stroke his oily chest. Ted distributed the sandwiches, lobbing them to his friends, and when the bag was empty, he crumpled it. "Wait, no napkins?" "Sorry about that," I said. "It makes it harder to give you a tip." He offered a menacing smile. "Tell you what." He pulled a folded $5 bill from the pocket of his tight brown corduroy shorts. $5. It's all yours. All you need to do is go for a quick swim." "Huh?" "Right out there. He nodded toward the ocean, a flat horizon of copper blue without a single wave or dorsal fin fracturing its surface. Just 30 feet out and back. 5 minutes, $5. In theory, I was as terrified of the shark as anyone else in Amity, with one slight, and now I realize significant, caveat. I was never going to swim in the ocean. Had the great white not materialized, I still wouldn't have clocked a single afternoon splashing around in the town's popular swimming spots. It's not that I'm embarrassed about my body in a swimsuit, or not only that. I find all the required interactions of a day at the beach, the forced jocularity and hysterical relaxation, exhausting. I was never in any actual danger of being eaten by the shark. "Ted," I whispered, "we're not allowed to swim." "No cops around," he said, and winked at me. I suspected that Ted knew about me, knew what I wanted, and was willing to use it to get me into the water. "Come on, Michael. You scared? 3 minutes, just up to your neck." "Don't be a pussy." The two girls glanced over their shoulders. Their eyes slid over me and they went back to talking to each other. They wouldn't be sprinting in to rescue me or even gather up my severed body parts. "No," I mumbled softly. "It's not safe." "Not safe?" he squealed. "That thing's probably long gone by now. The Atlantic's a big ocean. How about I'll go in with you? We'll run in together, holding hands. And you still get the $5. Come on, don't be a..." I looked out at the sea again, the flat silky blue, and for the first time, I sensed the shark out there, right under the surface, waiting for me, as if its purpose all along had simply been my extermination. Pussy, pussy, pussy. Hairy pussy. I climbed on my bike, backed it out from the sand, and without another word to Ted, pedaled toward town. Along the way, as snippets of the coast appeared at cliff turns and from between the pricey clapboard mansions, I had the unshakable feeling the shark was following me. Then, I fell in love. He was standing on the sidewalk, out in front of the Abelard Arms Inn, on a sweltering Wednesday afternoon, his face starry with perspiration. He was tall, just over 6 feet, more narrow than lean, and he was dressed in the typical rich summer person uniform of khaki pants and a bright white short-sleeve cotton shirt with a small green alligator sewn on the chest. He had the crisp aura of privilege, oblivious to the fact that he was blocking a pedestrian path as he searched through a bag for what turned out to be a file of photographs. He glanced up at me as I neared him, and I admired his face, long and thin, with light blue eyes and a surprising deep crosshatch of lines at their corners for someone who couldn't have been older than 30. His thick hair, brushed back but still unkempt, was blonde from the sun, and it struck me that he had the head of a lion, not the lazy established males, but the hungry, unproven loners who possess a skittish grace. Our eyes met, and for a reason I would only discover later when we were naked in his hotel room, we both smiled with a kind of mischievous greed, slightly caged, with eyes shifting around at passers-by to make sure no one else noticed. "Hi," I said, shocked at my own bravery. "You look lost." He didn't look lost. I assume I did. "No," he said, keeping his smile. "I'm staying right here at the Abelard. I noticed your delivery bag and wondered where I could pick up a sandwich." "I can get you one," I promised. "What do you want?" He laughed, shifted his bag on his shoulder, and ordered a turkey on pumpernickel. "You sure it's not a problem?" he said, not in the tone of a question, more out of customary politeness. "I can get it to you in, 5 minutes. 4 if I ran to the deli and back instead of riding my bike." "Bring it up to room 207. I'm Matt, by the way. Matt Hooper. I'm here to save your town from that shark." Not that you asked. I can't remember whether he explained what he did for a living before or after we had sex on his hotel room bed. He did eat the sandwich first, and we must have made small talk then, but I was so petrified, my blood rushing through my ears. I couldn't say what subject we discussed. I remember afterward lying with my head on his chest, drowsy from our exertions and from the Abelard's gale-like air conditioning, while Matt explained the field of ichthyology. He was an expert on fish and traveled around the world, as far away as Australia, to observe sharks and dolphins in their native habitats. He had gone to Yale and had spent summers as a kid out on Southampton with his older brother, David. It was clear that he came from wealth. I could tell that by the pony leather bags piled by the TV stand, dangling with more brass tackle on them than a fisherman's vest. Matt lived on Cape Cod, near the Oceanographic Institute in Woods Hole, in a little shack all alone in Hyannisport. He'd been invited to Amity by the editor of the Leader, with the mayor's blessing, to explain the shark's predatory behavior and also, perhaps, to rid us of it. "You really think you could kill it?" I asked, lifting my head. I'd left a tiny puddle of saliva on his chest, right by his brown nipple, and quickly wiped it with my hand. "Maybe," he said. "But I'm really here to observe it, to see it with my own eyes. God, the thing sounds like a once-in-a-lifetime beauty, like a kind of god." I thought of the fat gray shadow menacing the waters, darting from dock to cove, following me on my deliveries through Amity, biding its time until I'd make the careless mistake of entering the water. "Observe it? How?" "From a boat," he said, "or as close as I can get." "But—" I widened my eyes in fright. "But what?" he said, grinning, a flirt of the life-and-death variety. It got him off to make people worry for his safety. I could see that about him. "It could eat you," I said. He pushed me off, located his underwear on the extra-long olive-green shag, and brought them up to his hands in the grip of his toes. "Michael," he said, and studied me for a second to make sure he'd gotten my name right. "It was fun. You're a wonderful kid. But this is just a crazy little fling, okay?" I nodded. "It's not like you live here," I added, to downgrade the possible repercussions for his own comfort. He confessed to me, as he got dressed, that he slept with both women — I liked that he didn't call them girls — and boys — I liked that he didn't call them men. He was open, fluid, curious, freaky, but also not nailed down, not nail-downable. Did I understand? "Absolutely," I said. "I'm like that too. I'm just having fun." Yet it scared me all of a sudden, as I lay there naked, that he could leave town at any hour, that he'd be gone in his green Pinto with the shark decal on the window. Maybe Ted was right. Maybe the shark had already moved on to another town with a better buffet of humans. Or maybe the shark would prove easy to kill, and would be slaughtered by this evening, and there'd be no further reason for Matt to hang around. For the first time, I felt in league with the beast, and prayed that it would flourish in these waters, at least for a few more days. "You look pale," Matt said. He snapped his fingers, crossed the room, and dug through his suitcase. He pulled out a small scarlet drawstring pouch and shook out a charm, shaped like a fossil, its top capped in silver. I was reluctantly getting dressed, trying to hide a mustard stain on my t-shirt, but I could see there were several more of these charms inside the pouch. "From Macau," Matt said, as he presented it to me. I caressed its smooth, sharp edges with my thumb. "A tiger shark tooth. It's meant to protect you from getting bitten. You wear that, and you won't be scared anymore." He laughed, looking a little embarrassed about the gift, and gathered up his file of shark bite photographs. "All right, get out of here. I've got a meeting with your sheriff in half an hour. He's a real asshole, isn't he?" I lingered at the door, nervous, pushing the tip of the shark tooth into the padding of my thumb. "Can I come back?" I asked. He smiled. As long as you bring a sandwich. I returned each afternoon at the end of the lunch rush, a standing date between Matt and me, bringing along his turkey on pumpernickel. Loeffler's allotted me one free sandwich for my shift, and I donated it to Matt so that he could scarf it down, leaving only the long tan legs of the crusts on the wrapper, before we spent 15 minutes rolling around on the creaky Abelard double bed. I'd used some twine from my father's knick-knack drawer to hang the shark tooth around my neck. Matt yanked lightly on the pendant as he lay next to me. "See, you're safe," he whispered, and then pretended to take a huge bite out of my arm, before gently, lovingly guiding my head between his thighs. I had already learned with Terry on Fire Island what a rare blessing it is to actually get to do what you fantasize about. But it is a living, breathing heaven to be able to do it twice, and then 3 times on consecutive weekdays. I was, without question, in love with Matt. Deeply, irrevocably, devotedly. I wanted to ask him about the best community colleges around Hyannisport. I wanted to invite him to meet for a beer at the Randy Bear, where we could play slow songs on the jukebox and listen while our elbows touched on the mahogany bar. Instead, I made small forays into his progress on the shark hunt. I was relieved to hear that despite spotting a long, ominous gray shadow off the coast, they'd been unable to close in for a kill. "What will you do once you catch it?" I asked. Matt winced. "I'm afraid there's no catching it. Way too big. It's like a semi-truck going 90 miles per hour the wrong way down the highway with giant lawnmower blades for a front grill. Don't tell your sheriff, but I plan to photograph it before we kill it." "What will happen after you kill it?" I asked lightly. "I mean, you'll still need to stay in town in case it has brothers and sisters. There could be more than one shark attacking us, right? There's no telling how many are out there." Matt looked at me, catching the worrisome hope in my voice. "Nah," he bellowed. "There's only one feeding on your neighbors. Sharks aren't like dolphins. They don't hunt in packs. We'll get this bad boy, and then I'll hightail it back to the Institute." He climbed off the mattress, and I quickly leaned over the side of the bed to retrieve the gift that I'd put in my pocket for him. It was an exchange for the shark tooth, and I pictured Matt wearing it on the helm of a boat, keeping him safe. Matt disappeared into the bathroom and re-emerged with his pants on. "I meant to ask you," he said. "What do you know about the sheriff's wife, Ellen?" "Mrs. Brody? She's nice enough." I noticed that he was listening attentively to my answer, and a spike of jealousy jabbed into my brain. And pretty, I guess, for an older lady. I liked Ellen Brody, and I was ransacking my head for anything else degrading that I could say about her. My older brother, David, dated her when they were kids. Did I tell you about David? I was sick of hearing about his older brother, David, or anyone else who took up space outside of this hotel room. I stood and moved toward him, my heart twisting, my teeth gritted, and handed him the pin. He glanced down at the brass swordfish, as if it had just emitted a tiny electroshock. "For the shark's tooth," I said, grabbing the pendant at my neck and holding it out as if it were a crucifix. "Something to keep you safe, too. From me." "You shouldn't have." He stared up at me with a tilted head before giving the pin a closer appraisal, even squeezing it in his fingers to test the metal. I thought it looked more expensive when it wasn't pinned to the chest of a waiter. "Xiphias gladius," he said. My gosh. I hope that isn't a real ruby in its eye. He sounded concerned, like I might have raided the pin from my mother's jewelry box. "I don't know if it's real or not. It might be. I found it at an old antique store that my friend runs. It's supposed to bring you luck. Maybe it will get you your shark photos." He breathed through his nose and touched my cheek with his warm, calloused palm. "You're a very special young man," he said softly. "I appreciate it. A good way of remembering you." Every morning proved a high-wire walk of hoping. Coming down to the breakfast table, I feared news splashed across the leader's front page that the shark had been captured or killed. I prayed that it had been spotted, that it had bitten off a foot or even a forearm to keep the fear alive. But I never wished that anyone had actually died. Just enough of that person eaten so there would be a reason for Matt to stay. When my father told me that he had to give Janice, a gray-haired angel who had worked at the pharmacy for 15 years, her notice, I decided it was only fair that the people of Amity sacrificed for my happiness. Even after they slashed all the broker fees, my father grumbled. There's been no takers for house rentals for July or August. 2 stores shuttered on Main Street, not to reopen any time soon. He slammed the coffee pot into its cradle so hard that I checked to make sure it hadn't cracked. That mother-effing shark is murdering us. Orders are down at the pharmacy 30%. They have a very capable fish expert here from Woods Hole, I informed him. They'll get it soon. But I begged every saint I could think of to watch over the shark and protect it from us. The lunch rush ended 15 minutes early, thanks to the halted construction on the town's new waterfront gazebo. I ordered my usual turkey on pumpernickel and hurried over to the Abelard. I noticed that Matt's green Pinto wasn't parked in its usual spot across the street, and when I sailed by the front desk of the hotel, Mr. Portnick whistled. "Hey, slow down, Michael. Your customer is out today." I turned to face him, the alcove dark and dingy and only his circular glasses holding light. "Where is he?" I demanded. Mr. Portnick pinched the skin at his Adam's apple. "I presume he's out trying to save our town. If you want to leave the sandwich with me, I'll make sure he gets it when he comes in." Heartbroken, I biked around Amity, hunting for the frog-green Pinto. I didn't spot it anywhere. Not at the police station, or in front of the mayor's office, or by the docks where the fishermen were mending their nets with grandmotherly concentration. "Did something happen?" I asked them. "Did they catch the shark?" The eldest fisherman erupted into croupy giggling. "When they do get him, you'll hear a cheer all o'er town. Then you'll know." I arrived home late that afternoon, checking to make certain that my father was out. Then I proceeded to dial the Abelard every 15 minutes, asking for Mr. Hooper. "For a Matthew Hooper from the Oceanographic Institute." "For room 207, please," disguising my voice each time. The 4th time I called, asking for that marine life expert who went to Yale, Mr. Portnick hissed into the receiver. "For God's sake, Michael, stop calling! He isn't in!" There was nothing I could do, except to meet up with Daisy at the Randy Bear. She was the only person I could trust in Amity, and as we sat, swiveling on our bar stools, both of us fidgety by nature, I confessed all the delicious, sordid details of my love affair with Matt Hooper. Daisy nearly spit out her bourbon at the news. "You've got to be kidding!" She shrieked at a very low level so that the bartender wouldn't overhear us. "I met Matt 2 nights ago at the Brody's house. They had a little dinner party, and I got the weirdest feeling they were trying to set me up with him. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen." Brody. The name soured in my ears. Ellen Brody. Why was she haunting my romance? "I can't stand that woman," I sneered. "Matt mentioned her, too. Apparently, she used to date his older brother." "She's got bravado," Daisy said. "I'll give that to her. She was flirting up a storm with Matt, right in front of her husband. Like, touching his wrist, talking close to his ear. I felt sorry for her a little bit." I shook my head in fury, and Daisy, realizing I was getting worked up, patted my hand. "Cool your jets, Kimosabe. No one, not even someone as cocky as your charming Matt Hooper, struts into town and sleeps with the sheriff's wife. Trust me." She was probably right. And yet for the next 2 days, when I appeared as usual with a turkey on pumpernickel at the Abelard, I was told by Mr. Portnick that Matt was out. Matt was, in fact, so far out, he was a mile out at sea, past Montauk Point, and wouldn't be home until very, very late. I was desperate to ask whether Mr. Hooper came back at night alone, or if he ever had company. but I couldn't figure out how to broach the subject without endangering myself, and left the inn on the verge of tears, dumping the sandwich in the trash can. The next day's leader splashed details of a near attack. The beaches had been opened due to pressure from the Chamber of Commerce, and within a few hours a boy swimming off High Beach had almost been cut in two by the ferocious shark. Brody and Hooper had saved him just in time. It seemed so unfair, this poor, starving animal working slyly and assiduously to creep up on an unsuspecting morsel, only for his prey to be whisked to safety before he could close his mouth around it and savor his prize. But in another second I realized my insanity, and was glad for the boy's survival, and for Matt that he'd gotten his eyes on the creature. That would keep him in amity for a few more days. "It's a little early for sandwiches," Mr. Portnick said when I arrived at 8 a.m. at the Abelard. "I know," I murmured, before offering up a cover story. "But I had an idea where the shark might be. I want to tell Matt. I know they've been out looking for it on that fisherman Quint's schooner." "Oh, you know where it's been lurking, do you?" Mr. Portnick said sarcastically, leaning over his desk. "Do tell." "It's private," I said. "I'm only telling Matt." Mr. Portnick sighed and reached for the phone. "Sorry to bother you so early, Mr. Hooper. Michael's here again for you." I heard Matt's hearty, crackling voice on the line, and Mr. Portnick blinked twice and let out another sigh. He hung up and shuffled some brochures around on his desk. "Go right up. I suppose you remember the room number?" I climbed the stairs, uncertain of my plan. I hadn't thought about anything beyond getting past the front desk. My hands were sweaty, my pulse racing, but there was nothing else to do but knock on the door. Matt swept it open, and a wash of sunlight filled the room. I had never seen it without the blinds drawn. I glanced at the bed, terrified to find somebody, Ellen Brody or a young man, sprawled across it. But the bed was made, the starchy peach comforter already tucked militantly in at the corners. That left only Matt to behold, dressed in the same outfit he wore when I first saw him, except for his bare sunburnt feet. He had an amused smile on his face, a tight twist of the lips, and he issued a faint grunt, expressing either bafflement or frustration. I didn't wait for him to ask me in. I stepped into the room, and it took all my strength not to lunge for him, to pull him onto the bed and hold him until he stopped resisting and went limp in my arms. "I was just about to leave," he said, putting his hands on his hips. "It's a big day. Quint, Brody, and I know where the shark is." He wasn't wearing the swordfish pin. I wanted to remind him that it would bring him luck, but my mouth was dry and I was having trouble moving my tongue. "So today's your last day, maybe?" I managed. "Maybe," he said. "Look, I really have to get the equipment in the—" "I meant to ask you before you left," I said, stumbling over my words. I wanted to tell him that I could be packed and ready to leave with him by noon. But I turned into a coward and let the sentence take a different path. "I'm really interested in oceanography. In ichthyography." "Ichthyology," he corrected. "Yeah, that. I want to do what you do. Study fish. Help them. I want to save the fish." Matt nodded thoughtfully at the news, as if he understood the calling. "Gosh, Michael, why didn't you tell me earlier?" He laughed and rocked on his heels. I could sense his relief, and he grew comfortable in front of me, like it had been between us the first time we met. "I think that's terrific. I'd be happy to give you some pointers. When I get back to Woods Hole, I can mail you some books to read. We can talk about this another time," and I didn't want him to leave the room, not yet. I stalled for time. "Are there any internships up at the Oceanographic Institute? Or classes? Maybe I could come and study up there. I don't want the fish to die. It's not right how we invade their waters and exterminate them whenever we feel that they get out of control. We should save them at any cost." "I know exactly what you mean," he said genially. "And sure, I can give you some contacts. I'm really glad to hear of this interest, Michael, really." He clapped my arm and spun around to pick up a steel box that contained an underwater camera. He sprung toward the door, and I quickly blocked it, my shaky fingers reaching for his belt buckle. He stepped back. "No," he said sternly. "There's no time for that anymore." "What about later today?" My voice came out as a whine. "When you're off the boat." "Michael, please. We had a nice encounter with each other, but let's put that aside. I need to concentrate on the shark." I could feel my face burning. I tried to fight off the rejection, biting the insides of my cheeks, nodding affably, even giving a little idiotic laugh. Instead of his belt buckle, I reached for the steel case in his grip. "At least let me help. I can carry your equipment down. Assisting is the only way I'll learn." "Sure," he said warmly. "I'd appreciate that." As we walked along the hotel corridor, lacking anything of substance to say to each other, I repeated my newfound interest in ichthyology. I asked him a question about gills and respiration, but I didn't hear a word of his convoluted answer. All that came into my mind were the 4 soulless hours of sandwich delivery ahead of me, with no visit to the Abelard ever again. I had left his room for the last time. On the street, the green Pinto was nowhere in sight. Instead, we marched toward a blue pickup truck with the stenciled insignia of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute decorating the door. On the truck bed loomed a large aluminum cage made of thin bars, glittering in Amity's aquatic morning light. I squinted at Matt. "What is that?" Matt grinned at his own daring, relishing my distress. He hopped onto the truck bed, and I couldn't resist staring as the waistband of his pants dipped to showcase a peek of his ass. That, too, I would likely never see again. He stood by the cage, the way a fisherman might pose next to a huge catch on the dock for a picture, and rattled one of its bars. "I spent all morning assembling it," he said proudly. "We're going to lower it off the side of Quint's boat with yours truly inside, and I'm going to take pictures of the shark before we kill it. No one's ever photographed a fish that big before." "You're going to be in the water like bait while it swims around?" Matt enjoyed my horror and laughed in satisfaction. I hoisted the steel box onto the truck bed. Matt stretched his arms and scanned the shops around the hotel, the majority of them shuttered in the worst tourist slump in Amity history. "Hey, do you know where I could get a quick egg sandwich to go?" he asked. Loeffler's Deli would be open by now. I told him I could run and get him one. "Are you sure it's not a problem?" he asked. He knew what my answer would be. I loved fetching him sandwiches. It seemed that feeding him was the one last gift I had to offer. I waited outside the deli for Rose to fry up Matt's egg and for Paul to slather the butter on the bread. Next to the deli was the hardware store, and through its front window I saw Ellen Brody at the counter having a pair of keys copied. She was pretty, with her hair waving over her ears, and a pair of red-tinted sunglasses perched on the top of her head. She wore a white silk blouse and a loose linen skirt. When she exited the store, a shaft of light blinded her, and she struggled to pull the sunglasses over her eyes. The harsh sunlight also revealed a winking silver chain that ran between her breasts, and I saw the shark tooth dangling from it, a pendant exactly like mine, to protect her from being bitten. "Michael!" she cried, as if I had purposely materialized in order to scare her. She put her hand over her heart. "I didn't see you. How is your family?" "Okay," I mumbled. I tried to work up a smile for her, but I couldn't part with one for my competition. Or maybe she wasn't my only competitor. How many others were there scattered around Amity, wearing their own tiger shark tooth, and believing they were safe? "Tell your father," she said, "that I'll be in to pick up those prescriptions for Martin." Then she departed along the sidewalk, clicking her brand-new keys together. I hurried the sandwich back to the truck. Matt was crouched on the bed, testing the cage bars, screwing them tighter. Inside the cage, he had already placed diving equipment and air tanks. "Here you go," I said. He grabbed the sandwich, unpeeled the wrapper, and took an enormous bite out of it. "So that cage is all that's going to keep you safe from the shark? I asked, staring up as he chewed, my head at the level of his sneakers. He swallowed the egg and bread down. No, I'm not that stupid. That shark is a maniac, a 20-foot white. I'm also going to be armed with a very special underwater gun. I borrowed it from the Institute. You load it with a 12-gauge shotgun shell, and when I'm done taking pictures and that monster swims in real close, bang! Matt clapped his hands together, wiping off the sandwich crumbs. Speaking of, I left the gun up in the room. He peered down at me with his beautiful, light blue eyes. Well, fish assistant, can I trust you to climb up here and make sure all of these bars are nice and tight while I go get it? I nodded eagerly and pulled myself up onto the truck bed. Matt patted my shoulder. Just give each of them an extra hard twist to the right. Righty-tighty. I'll be right back. I went to work turning the bars as Matt jogged across the road. He reappeared a few minutes later with a long black case that might have held a saxophone. I jumped from the truck, and he let me hug him. Our chests pressed together for the duration of one breath. Then I let go, backing up, and he laughed awkwardly as he locked the tailgate. Your town's going to be a whole lot safer the next time you see me, he said. I waved from the sidewalk as he drove away, holding back my conscience. I had only made the fight a little fairer. Matt had his special underwater gun, and I had loosened 4 bars of the aluminum cage, twisting them left instead of right. How hard can a shark really strike a cage? It would be Matt versus the fish. And as the truck disappeared down Water Street, I had no idea which one would win. Even then, I half believed in happy endings. Matt and the shark might never find each other in the ocean. Instead, the great white might cough up every single one of its victims before swimming off, and the town could go on pretending that summer was a harmless season.
Neighbors, from Vautrin. Written by Nikki Dolson. Read by Sunila Nankani. Halfway into a bottle of wine, I checked my email. All of it junk mail from crib companies, baby magazines, online dating sites, etc. Emails I had signed up for over the years, for one reason or another, but I just couldn't bring myself to unsubscribe from. Who knew when I might want to update my dating profile or peruse the baby websites at some later date in some rebuilt life? Then I opened the email with my name in the subject line, expecting nothing more than a phishing attempt or a link to porn, one of the ways my ex-husband could still track in and out of my life. But it was neither. I'm sorry this happened. You deserve so much better. A. That A made me think of Anika. Was this her apologizing after 3 years? Maybe she needed some closure. I deleted it. I had moved on. Of course, I thought about her for days after. My life now consisted of a small 2-bedroom apartment, work at a mid-sized engineering company, a hallway away from my ex-husband, polite conversation about our daughter and her needs, and wine. Lots and lots of wine. I hadn't quite made the leap to happy divorcee. Most nights, after putting my daughter to bed, I drank and surfed the internet looking for something. Maybe I'd been looking for Anika all along. My life had been contained in the bubble of the neighborhood. A 3-bedroom house on a nice-sized lot, nestled mid-block on a lovely street. I had a good husband. I had good neighbors. We had a good life. Then they showed up. Anika and Adam had been the talk of the neighborhood since that March day when they drove down our streets in their BMWs. He drove the SUV, and she was in the sports car. They were a childless couple on a block with children behind nearly every door. The Montessori school was a mere 2 blocks away from our neighborhood. Our kids would walk in pairs, little backpacks bouncing, that day's parent chaperones in front and behind, keeping them together. Each morning, Adam and Anika would wave from their driveway and watch the procession of our littles pass like a parade. I remember Anika clearly, and how much I had wanted to be like her. The sweep of her long braids against her bare shoulders while we stood in backyards holding sweating glasses of iced tea. Her laugh was loud and unself-conscious. She didn't care what any of us thought about her. We'd see her husband drift by her and touch an elbow, or draw a fingertip up her bicep. He'd whisper in her ear, and her smile would appear. Most of us were in the early years of marriage with small children, so we all watched them and took notes. They reminded us how a couple in love should look. Within a week of their move-in, someone gave them the password to our neighborhood online board, and soon Anika was there, sharing recipes and offering to bake cupcakes for school bake sales. We learned early on that Anika and Adam couldn't have children of their own, but participating in our events, cheering our children on, made them feel good, she told us. We liked how invested they were in our kids' welfare, that they cared enough to be involved. She came to soccer and pee-wee football games, and on the truly hot nights, she made us cold, neon-colored drinks like the casinos made for the tourists, heavy on the alcohol. Collectively, we decided to involve Anika like she was any other parent. She was in our group texts. She offered up costume-making hacks for upcoming St. Patrick's/Easter/Earth Day plays. She became our personal B. Smith. She even took over the book club I ran. Her house was bigger, and under her rule, our group expanded to include more parents from the school. Somehow she understood them better than I did. Once, when I suggested a short story collection to mix things up, she countered with a new romance novel. "Outlander, but with black people," she said. It was a hit, and for once, everyone read that month's book. Anika sold and managed real estate in the valley, and Adam developed and invested in properties. Las Vegas was coming back, they said. It was 2015, and everything was getting better. Some of the neighbors invested with Adam and made money. A string of car washes across the city netted the Chos and O'Briens 20% profit over their initial investment. Others went in bigger and helped buy large swaths of undeveloped land on the edges of new subdivisions. One night after a choir performance at the local library, while Thomas and the other parents wrangled the kids into their coats, Anika took me aside. "I wanted to let you in on a small thing Adam and I are thinking about doing. There's a developer looking to open a few laundromats. 1 or 2 definitely near the college. A few more near some apartments. You wouldn't need to invest much, and the return could be 15% over investment." Could be. That was always a sticking point. No guarantees. It felt so risky. I told her no, and she patted me on the shoulder and nodded like she understood. Later, Adam bumped into Thomas and me at the grocery store. He helped load 2 turkeys into my cart, and gently, oh so gently, broached the subject of the laundromats. Thomas listened and asked questions. I could see the gears turning, and the yes coming. I shut it down, said no thank you, and told Adam to come by that weekend for game night. I ushered Thomas away. The next year, our daughter Willa would be in 1st grade, and we'd agreed to have 1 more baby to complete our family. But I was 36 years old, and it wasn't going to be easy this time. We had money set aside for IVF. We couldn't afford to invest and lose the money, or at minimum, have it tied up in a land deal for 2 years or more, while the right project was found for the land.
Then to go through city approvals and construction, and finally selling off what was built, if a buyer could be found. Getting pregnant and gestation were all we wanted to worry about. I should have worried about more. The second email came a week later, with a link to a video. The short message read, "She betrayed me too. A. She." This wasn't Anika. It was Adam. Adam, who disappeared and ruined us all. I touched the link. Another window opened, and the video began. There was a reporter in a parking lot, suited and armed with a black microphone. A white woman earnestly explained why she didn't inoculate her twins and how she was convinced they'd be fine. She was keeping them home for now. The caption beneath them read, "Measles outbreak in exclusive enclave." Another white woman appeared, pushing a cart behind the reporter and interviewee. They must be in a grocery store parking lot. A black woman, with braids just past her shoulder, pushed a cart across the screen too. I leaned in close. She was in a sleeveless shirt, khaki pants, and sandals. Her face was in profile, but I couldn't make it out. Off-screen, someone yelled, and the black woman turned. It was Anika. Still beautiful, and still all smiles. Our rose red. The first adult Halloween party of the season, the first fall party Adam and Anika attended, was thrown in the middle of the school costume party scrambles and extra goodie bag creating parties, where all the parents huddled in rotating dining rooms, assembling 25 bags a classroom. I went to the party as Black Barbie, 80s edition. Purple leotard, a crop top that hung off one shoulder with Barbie written in jagged lightning script across the front, pink tights, and neon blue leg warmers for me. And Thomas was a less-than-zero Robert Downey Jr.-esque Ken doll in a short-sleeve button-down shirt, skinny tie, and pleated khakis, with the sides of his hair slicked back. We had nothing on Anika and Adam, though. Adam wore chainmail and a chest piece with leather leggings and a broadsword on his hip. Anika wore a red, full-skirted princess gown. She stood at the entrance to the room, tall and expectant, as if waiting to be seen, waiting for the applause. She floated to the drinks table where I stood. Kat Cho looked her up and down and said, "I don't get it," and went back to crunching on her baby carrot and double-dipping into the ranch. "I'm Snow White's sister," Anika said. Kat just shook her head. Leo Madison came swinging into the room and said, "She had a sister? I don't remember that from the movie." Anika laughed, smiling and good-natured as always. I said, "You're rose red." Anika turned her beatific smile on me. "Yes." Leo said, "The fairest of them all, right, Adam? Tommy?" Adam only nodded his head. He was very focused on making drinks. "Different fairy tale," Thomas said. We were all in awe of her beauty that night, the way her skin seemed to glow under the lights. It was only later that I realized how Thomas had looked at her. They'd been sleeping together for months by that point, and I hadn't known. I pulled at my crop top, declined the wine Leo offered me, and blocked Kat's next attempt to double dip with my own carrot. I tried to sleep, but the wind blew the branches of a tree against my bedroom windows. The night Thomas and I ended was much the same. The wind smacking the Cho's overgrown oleander bushes into the wood fence that separated our backyards. Anika called. I couldn't understand her through her heaving sobs. I told her I would come over, but she said no. She sniffled and told me Adam had left her. He'd taken their money and was gone. She didn't know what to do. I was speechless. All this time, I thought they were happy like Thomas and I were happy. I told her I would call the next day. Thomas came home, and I had to wait until after he'd crept in to see his sleeping daughter to tell him. I pulled out beers and handed him one. Then, in my very best inside voice, I told him about Anika and Adam. I caught the sound of giddiness in my voice, and I tried to quash it. The revelation that they weren't perfect electrified me. I talked about them while I paced, drinking and wondering about the ramifications of their marriage ending. Who would bring cupcakes to next week's kindergarten holiday parties? Did Thomas think we should try to find Adam? Did he know where Adam went? Thomas said nothing. He sat with his elbows on his knees, fingers picking at the label on his beer. She said he took all the money they had. Yep, cleaned out their checking accounts. I sat down on the couch and put my feet up on the coffee table. I took a big swallow of beer. And the investments? Oh my God, I said, dread finally creeping over me. Our neighbors, our friends' money. He wouldn't have, would he? I'm so glad we didn't go in for that, with the new baby coming. He cut me off. You're pregnant? He sounded panicky instead of happy at the idea. 6 months of needles, and nothing yet. But I was confident. No, but I will be, and we'll need our savings. I doubt I'll want to go back to work right away. Thomas, what's wrong? You're always so busy with the neighbors. With Willa, with work. He said. I made up excuses to leave the house, to stay out late. And you never questioned me. Did you even notice I was gone? I thought of all those summer barbecues where we drank too many beers and bottles of wine, where we lingered too long and mingled too close with other people's spouses. Our kids asleep or watching TV in a neighbor's living room. At some point, I'd lost him and hadn't realized it. He talked on, and my body went numb. Thomas felt guilty about Adam, so he'd given him $15,000 of our savings to invest. Anika convinced him it was a good deal. He crouched down in front of me and touched my knee. I looked at his hand on my leggings. How much I loved his touch. But I couldn't feel him now. I don't love her, he said. He loved me and Willa and our family. As he spoke, I kept thinking, we were happy, weren't we? I pulled the knitted blanket off the back of the couch and left him in our living room. I slept on the back seat of my minivan that night, huddled on the bench seat, crying into the stuffed stegosaurus Willa liked to hold when we went on errands. The next day, we found out just how badly Adam had ruined us. Nearly every parent in our online group had given Adam money. We were so easy. Anika swore she didn't know about the fake land deeds. She didn't know where Adam had gone. Eventually, she moved into a hotel away from us and our gossip. For the next year, we watched each other slowly slip away from our neighborhood. Tears were shed. Houses were sold. Support groups formed and were dismantled within days due to infighting. The police talked to us all. The FBI talked to us. We gave them pictures of Adam, the paperwork full of empty promises, and all our gossip. We pointed fingers at one another. Everyone started driving their children to school. Birthday parties were held at grandparents' homes with only family in attendance. The sidelines at our kids' games were no longer safe spaces. We were not neighbors anymore. We were strangers. Playdates were forever broken. To distract from the eerie quiet of a childless night and the memories of a lost life, I emailed A. "Who is this?" Minutes later, A answered like they'd been waiting all night, like they'd been waiting for weeks. "You know who this is. What took you so long to respond?" "Where are you, Adam? Belize? Switzerland?" "Funny. A black man in Switzerland won't stand out much." "What do you want?" "Nothing. I'm sorry it was you she chose to mess with." "Me? What about our neighbors? We trusted you." "I don't care about them. You were nice, but she liked messing with you. That's why she slept with Thomas." "I don't understand." "She thought you had it easy. She had to fight for what she wanted. You got it handed to you." I didn't want to believe him. Maybe Anika and I weren't best friends, but we had been friendly. It was easier for me to believe it was just Thomas being weak because he was unhappy, and not Anika being cruel. I wrote to him. "You said she betrayed you. How?" "She got the police involved too soon. I was barely out of town. I had to hide the money. I got out with barely anything. She has it all." "Why tell me?" "I'm going to be caught soon. But they can't touch her. Maybe you can give her hell for me. For us both." Adam was using me. I was sure. But maybe I could find Anika and make her tell me the why behind it all. I played the video Adam sent again. The clip was over a year old. The news station was Portland-based. I did a search for her name. Nothing. I pulled down an old picture of her from my cloud storage and uploaded it to a Google image search. She was Lila Martin now. She ran a small bookstore that was featured in a small business newsletter. Her clients mostly came from a nearby retirement home. She looked the same. All smiles. The plane ride from Las Vegas to Portland, Oregon was over 2 hours long. I drank bourbon on the plane and dozed, dreaming of Anika in my own backyard, our feet dangling in the pool, the night sky exploding with red, white, and blue fireworks, our spouses inside watching baseball highlights, a mishmash of summer parties that resolved into one particular evening with her. "How did you get here?" Anika had asked. "The house? We bought when they were still building this neighborhood." "No, I mean this life." "I don't understand." "The house and the kid." She waved her hand around her head. "This is some very 1950s movie life you've got going on out here." "You live here too. This is your life." She laughed. "No, I don't fit in here. I don't know how to pretend like you do." "I'm not pretending. I might have made myself fit too if it would have helped me." "Anika, you fit in here. You're involved in everything here. Everyone comes to you when they have questions or when they need advice." She patted my leg. "You know, you talk proper, even when you're with me and no one else can hear you. You don't switch. You don't have a switch. You make yourself beige for them. You want to be this suburban doll, an average Jane, when you could be more. You don't have to fit in, but you press your hair straight, with your white husband and your little girl who will always be able to pass." "Excuse me? I have a good life. A life that looks a lot like yours." Anika took a long drink from her tumbler of rum and coke. "Don't get mad now." She laughed and set her glass down between us. Anika slipped into the water fully clothed. Under she went, and then she rose up in the middle of the pool, her braids fanned out around her head, a halo of inky blackness stark against the softly lit turquoise pool. I'd been so angry and confused that night. Now I woke up determined as the plane descended. I rented a car at the airport and put the address of her bookstore in the GPS. I barely saw the town. Traffic was light. There was fog. There were trees. Then there was her bookstore, small and unassuming, on the bottom floor of a white stucco 2-story building. The bookstore's door faced out to the intersection. A bell rang as I entered the space. I half expected her to be standing behind the counter. But no one was. The bookstore was small. The books weren't split into genres, but simply arranged alphabetically. Nonfiction and fiction, poetry and academic texts, all shelved together. It seemed lazy and wonderful at the same time. "Can I help you find something?" a familiar voice said. I turned to see Anika. She was putting books on a shelf behind me. Her mouth fell open and her eyes widened. "No, I found what I was looking for." We both started moving down the aisle toward the register. She went behind it. On the counter was a collection of Anne Sexton poems and an Angela Clark short story collection. I shoved them at her. "These." "That'll be $38.73. "Excellent. I'm sure you can afford to cover me." I put the books into my purse. She frowned, then shook her head. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "You lied. You scammed us. Let's not do this here." She came out from behind the counter and helped an older white lady bring her selection of paperbacks to the counter. Regency romances from the covers. "Mrs. Mayvern, how are you?" I stepped back while they chatted. The door's bell clanged again, and a tall man in his 20s walked in. He had tattoos up the arm that held the strap of the backpack he wore. His face was wide and pale, and there was an indentation that started above his left eyebrow and disappeared near his hairline. "Hi, Miss Mayvern. Miss Martin?" His voice was a slow and measured baritone. "Kevin, help Mrs. Mayvern to her car, please. And do you remember that trunk I have in storage?" He nodded. "Good. Will you bring it for me? Just leave it inside the door. I'm going to lock up early today." He said okay, and Miss Mayvern put her hand in the crook of his elbow, and the two walked out of the store. Anika turned the sign in the window to closed. "He must be a help," I said. "He is. He's the old owner's son. Car accident damaged him." Anika touched her forehead. "But he knows this bookstore better than I do. Keeping him working here is the best decision I made after buying this place." "Portland prices must have eaten quite a bit of your nest egg." She rolled her eyes at me and locked the door. "Come on, let's talk upstairs." Anika led me up a slim staircase that connected the back of the bookstore to the upper floors. A window at the top of the landing was high to get above the building next door, and showed the city laid out under a pale blue sky. "Here's my place," Anika said. She opened a door and stopped just inside the doorway to remove her sneakers. The walls were painted a vibrant blue, and the floor was white tile. "My mother was a maid. Did you know that?" "How could I know? All you told us were lies." "She taught me how to clean. Oh, how I hated it." "Do you want tea?" Anika continued, walking deeper into the apartment, her voice growing fainter. Between the living room and the kitchen was a long wood dining table with 6 chairs. "Sure," I called. She had pictures on the wall. There was a picture of Adam in khaki shorts and plain white t-shirt, standing with one hand on the hood of a car. a desert spreading out behind him. That was on our honeymoon. We went to Death Valley. She was behind me. I backed away from her. She glanced down at my feet. Yep, my mama was a maid. She taught me to clean floors like this. The secret is a paste made of baking soda and water and bleach. Also, you need a stiff fiber brush to really grind the paste in. Tile cracks. The glaze will crack and dirt will get caught and make white turn gray. Shoes carry that dirt. She pointed at my shoes. Please take your shoes off. I'd rather not. I won't be staying long. You won't be staying at all if you don't take those shoes off, Val. Unless you want to leave. You can. Right now. I shook my head. She turned away when the kettle started to whistle. Do you want sugar in your tea? Yes, please. I pulled out a chair and sat at the dining room table to unzip my boots. A minute later, Anika was back with jade green porcelain cups and matching teapot and sugar bowl laid out on a rattan tray. She set it between us on the table and sat across from me. She poured for me, and I added sugar cubes. We sipped tea and looked each other over. Why did you choose us? Her eyebrows raised. What do you mean? You stole from us. Oh, Val, that was Adam. I am sorry, though. I wish I had known. She reached across the table to pat my hand. Funny. He says you have the money. The hand withdrew. You've been talking to him? What do you want? Money? I don't have much, but I can probably get you what you lost. I want answers. Why us? My hands shook. I clasped my cup and drank the rest of my tea. Anika sighed. What is the point of this? I tell you and you'll go away? Yes. Oh, please. How much money did Thomas give Adam? 15,000. Let me see how much I have. She walked back to the kitchen and opened cabinets and drawers, like she was hunting for something. I stood and looked over a bookshelf in the corner. She had one lone cookbook, a compendium of Black Hollywood actors, and one shelf had nothing but books on land development and investments. She wasn't done. This little paradise of a life she was hiding in was temporary. She was waiting for something. I turned my head just as she stepped behind me. I didn't see her hand coming the other direction until it was clasped over my nose and mouth. Her other arm looped around my neck and pulled me backwards. My socked feet slipped on the tile floor. I couldn't get any leverage. She took me down to the floor. Hush now. Just breathe. I opened my eyes. My head hurt, and Anika was rolling me over. Plastic crinkled under me. Anika, please. You're back. I thought you were out. You know, there were 5 houses we looked at. Neighborhoods we could move into just like yours. Affluent and ripe. But the house in your neighborhood was available first. I liked your block because of the Chos, that Serbian couple, the Dimthrus, and because of you, actually. We could blend in better on your block, and you welcomed us. What did I do to you? You stole from us. Thomas, you ruined everything. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. My fingers twitched. Oh, poor baby. You know, Adam wanted to stop and stay in that neighborhood. You people gentrified him. She shook her head, amazed. Anyway, I didn't hate you. I thought we could be friends, but the longer I watched you, the more disgusted I became. So I screwed your husband and stole your money. I could have done worse. We were Friends. She waved my words away. Really? She settled down next to me and looked me in the eyes. When I told you he left me, weren't you a little thrilled? How long did you wait before you called the neighbors to tell them? I tried to shake my head, but couldn't. She was right. I couldn't wait to tell Thomas that night. We could never be friends, Valerie. I heard metal clink. She lifted her hand to show me the saw. This is my new start, and I won't let anyone steal from me like I stole from you.
Mala Suerte, from Ellen Queen Mystery Magazine. Written by E. Gabriel Flores. Read by Natalia Darriego. As they drove away from the glassman's house, Carmelita asked the question that had haunted her all her life. Do you think bad luck is passed down in families? Is there really any such thing as a family curse? When you're a murderer on the run, accompanied by an accessory after the fact, you might as well discuss what brought you to this sorry pass. Better than worrying about what might happen next, bad luck-wise. The dead body in the trunk, a pale form loosely wrapped in an old green sleeping bag, like an enormous California roll, could serve as bad luck exhibit A. Did mala suerte lurk in a person's DNA, like a genetic disease, dormant until life circumstances triggered a flare-up? No, that's a ridiculous notion. Bad luck doesn't run in families. How could it? Her companion responded. There's no such thing as the evil eye or hexes or family curses. You make your own luck. I'm living proof of that. It was said in such a matter-of-fact way, it brooked no argument. But as a child, Carmelita had heard the stories that purported to explain the origins of bad luck, la mala suerte. A girl, why does it always have to be a girl? Pops open a mysterious box, and all the ill fortune flies out into the world. Why do bad things happen to good people? Well, see, it was the fault of that stupid little girl. Until you realize that the story leaves out the most important bits like, 1, where did all that bad luck come from to begin with? And 2, if you made a box strong enough to hold all the misfortune in the world, would you leave it lying around where any noisy kid with a penknife could get to it? Wouldn't you weld it shut and leave it at the bottom of the ocean? Yeah, Pandora. Right. The passenger smirked in the darkness. Nowadays, that's a music service on the internet. Times change. The other so-called explanation says there was this lady. Yeah, again, a female, who ate the wrong piece of fruit. And what happened? Pain and suffering for everyone, all because a woman got hungry. How did this story ever catch on? As silly as the one about a girl opening the box. Some dude gathered up all the bad luck in the universe, and instead of blowing it to smithereens like any sane person would, put it in a goddamn fruit? Oh, Eve and the apple. Now that's a classic. My people loved that one. Heap all the blame and guilt on some woman's head. Typical. Then, with a laugh, they named a feminine hygiene product after her. Carmelita looked out the driver's side window of the car, watching the garish lights of fast food places sliding by. Talking about eating fruit made her hungry. Do you think it's safe to stop for something to eat? No, her partner in crime said. I don't think that's a good idea. Not yet. Not until we're well out of the city. They kept driving. Wherever it came from in the first place, Carmelita thought, she knew that her family had terrible luck. Her father, Glenmore, he had called it bad juju. He told her about how it hit his father, Granddaddy Bartholomew, back in Jamaica. Handsome and charming, Granddaddy Barth used to be the biggest numbers runner in Montego Bay. Selling numbers was a very lucrative and very illegal underground occupation in those days. Granddaddy hired folk from the slums to sell numbers to their neighbors all week. He then pulled the winning numbers every Friday night and delivered the cash prizes in person Saturday morning. Granddaddy Barth also sold lucky number dream books, magic candles,
good fortune charms, and blessed water to help his customers pick the right numbers. Customers who won had inevitably used one of his dream books or charms, or so Granddaddy said. On the back of this simple enterprise, Granddaddy Barth built a fairy tale existence. He wore fine clothes, bought a house on the beach, drove a fancy car. He went to the fanciest parties, hobnobbed with reggae stars and politicians. He had lots of lady friends and made many babies. Good fortune poured over him like a waterfall on the Martha Brae River. Carmelita's companion liked that story. Your granddaddy was smart. Running a gambling joint is just about the easiest way to make money, as long as you know what you're doing. Then suddenly, overnight, Granddaddy Barth's luck had turned sour. The country decided to implement a national lottery. The illicit numbers business simply dried up and disappeared, like a water drop on a hot skillet. Granddaddy Barth never recovered his mojo once the numbers game went legit. He lost the house, the car, the fancy friends. He ended up waiting on tourists, British, Germans, and Americans, in a resort hotel, humiliating himself for tips. It was a terrible come-down, but better than sewing clothes in a noisy, dirty factory or breaking his back in the hot sun on a coffee farm. Carmelita's father, Glenmore, remembered his daddy as a disappointed, bitter man with a string of angry women, including Glenmore's own mama, badgering him for his tip money to buy diapers, baby formula, school shoes. Carmelita had learned from her daddy Glenmore that legit work never pays. Not really. If you have to depend on a straight job to make your living, well, that is bad luck for sure. The passenger beside Carmelita agreed. Your daddy was right. I read somewhere that you can survive on a normal job, but only if absolutely everything goes your way for like 20 years straight. You work for the world's greatest boss, marry the perfect person, buy into the right neighborhood at the right time, never get sick, don't get screwed in a divorce, don't get laid off, don't get hit by lightning, don't get sued, don't speed and get pulled over by the cops when you have a dead person in your trunk. Yeah, I guess I better slow down, Carmelita said. I was going 20 over the speed limit. On Carmelita's mother's side, bad luck ran like water out of a busted drain pipe. Her mama Beatrice said it started with her ancestors back in Mexico. Quetzal, a Toltec noblewoman, was given in marriage to Huatemac, an Aztec man from a powerful family. Quetzal bore Huatemac many children, and then, it appears, the Aztec in-laws were done with her. When the youngest male child was about a year old and deemed strong enough to survive, the proud father, Huatemac, appeared on top of the pyramid of the sun for the spring festival wearing the flayed skin of his wife, Quetzal, as a cloak. You can't scrape the hide off a Toltec noblewoman and walk away, so there was a war over that, but still, it doesn't get much worse than being killed and made into a windbreaker. Is that a true story? Carmelita's companion asked. True as anything, Carmelita replied, squinting at the road. More years of bad luck went by until one of Quetzal's descendants, a mestiza slave, disappeared with a chest of gold coins and her 2 children by the landowner. The rich man was found dead in one of his outbuildings, a large kitchen knife in his stomach. The wily woman had disguised herself in the clothes of her own mistress and had bribed a ship's captain with gold to take her and the children away from Spanish colonial Mexico to start a new life in Spanish colonial Cuba. Now that's what I'm talking about, Carmelita. There was a woman who took charge. She made her own luck. They kept driving and talking and driving. After several generations, Mama Beatrice's family had left their humble origins behind and were firmly ensconced in the upper echelons of Cuban sugar plantation society. Life was good, for a while, and then the bad luck reared its head again like a horror movie monster. Not yet Mama Beatrice was 8 years old when her family flew from Havana to the United States to spend some sugar dollars on a lavish month-long vacation. First, a week of shopping in Miami, shipping their purchases from the finest stores back home to Cuba. Next, a week of sightseeing in New York City, visiting the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building. Then across the vast continent by rail to end their holiday in a newly opened amusement park, Disneyland. The family never got to see the Magic Kingdom. Shortly after arriving at the train station in Los Angeles, they discovered that the U.S.-backed Batista government had been overthrown by Castro and his communist rebels. Relatives and friends still in Cuba were being arrested and jailed. Little Beatrice and her family were targeted by the new regime as enemies of the state. All their property, homes, businesses, land, automobiles, appropriated by the government. Their bank accounts frozen. Their assets liquidated. The family took the Greyhound bus from California back to Miami. With English skills limited to dimly remembered private school lessons and the need to earn a basic living, the formerly wealthy Cuban exiles found themselves cleaning hotel rooms and washing dishes in restaurant kitchens. Beatrice eventually met Glenmore, a handsome immigrant from Jamaica. The couple had 2 children and supported them by selling merchandise of questionable origins. Carmelita and her brother, Daniel, grew up in a freewheeling environment of scrappy survivors living on the fringes of middle-class normality, bouncing between Miami's various Caribbean immigrant communities. Daddy Glenmore took his children along on his frequent trips to secret hidey holes in the swamplands northwest of the city to park stolen merchandise until things cooled off, returning to retrieve the items when he later wanted to sell them. That is where Carmelita and her companion were now heading, to one of these secret swamp hideaways, with a dead body in the trunk. One day, Daddy Glenmore left, lured back to Jamaica by a highly lucrative new scam based on the country's national lottery. For a while, he sent money to help Beatrice out, but when he got a new woman and had more kids, the money stopped. Carmelita stayed out of trouble, but her brother, Daniel, became wild and ran with a gang. He got lots of tattoos, used drugs, was in and out of jail. Daniel became sick and was diagnosed with AIDS. He said he got it from an infected needle in prison, but Carmelita knew different. While visiting him in the public hospital, she had seen the name Bertrand tattooed inside a heart on her brother's chest. At Daniel's funeral, she saw the boyfriend, sitting in a far corner at the back of the church, crying by himself. Shortly thereafter, Mama Beatrice also died, of grief, so everyone said. Things like that happen to lots of people. Nothing to do with a curse. Your family wasn't singled out. Maybe not. But how do you explain why my mother's life was just one long suck? My brother's too. Everything went wrong. After her mother died, Carmelita was alone in the world. Social services placed her in a group home where she and a boy named Silvio became an item. She earned her GED certificate and got a series of low-paid, mindless, uninspiring jobs. One day, while putting in more applications at the local mall, Carmelita joined a crowd watching a man in a kiosk demonstrating glass blowing. It was fascinating how he could control the molten glass with a blowtorch and treat it like a liquid, swirling it quickly, magically, into colorful shapes, swans, hearts, stars, and flowers. He was middle-aged, ponytailed and bearded, dressed like a leftover hippie in patched jeans and a leather vest. After his demonstration, the crowd pushed forward to buy his hand-blown glass gifts and ornaments, mostly smaller versions of the swans and so forth that he had made. Carmelita watched silently as the man wrapped up the delicate glass objects and rang up the purchases. She estimated that he had entranced the crowd for 15 minutes or so with his glass blowing and had then taken in several $100s in about 3/4 of an hour. There was definitely potential here. When the crowd had dispersed, Carmelita remained behind. The glass man put up a sign that promised, in puffy psychedelic lettering, "Next demonstration in 30 minutes. He noticed Carmelita standing alone watching him, her arms folded across her chest. "What do you want, miss? A pretty glass swan?" he asked. Carmelita raised a skeptical eyebrow and pointed at the tiny swans swimming around little glass flowers on shaped mirrors. I want to know when you have time to make all those little versions of the big ones. Come here. The glass man beckoned her over. I can tell you have the heart of a scammer, because I am one myself. He reached under the counter and pulled out a cardboard box. It was full of white tissue paper. He set it on the counter. Look in there. She did. Nestled in the paper were dozens of tiny glass swans. Carmelita picked up one carefully and turned it over. See the label stuck on the bottom? I get this shit for pennies a piece from Asia. In the 2 months before Christmas, I make about half my year's straight income. What do you do to earn your crooked income? Bongs and pipes, chica. Custom dope-smoking paraphernalia. That's what I make most of my money on. He laughed and winked. Carmelita smiled back. She leaned on the counter and pointed at the cardboard box. You could move a lot more of this penny shit from Asia if someone else started doing the selling while you were still doing your demonstration. Someone else meaning a sharp young lady such as yourself? Yes. You have papers to work? Not that I care, since I'd pay you in cash, but I'm supposed to ask. I can work legally. I'm good with the numbers, and I have my high school equivalency. You're hired. Start tomorrow. Be here at 9 to help me set up. The mall store's open at 10. And so it began, the business partnership between the young Jamaican Cuban and the old hippie. In the kiosk, they looked like a magician and his attractive female assistant. The glass man moved a lot more merchandise with Carmelita ringing up the purchases while he did the glass blowing. Carmelita treated the ornaments like exotic treasures, wrapping the delicate glass pieces in tissue and placing them in small boxes with care as if they were from the Ming Dynasty. After all, she remarked to him after a $1,000 day during the holiday season, this is as close to a rare Chinese artifact as these folks are ever going to get. Time passed, and soon they had accumulated enough money to open a permanent gift shop in the mall. Now they sold year-round, while the glass man kept doing his glass-blowing demos in a kiosk in front of the store. Carmelita helped to expand the business online and took care of the books, keeping 2 sets. One set was for the gift shop, and the other was for the paraphernalia business. She and her boyfriend, Silvio, moved out of the group home and into an apartment not far from the glass man's house. Carmelita suggested selling weed along with the glass paraphernalia. The glass man readily agreed. She didn't smoke, but Silvio did, and used his contacts to secure a regular supply of the drug. The glass man gave Carmelita a set of keys to his place so she could deliver the marijuana whenever Silvio brought it home. Now they were running 3 businesses, each bringing in several $1,000s a month. But then the bad luck raised its head, this time in the form of a woman. Asmarte Rose had driven down from New York and was living in her RV on the edge of the mall parking lot. She was thin, pale, frizzy-haired, and in her 40s. She wore gauzy, drapey clothes and lots of jewelry. When she talked, and she seemed to talk non-stop, her voice was artificially soft, her innocent brown eyes wide and credulous. Carmelita had once seen an old movie with the actress Marilyn Monroe in it. Asmarte talked like that, in a breathy whisper, childish and seductive at the same time. Within a week, Asmarte was parking her RV in the glass man's driveway, and a month after that, she had moved in with him. Carmelita was irritated with the woman from the first. Why the hell can't she speak up and talk like an adult? She thought to herself. Her behavior was obviously an act, a silly and contrived phony persona, but the glass man seemed to buy it. Where Carmelita was hard-headed and believed in nothing, except in, perhaps, mala suerte, Asmarte professed to believe in absolutely everything. She carried on about yoga, astral projection, Kabbalah, tantric sex, acupuncture, goddess energy, natural foods, hypnosis, alien abductions, feng shui, alternate universes, Sasquatch. She said that she was a free spirit, just like the glass man. Her business card said, wellness therapist. Of course, she endorsed the medical use of marijuana. Of course. One day, out of the blue, the glassman announced to Carmelita that Esmarte was going to run part of their enterprise. Not everything, he said, just the marijuana end of the business, which was currently having a setback. Carmelita had found out what she had suspected from secretive texts and phone calls, that her boyfriend, Silvio, had a long-time baby mama. After an ultimatum from Carmelita, he had left to move in with a woman and their 2-year-old child. Good riddance, but no more weed from him. It was just a matter of time until Carmelita secured a new supplier. She saw no reason to turn the trade over to some ditzy flower child who had rolled in from New York. It was the first disagreement she and the glassman had ever had. The money had been split 2 ways and was now going to be divided into 3. Carmelita knew that it would not end there. She determined that this woman, bringer of bad luck, had to go. Esmarte had taken to making a grayish-brown, yeasty substance in a bowl and leaving it in the glassman's fridge. Every evening, she would drain off some of the nasty-looking liquid into a glassed drink and add more water to the bowl. She called it kombucha, claiming that it was healthy. Carmelita had tasted it once and could not swallow more than a sip of the vile-smelling, sour-tasting fluid. It tasted of dirt and decay, like drinking a grave. A plan began to form. Carmelita knew what days each month the mall exterminators came. The next time they sprayed for roaches and put down poison to kill vermin, she followed them and quietly obtained a quantity of the rat poison. She tested it on some rats that had made a nest in the alley behind her building and found that it was indeed lethal. The rats died within minutes of eating the tainted food she set out. Choosing a time when she knew the glassman was going to be gone overnight visiting friends, she let herself into the kitchen and added the substance to Esmarte's kombucha bowl. After Esmarte drank her usual big glass of the stuff that evening, she would be dead. Carmelita only had to drag the body out to the woman's RV under cover of darkness, drive to her daddy Glenmore's secret swamp hideaway, and abandon the body there. Esmarte would become one of Miami's many missing persons, and the business would go on as before. Late that night, Carmelita returned to the glassman's house to find, as she had expected, a dead body lying stretched out on the kitchen floor. But it was not Esmarte. It was the glassman. The half-full kombucha bowl sat on the counter beside a glass with a bit of the stuff still in the bottom. The glassman had apparently come home early and had drunk Esmarte's poisoned kombucha. Her mind in a whirl, she heard someone come into the house. Carmelita looked up in panic, her hand flying to her throat. It was Esmarte. Next would come police, neighbors, jail. Carmelita should have known that it would go all wrong. It was the family curse. Esmarte stood in silence for several moments, looking up at the stricken Carmelita and down at the glassman's body on the floor. Then she spoke. "Is he dead?" she asked. Carmelita stammered that it was an accident, that something was wrong with the kombucha, that... The other woman made a calming gesture. "What's done is done," she said. Her voice was pitched low, with a hard, flat inflection, totally unlike the irritating whisper she had affected as long as Carmelita had known her. Carmelita stared at the other woman. Esmarte said, "You thought it would be me, didn't you? I've had him drinking this stuff for a few weeks now. How could you have known?" She smirked. "I told him it would help with his virility." She shrugged. "It didn't." Carmelita swallowed, her heart beating in her throat. Was her luck going to hold or give out? "Why aren't you calling the police?" she asked. "Because I go with the flow. The flow just turned away from this guy." She pointed at the man on the floor. "And is aimed in your direction. A 2-way split is better than 3 ways, isn't it, sweet cakes? By the way, what were you going to do with my body?" I was planning to take it north to a hidden swamp place I know about," Carmelita said reluctantly. It was weird to talk about getting rid of Esmarte's body with her standing right there. "I was going to Dump it out there. Mm-hmm. Since I only weigh a scrawny 145, you figured you could wrestle my carcass out of here by yourself. Esmarte was frowning absently, tapping her fingers on the table, like she was trying to decide whether they should order barbecue or Thai. Her face cleared. She had made up her mind. Okay, we'll go on with your plan. He weighs about 275, so it'll take the both of us to handle him. It's dark enough now. I'll get his keys and you can pull his car around back. The two women unzipped an old sleeping bag, rolled the glass man up in it, and carried him down the back stairs. Once he was safely locked in the trunk, they returned to clean the kitchen, thoroughly scrubbing the floor and flushing the remaining poisoned kombucha down the john. They each threw a change of clothes and a spare pair of shoes in a backpack, put the kombucha bowl and a glass into a plastic trash bag in the back seat, and took off for the swamplands, a 3-hour drive away. As she drove, Carmelita told Esmarte about Quetzal and her grandfather, Bartholomew, about her father Glenmore leaving them, and about her brother Daniel dying, about Mama Beatrice, who never got to see Disneyland. All the family stories of mala suerte and misfortune. Carmelita left out the part about how much she had disliked Esmarte Rose when they first met. That was probably self-evident, after all. She had tried to poison the woman. Esmarte told Carmelita that bad luck was bullshit. You make your own luck in this world, she said. Life is 90% chance and 10% genetics. And that 10% genetics, that's chance too. Nobody gets to choose the hand they get dealt at birth. But everyone gets to play that hand out. Look at me. My real name? Rosie Lorraine Schulman. That's where I got the Rose part. I saw the word Esmarte on an old perfume bottle in a thrift shop, and I thought, that's me. As smart as anyone else. My ancestors came from crappy, stinking villages in the rich cabbage and turnip lands of Eastern Europe. Every few years, some bastard's army would tromp through and kill everyone who couldn't run away fast enough. The borders changed hands so many times, people didn't know what the hell their religion or nationality would be the next month. You don't get much worse luck than being born into that. Only difference between your people and mine is that my slave ancestors froze while they starved. So what did they do to make their own luck? Bought themselves some forged papers with different names, so the Nazis or the Cossacks or who the hell ever couldn't find them. Got on a boat and started making bank as soon as they got to New York. Folks would want them deported. They try that today. Damn straight. What had following rules ever done for them but get them stepped on by the people who made up the rules? My people did whatever they had to do to survive, and taught their kids to do the same. They couldn't afford to believe in good or bad luck. So, here we are, you and me, kiddo. We're making our own luck, with a dead man in the trunk. Can you believe this mess? Esmarte laughed. Carmelita laughed too, the absurdity of their situation vying with the lingering shock to create a feeling of near hysteria. You may be right, Esmarte, she said. This may just turn out to be my lucky day. An hour more of driving passed. The travelers decided it was safe to get some food, gas up, and stretch their legs. Carmelita was bemused at how glibly the professed health nut Esmarte ordered meals from the fast food menu by number. When candy bars, snack cakes, and bags of chips from the gas station convenience store appeared in the car, Carmelita had to comment, "Isn't this stuff bad for you?" "What?" Esmarte responded. "You expected fresh squeezed juice and organic produce from a 7-Eleven? Then it was back on the road and more driving toward the fringes of the Everglades. They planned their future on the road. No reason for us to spend 20 to life in prison for wanting to make a living, right? So here's what we gotta do. First, we get to your daddy's swamp and leave this poor guy there. He's dead and nothing will change that. Second, we go back to Miami and go on with the business as usual. After a few weeks, we report him missing." Carmelita was getting into the spirit of the thing. She added, "Third, we get rid of all those stupid glass trinkets. Shit wasn't selling anyway, and the store was starting to look more like what it really is, a dusty front for hippies selling weed." I like how you think, Carmelita. Fourth, we rebrand the shop to carry new agey merchandise instead, keeping the weed business going strong on the side. We live simply, save our money, pay our taxes, donate to the animal shelter, volunteer at the food bank, and keep our noses clean. And fifth, Carmelita said, when we have enough scratch to retire, we pack up and buy a bed and breakfast hotel in a nice warm place like Mexico or Jamaica. Exactly. I always knew you were the brains of the operation. We'll be sitting pretty until they legalize weed in this state. Gotta plan ahead so we don't get caught with our pants down like your granddaddy when they legalize the lottery. I figure we have about 10 years max before Amazon is home delivering cannabis cookies by drone. In one of the alternate universes, that Esmeralda Rose did not really believe in, the two women reached the hidden swampland and dragged the sleeping bag wrapped body from the trunk. With the car's headlights creating a circle of visibility, the conspirators carried the body out to the edge of a pond and waded into the slimy dark water, waist deep, pushing it out as far as they dared go. They climbed onto the pond's muddy edge and watched the sleeping bag, a pair of sandaled white feet sticking out on one end, slowly sink into the murky depths. Back at the car, the women changed into the dry clothes they had brought with them, bagging up the sodden, smelly ones and discarding them in another pond nearby. They hid the bag with the poisoned kombucha materials in yet another swampy pool. They drove back to Miami, where they took long, hot showers. They never spoke of that awful night again, and managed, just as they had outlined at that fateful night, to successfully convert their front business from low-end gifts to upscale New Age products. Hemp yoga mats from Nepal, books on connecting with past lives, probiotic vegan energy bars, scented oils to combat the stresses of modern life, anti-aging herbal teas that flushed out wrinkle-producing toxins. Within a decade, cannabis legalization finally dried up their weed business, as Esmarte had predicted. The partners had amassed several $100,000 in each of many offshore accounts. They sold the New Age shop at cost to 3 earnest polyamorous tech-zillionaires and bought a B&B in the Yucatan on the Caribbean coastline. In that universe, you can find Carmelita and Esmarte Rose living the good life, drinking piña coladas with cute college boys from the Midwest, enjoying late seafood suppers on the beach with handsome retired Brazilian soccer stars, and arranging day trips to the Mayan ruins for wealthy European tourists. However, we are in this universe, the one where, about 2 hours out of Miami, with Esmarte now behind the wheel, the right front tire blew. Car swerved and limped onto the shoulder of the road. A state trooper patrol car pulled up behind them within minutes, the rotating roof light illuminating the night. The female trooper got out first and approached the driver's side. Carmelita and Esmarte sat stone-faced and sweating in the sudden closeness of the car, contemplating their all-too-brief future as free citizens. The officer asked for license and registration. Lorraine Schulman from New York and Miami pulled her ID from her wallet, while Carmelita rummaged in the glove compartment and found the glass man's car registration. The other trooper got out of the patrol vehicle and stood on the passenger side while his partner inspected the documents. The car is registered to a Jack Albinini? A friend's car? She asked. Yes, officer. Just borrowing it for the evening. Well, we don't see any reason to let this flat tire hold you ladies up. If you would pop your trunk latch, Miss Schulman, my partner and I can help you change your tire, and then you can be on your way. Lucky for you both that we were passing by, huh? She leaned down and smiled at the woman in the car. In an alternate universe. But no, not this time. The trooper lady was going to open the trunk and let all the bad luck out into the world, thought Carmelita. Then the two women in the dead glass man's car would indeed be on their way. To prison. For murder. Quetzal, Beatrice, Bartholomew, Daniel. Carmelita. The glass man. The very unfortunate Jack Albinini. Now Lorraine Schulman, a.k.a. Esmarte Rose. Yes,
Bad luck was inherited. It was also contagious.
Where I Belong. From Coast to Coast Noir. Written by Allison Galen. Read by Maxwell Hamilton. Some cars you stay away from. Full-sized vans with sliding doors. Town cars with tinted windows. Anything you can't see into thoroughly. I was told this by Larry, an old junkie I met on the FDR a few days after I ran away from home. There's a reason, he told me, why they don't want you to see inside. Larry could have been anywhere from 50 to 100 years old, and he smelled like ass, but I did trust him on the car thing. I've hit up probably 5,000 drivers, so I know what I'm talking about, he told me. I've been on the street for 10 years. 10 years? I mean, come on. 10 years ago, I was 8. Anyway, a traffic jam is a captive audience, and the FDR, aka Fuck Dis Road, is a non-stop traffic jam. So, for a couple of days there, Larry and I had a pretty good thing going. We'd split up, knock on windows, and show them our signs. Need food. Will work for money. Jesus loves you. The soft-hearted types would throw cash at Larry because he looked so pathetic, and I'd get the scared ones because I'm a big dude. 6'3", 230 pounds. At the end of the day, we'd pool our earnings, split everything 50-50, and go our separate ways. It was working until Larry decided to go his separate way and never come back, taking all the money with him, along with my duffel bag and iPhone. That was a week ago. Fucking junkie. It's a hot day. That type of New York summer heat when the air feels solid and weepy, and when you take a deep breath, it's almost like drowning. I'm moving down the center of the FDR with my old sign in my hand, but at this point I think I'm probably both scary and pathetic, so I'm not getting any takers. Everything stinks of exhaust fumes, and the car windshields shimmer at me. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die soon. I don't know how long I've been out here, but it's long enough to start thinking that it was a stupid idea to run away, that I should go back home to Staten Island and apologize to my mom and stepdad for making them nervous, because they have to be nervous, right? I've been gone for so long, and if they've tried calling, they've gotten crazy-ass junkie Larry, or whoever he sold my iPhone to, probably telling him I died or something. If I were to go home now, they'd think I was a ghost. I picture myself banging on the front door and them opening it. My mom hugging me and crying and jumbling her words together, the way moms on TV do when their missing kids come home unharmed. Thank God you're back. Where were you? We were so worried. Is it really you? It's a miracle. But then I remember it was my mom who kicked me out of the house, not the other way around. I think about all the shitty names she called me, how she told me to never come back and she hopes I'd drop dead, and I let go of my sign and fall to my knees, right in the middle of the FDR. You don't belong in this home. You don't belong here. I'm sobbing like a girl now, my stomach churning, the pavement hot on my hands and arms, then my lips, then my forehead. Horns blare. I taste blood in my mouth. This is it. This is how I'm going to go. Face down on the FDR, crushed under the wheels of some pissed-off Tesla driver, and no one is going to miss me. No one at all. Hey! It's a woman's voice. My mom's voice. But when I push up from the macadam to look at her, I can see even through tears and bright sun that she's not my mom. I can also see that she's driving a white, full-sized van with sliding doors. Get in, she says. Or, get him! I'm not sure which. The van's door slides open and some big guy spills out of it and yanks me up to my knees and shoves me in. Any other time, I would have yelled and kicked and thrown punches, but not now. I just let him do it. There are seats inside the van, and I collapse onto one, the air conditioning washing over me. I figure he's going to slug me or shoot me in the head or worse, but I'm too tired to fight back or even care. What he does, though, is this. He pulls the seatbelt over me and buckles me in, as though I were a little kid. Then he slips into the front passenger's seat. I close my eyes, fuzzy images of long-ago road trips with my parents, my real parents. My dad singing along with corny country songs on the radio. My mom laughing. The leather seat hugs me. "Are you all right?" The woman says it like she knows it's a stupid question. "Yes, ma'am." "Are you sure? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, ma'am." The man says, "We're driving home, but we live far from here, the Hudson Valley." I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer. "Oh?" He turns around in his seat and looks at me. He has a shaved head that seems as though it was carved out of granite. His fist sits on the chair, the size of a catcher's mitt. He's old, 40 at least, but there's no question he could beat the crap out of me. "Would you like to stay with us?" he says. "We live upstate, just outside of Woodstock." There are times in your life when you're forced to weigh options. Either one feels doable, and the best choice keeps shifting back and forth to the point where you feel like you can't trust your own instincts, and you wind up paralyzed. But when your skin is raw and peeling, and your stomach is sucking in on itself, and your throat feels as though someone rubbed it with sandpaper, options aren't a thing, especially when you're in a moving vehicle strapped to a chair. "Sure," I tell the man. There's a small cooler between the two front seats. He flips open the top, hands me a cold bottle of water. He smiles, and it's like a fissure in the earth. "Bet you're thirsty," he says. I drink 3 bottles of water, then pass out for most of the ride. When I wake up, it's dark, and my ears are clicking. We're driving up a mountain, a twisting road shrouded with trees. The front windows of the van are rolled down, and the air is warm and alive with crickets. It's like nothing I've ever seen or felt, but it brings back memories. Summer camp, toasting marshmallows, having a home to miss. It isn't until I'm fully awake that I notice that the man and woman are whispering furiously to each other. "I don't know," the woman says. "I just don't know." I clear my throat. The man says, "You awake, son?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, welcome to our home." The woman huffs out a sigh. We're pulling up a driveway now, so steep it's almost perpendicular to the road below. She parks the van, gets out, slams the door without saying anything. I watch her through the windshield. She is tall and slim and wears a tight skirt, and as she heads for the door, she doesn't turn around. Not even once. All these hours, and I still don't fully know what her face looks like. As I unlock my seatbelt, the man gets out of the van and opens my door from the outside. "Is she mad?" I ask him. He shakes his head. "No, Kurt." I blink at him. "You know my name?" "Yep." "How?" "The video." "Video?" He just looks at me. "Oh, there's a video?" "Viral." Oh, God. We're not big internet people, though. We saw it on the local news. Look, I can explain. No explanations necessary, man." He smiles again, teeth gleaming. "I get it. I get angry too." The house is built into the side of the mountain, all glass and sleek lines like a rich person's house from some 90s movie. By the time the man and I are inside, she's already in the bedroom, the door slammed behind her. He leans in close, speaks a whisper. "My wife didn't recognize you till you were sleeping. She wanted to throw you out of the car, but I wouldn't let her." It's like I've been dropped into deep water, and I have to start treading. I didn't mean to hurt him, I swear." He puts a finger to his lips. Like I said, I get it. No, sir, no. With all due respect, I don't think... He hands me his phone. The video's rolling. 2 guys yelling at each other on a square patch of lawn. The taller one slugging the other in the head, then knocking him to the grass and kicking him. A much older man, his hands covering his face. Monster, I want to say. Because even though I know it happened, it's hard for me to believe that the tall guy was me just 2 or 3 weeks ago. The older guy was my stepfather. What made you so angry, son? I don't know. I think you do. The man takes the phone back, claps me on the shoulder. I almost fall to the ground. Videos like that, they only tell one side of the story. I try and think back on it, but I come up with nothing. Everything's such a blur since she kicked me out. The nights under the overpass by the side of the FDR, Larry shooting up beside me, the hot sun and the cheap beers and bags of fast food scraps slipped through the windows of cars. Like a dream you never wake up from. The kind caterpillars must have when they're in the chrysalis, their body parts rearranging. Here in his sleek living room, the big, bald man looks older, kinder. He feels like a second chance, and so I can't lie to him. I'm sorry, I say. I really don't remember. He nods. Okay. Well, help yourself to whatever you can find in the kitchen, he says. The guest room's over there to your left. It's got a bathroom with clean towels in it. Take a shower. Catch a few hours of sleep. Thank you. I gotta get you out of here in the morning, though, okay? I promised my wife. Yes, sir. I look around the living room. There's a big, comfy couch and a glass-topped coffee table with photographs all over it. The bald guy and the woman wearing leis on white sand. Another of her blowing out candles, the man beaming next to her. Still another of the 2 of them toasting each other with champagne. She has blonde highlights, high cheekbones, the type of smooth, shiny skin that only rich women have. She's probably my mom's age. And I have to say, she doesn't look much younger than her, just better taken care of. I'm sorry if I made her upset, I tell the man. He shrugs it off. Women. Yeah. Listen, though, can I offer you one bit of advice? I look at him. You're practically unrecognizable with that beard. He says it with a smile. I wouldn't shave it off if I were you. The guest room is all white. Walls, bedding, dresser, draperies, all of it spotless, the way my house never was. There's a white terry cloth robe hanging on a hook in the guest bathroom. After I shower, I put it on and get under the white comforter. It feels like I'm in the middle of a cloud or in heaven. As I drift off, my mind clears for a few seconds, and I remember 3 weeks ago, the fight on the front lawn, my stepfather's bloody face, the neighbors screaming, my mother calling the police and shielding him, coughing blood, his teeth on the lawn, my mother's voice, "That's right, run, you little piece of shit! Get out of here and never come back! If I see you again, I'll have you arrested! You don't belong in this home! You belong in jail!" I remember running until my lungs ached, till the muscles in my legs felt like broken rubber bands. My fists clenched so tight, it was as though they'd never come undone. I want to believe I had a reason. I want to believe I was justified in what I did to him, a man 40 years older than me and 50 pounds lighter. I want to say I snapped after months of cruelty and verbal and physical abuse, but it wouldn't be true. The truth is, I have a bad temper. I beat the crap out of my stepfather because he cut off my allowance. "You're 18. You have to get a job," he had said. "Money doesn't come easy. You need to learn that." The truth is, I'm an asshole. That's the last thought I have before falling asleep. "Okay, Kurt, up and at 'em," says the bald man, whose name I still haven't learned. He's standing over the bed, light pouring in through the white draperies and haloing all around him. Gotta get you out of here before the wife gets up. I rub sleep out of my eyes. My clothes are neatly folded at the foot of the bed, a stack of $20 bills resting on top of them. Washed your clothes, the man says. I sit up in bed. My throat tightens. I have to swallow hard to keep from crying. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve any of this. I wish I could pay you back. He smiles in such a way, it's hard to tell what he's thinking. Get yourself changed, buddy. He leaves the room. I dress quickly, count the money out. It's $100, less than I'd hoped. I pocket it, hoping Woodstock isn't as expensive as NYC. We drive down the mountain in silence. The clock in his car reads 6 a.m., and the sky is still pink from the sunrise. He makes a few turns until we're on a narrow street with a few restaurants, some art galleries, and hippie-type gift stores. The windows packed with tie-dye and bongs. Everything is clean and colorful, and, except for a Cumberland Farms, everything's closed. We're here, he says, pulling into the Cumbies. I gaze up and down the street. I see a health food store, a bank. Where's the rest of the town? He smiles. This is it, pal, he says. Greater Metropolitan Woodstock, home of peace and love. He says goodbye, and I get out of the van, take in the clean morning air, the chirping birds. My new home, I think. It doesn't make me very happy. At Cumberland Farms, I buy a breakfast sandwich, a couple bags of Funyuns, a big bottle of water, 4 ready-made sandwiches, and some gum. I try to buy a 6-pack, but the frizzy-haired woman behind the counter cards me, and I remember I have no ID, fake or otherwise, thanks to Larry. I figure I look older with the beard, though, so I give it a shot. I left my driver's license at home, I tell her. I'm 24, I swear. Uh-huh. Come on, it's just beer. You gotta be 21, she says. See the sign? She gestures with her head at a sign behind her. You must be 21 to buy alcohol. I feel anger bubbling up inside me. That sucks. I don't write the laws. I know, but no ID, no beer. That's how we roll. I hate Woodstock. I hate it more than the underpass next to the FDR. Hate it more than my mother or my stepfather or Larry, who at least bought me beers. Fine, I say between clenched teeth. I want to break everything in the place. Instead, I buy a Jewel starter pack and some extra pods. My bill is close to $80. Fucking great, I whisper. She glares at me as I dole out the cash. You look familiar, she says. I aim my eyes at the floor. We've never met. No, but I've seen you somewhere, recently. I've never been in this town before, I say. Can I just buy my stuff, please? Wait a minute. Aren't you... No. You're Kurt Campbell, from Staten Island. I don't know who that is. Don't bullshit me, Kurt Campbell. I have a photographic memory. I swear I'm not. You're even wearing the same clothes. Jesus, the same clothes as in the video. Oh my God, it's you. Can I have my change, please? You're sick, you know that? What you did to that man, your own stepfather? There's something wrong with you. I'm not him, I say. I'm not Kurt. What are you even doing here? You should be in jail. There's a warrant out on you. I'm calling the police. No, please. She picks up her phone, and I get out of there fast, running down the silent street, sweat pouring down my back. Last night, I emptied that couple's refrigerator before I took a shower and went to bed, and I'm regretting it now. The leftover spaghetti and the pint of Ben & Jerry's and the entire box of Hot Pockets. It's slowing me down now, all that food. I've got a stitch in my side. I see a police car ambling up the road about 3 blocks away. and I pivot up a side street, past a real estate office and a clothing place and an art gallery with a flower on the sign, and I keep it up, this wheezing, painful run up a sloping hill and through some open gates and onto a field. I run until I can't run anymore, and I'm bent over, grasping my knees, struggling for air. Finally, once I've caught my breath, I look around. I'm in a cemetery. Perfect. I sit down on the damp grass, thinking about that bitch in Cumbies, how I'd run out of there without taking my food or my money or even the damn jewel. I want to cry again, but I won't. I'm never going to cry again. I lean up against a headstone and stare up at the sky. Back when my real dad was alive and my mom still loved me, she used to take me to church every Sunday. I'd fuss about the starched collars she made me wear, the stupid clip-on tie, and the uncomfortable shoes. But deep down, I liked it. The smell of the candles and the priest's soothing voice and my mom's hand on my shoulder, it all made me feel, this is going to sound weird, but it made me feel safe. Listened to. Understood. I used to pray there, too. I didn't just pretend. God always answers your prayers, Mom used to say. It just may not be the answer you expect. A cemetery may not be a church, but it's as good a place to pray as any. So I close my eyes and I pray for something, anything, anybody to get me out of this town. Please, I whisper again and again. Take me to where I belong. It has to be an hour later, maybe even 2, when the bald guy shows up at the cemetery gates. He's behind the wheel of the white van, and when he calls out to me, I get up and jog over to him, thinking about prayers and unexpected answers. What? You heard me. You want me to kill me? The bald guy and I are sitting in his van. It started to rain, one of those crazy summer downpours, big drops splashing on the windshield, gusts of wind bending the trees, the perfect backdrop for this conversation, which had started with, "Remember back at the house when you said you wish you could pay me back?" and ended with what he just said. Kill me. Is everybody in this town frickin' nuts? Why would you want me to kill you? He draws a deep breath, then lets it out slowly. I'm dying, Kurt. What? Pancreatic cancer. I haven't told the wife because she'll want me to get treatment, but the doc says I'm far gone. It'll be a waste of time. And you know what? I don't like pain. How long have you known about it? Weeks. I knew it when I picked you up. It's part of the reason why I did. What? Look, if I kill myself, the wife won't get my insurance. You break into the house, shoot me, she gets the money, I get off this earth. It's win-win. Not exactly. What do you mean? Well, what do I get? How does 10 grand sound? I stare at him. You're serious? As a funeral. Pardon the pun. I don't know. What if I get arrested? You won't. I've got it all worked out, starting with the 10 grand. I turn to him. Really? I pick you up in the van, drop you in the woods behind my house. You wait there till it starts getting dark, and you hear the wife's car driving away. She's got her book club tonight. Okay? Okay. So, you go through the screened-in porch at the back of the house. The door will be open, unlocked. There's a big basket out there with a cover on it. It's where we keep firewood, but if you look inside, you'll find a leather wallet with $10,000 in it. Count it if you want, but I promise it'll all be there, along with a loaded gun. Then what do? You go into the living room. You wait behind the couch till you hear my car pull up. I'll come in through the front door. You shoot me, I die. It's that easy. But I guarantee you'll get out of there before anybody calls the cops. I'll leave the key in the van and you can just take it. Drive up to Canada or wherever you want to go. The rain starts to let up, the wind dying down, the sun peeking through the clouds. I turn to him. One question. Yeah? How do you know I won't just take the money and run? He shrugs. There's only one way out of here, and that's down the mountain. You try that, I'll have you arrested before you get to the bottom. Oh, okay. But I'll tell you what else. I know you won't do that. I know it because I know you, Kurt. I know you have integrity. I've never killed anybody before. I don't know if I can. I know you can do it. The man says it like a coach or a dad. It's why I picked you up, Kurt. It's why I took you here. The storm is over now, everything bright and clean, and I know there's a rainbow somewhere, too. That Bible sign of hope. I know you can do it, he says again. And I want to do it for him, more than anything. I want to help him with his problem of being alive. When I come through that door, he says, just imagine I'm someone you hate. I turn to look at him, and we both smile. Imagine I'm your stepdad, coming back for more. An hour later, he picks me up in the van and leaves me in the woods behind the house with a bag of food. Turkey sandwich, ice-cold Snapple, a bag of those gourmet chips. I eat what I can, which isn't very much. Then I stay there waiting. It feels like hours. Finally, I hear her heels clicking on the driveway, her car leaving. Ready, set. The door to the back porch swings open. I lift the lid off the basket, and there's the wallet and the gun, just like he said. The wallet is packed with bills I don't bother counting before I slip it into my pants pocket. The gun is heavy, but it fits my hands well. My fingers wrapped around the grip, I feel like a movie hitman, James Bond even. Back in the van, he told me the safety would be released, so I make sure to handle it very carefully, just like he said, as I slip into the living room. It's pitch black in here, and with my free hand, I feel around for the couch and slip behind it, the gun cradled in my hands like some fragile living thing. More time passes. With the dark and the quiet, I almost fall asleep. I tell myself it's not going to happen, that this is all some sick joke and the gun isn't even real. And then, finally, I hear the van pulling into the driveway, the door slamming. Go time, I think, like a movie hitman. I don't want to kill him, but the way I see it, he's giving me a gift. When you pull the trigger, he had said, think of freedom. The key slips into the lock of the front door, catching slightly. Freedom. The door swings open, and I can see the outline of him, backlit by his dying headlights. I raise the gun without thinking about it. I pull the trigger, and it explodes in my ears. I've never heard anything so loud. When I was a kid, I went deer hunting with my real dad a few times. We used shotguns, but they were nothing like this. My ears ring. My shoulders ache from the recoil. You did it, I tell myself. You did it, killer. It isn't until he falls to the floor, moaning, that I realize that when he opened the door, he was carrying a suitcase, and he had hair. I find the light switch, flip it on. The first thing I see are the pictures on the coffee table. A couple side by side at a fancy dinner, atop a mountain in matching backpacks. The two of them at their wedding, much younger, feeding each other cake. The same woman, a different man. That man, the man from these new pictures, is on the floor now, whispering cuss words through his own blood. I move over to him and kneel beside him. His shirt is covered in blood. He's on his way out. I don't know what to say or do. "You're her real husband," I whisper. "Not the bald man." His eyes go big and glassy. "You're the asshole from that video," he says. Or maybe I just imagine him saying it as the life eases out of him and the sirens come. It's a month later, when I'm watching TV with a few of the guys at the county jail, that I finally learn the bald man's name. Wallace Perry. He doesn't look like a Wallace, I tell Jimbo, the big dude sitting next to me. Jimbo says, "I'm not sure what a Wallace is supposed to look like." Yeah, me neither, I guess. Wallace Perry is on the screen next to his sister-in-law, Denise. They're being interviewed by a morning anchor all the guys here think is hot. All cleavage and bottle blonde hair and big, sympathetic eyes. She's just given us the refresher on the poor Perrys. Denise, returning home from book club to find her beloved husband, famed financier Henry Perry, dead at the hands of fugitive Kurt Campbell, already wanted for assault after a brutal videotaped attack on his own stepfather. "He was just coming back from L.A., Denise says through tears. Denise, the sole heir to Henry's $25 million fortune. "He'd been gone for weeks. I couldn't wait to see him." The hot anchor turns her attention to Wallace. "You've been a tremendous source of comfort to Denise," she says, and he nods slowly. "We both loved Henry. We both lost him. It's a blessing we're able to be here for each other." The anchor turns to the camera. "There's one silver lining here," she says. "What's that, baby?" shouts my cellmate, little Stan. And she looks straight out at us with those sweet blue eyes, as though she's answering little Stan and little Stan alone. "The silver lining is that Kurt Campbell is behind bars. He won't be able to hurt anybody else, ever again." The guys all erupt in whoops and cheers. Jimbo claps me on the back. "You hear that, Mad Dog?" he says, my prison nickname. "Nadia said your name! You're a superstar!" I don't mind it here. That's the truth of it. I get 3 square meals. I can work out in the gym. Nobody hassles me. In fact, I have more friends here than I ever had on the outside. My trial's in a few weeks, but my lawyer wants me to go for a plea deal, and I think I might do it. I don't feel like standing in front of people, answering questions. And anyway, I did kill the guy. I'm not mad at Wallace Perry. I'm not mad at Larry or my stepdad or my mom or anybody. Not anymore. It's as though, when I pulled the trigger, all the meanness slipped out of me, and I could see the world for what it is. A bunch of fucked up people. All of us trying to get through the day. "You're a hero, Mad Dog." Remember that thing my mom said about prayers being answered? I believe it. I really do.
With footnotes and references from The Darkling Halls of Ivy. Written by Gar Anthony Haywood. Read by Michael Crouch. Parnell's father was a hard man. One would have thought a net worth of $240 million would make him a little less so. But a man didn't make $250 million by playing nice with people. Andrew Bennett knew how to make a dollar, in and out of corporate real estate. And he was filled to the brim with lessons to convey. Over the course of his 22 years, Parnell had heard them all. But the 2 that had stuck more than any of the others were, stand by your word, and never be the biggest loser in any deal. The first bit of advice was tired and old, of course, just like Andrew had become himself. But it had its merits, Making good on your promises always seemed to reassure people that you could be trusted with their hearts and their money. Women, business partners, investors, they all lapped it up with equal zeal. But Andrew's second admonition was more confusing than trite. Because how could you make money without occasionally losing more than the other guy? Wasn't that the simple math behind every deal gone south? Only after he was well into his teens did Parnell begin to understand what his father meant, and why it was important. Fall if you must, but always leave the hardest landing for someone else. And Parnell always did. In this way, he earned his father's affections honestly. He worked hard and made smart decisions. If he partied like a fiend and ran through his monthly allowance, a generous $8,000, as if frugality were a mortal sin, his personal life at least had produced no public embarrassment for the family. In short, he was a fine son and only child, and neither his father nor his mother had any reason to believe he would ever prove a major disappointment. He wasn't perfect, however. When he wasn't busting his ass to achieve a desired outcome, he was cutting a fine-edged, well-calculated corner to accelerate it. Parnell disliked the word cheat. It made his little indiscretions sound more desperate than inspired. But he knew that was the technical term for what he did. And that was okay. Because whatever word you used for it, Parnell never circumvented the rules of order just for the sake of it. He cheated with purpose, to seize on a unique opportunity or to save his precious resources of time and energy. And even his father could find very little fault in that. Except as it applied to Parnell's college education. Andrew Bennett would not have been happy to learn that his son was gaming the system in any fashion to make his way through the University of Southern California. Business was war, where rules were made to be bent and broken. But education was sacred. A degree from the old man's beloved USC was an honor to be earned through blood, sweat, and tears, not guile nor influence. Money could get you in. There was nothing wrong with that. But if it bought you a single step up after your first day of classes, the paper behind the framed glass on the wall wasn't worth 5 cents. It didn't matter what the discipline or who it impressed. Because it had been purchased under these very conditions, the diploma on Andrew's own office wall, USC Marshall School of Business, class of 1990, was one of his most prized possessions. And he demanded nothing less for his son. Parnell admired his father's viewpoint, but found it too hypocritical to be taken seriously. College was no different from big business. It was all the same game of win or go home, and pretending one was more honorable than the other was a joke. Parnell had done all the work and made all the sacrifices necessary to gain acceptance into Andrew's alma mater. No small or uncostly feat in and of itself. But hell if he was going to spend the next 4 years of his life following his father's fanciful, starry-eyed playbook. He was his own man, and he had his own way of doing things. He lived life on the edge and kept friends of all stripes, some of whom he found nearly as frightening as he did entertaining. And yes, he paid someone to write a paper on occasion. Someone who knew the subject backward and forward and could be counted on to meet a deadline, and produce something for $2,500 that hadn't been cut and pasted from online sources. Somebody nearly as smart as Parnell was himself, but who had far more to lose if their arrangement ever came to light. Someone like Megan Dean. Megan knew the type. She'd seen guys like Bennett all her life. Smart, funny, more money than God and twice the confidence, nearly all of it misplaced. Parnell was prettier than most, but his M.O. was the same. Work hard right up to the point of discomfort, then pay somebody smarter to take you the rest of the way home. That she was smarter than Bennett, Megan had no doubt. Just their typical barroom banter over beer and appetizers was proof enough of that. But being smarter than most of the male students at USC and damn near all the women wasn't a prize that came with any cash award. And unlike Bennett, Megan had to find every dime of her tuition on her own. There was no daddy or mommy back home in Spartanburg to cushion her fall when what she owed and what she earned, working a half-dozen freelance gigs at once, failed to balance out at the end of the month. So she was left to do what she had to do. Superior intellect be damned. Play the commoner and attend to the needs of Bennett and his blue-blooded ilk. For a price. And that price was about to go up. Parnell didn't know it yet, but Megan had decided her latest term paper for him was worth more than the $2,500 she had been charging him up to now. Vinegar and oil, ethics, and mobile application design may not have been her finest work for Bennett, but it had been the most exhausting, and Megan was all through killing herself for his benefit without being adequately compensated. This paper was going to cost him $4,000, and every paper hereafter. He wouldn't like it, but what was he going to do? Write a 60-page paper of his own overnight? Not likely. Though he probably could, were he properly motivated. That was the great irony of it all. Parnell didn't need Megan's services, not like the other losers she dealt with. He was only paying her to do work he could just as easily do himself out of sheer laziness. Megan didn't understand it. She had never understood it. Nothing else about the boy suggested such sloth. He appeared from every other angle to be industrious and self-sufficient, if wildly unscrupulous. And yet here he was, outsourcing classwork to a poor girl like Megan, dropping more on a single paper than she could keep in her checking account for more than 6 hours. She knew she was taking a big chance, changing the terms of their agreement without warning. Bennett would be furious and would threaten to write his own paper, at the very least. But that was as far as his anger would take him, because he didn't have the stomach for much more than talk. Megan was sure of it. Bennett had an edge to him, yes, but at his core he was soft, incapable of ever taking things to a physical level. This wasn't true of all Megan's clients. There were some she'd never dare cross in the way she planned to cross Parnell tonight. These guys would cave Megan's head in first and consider the consequences later. She'd seen plenty of their kind, too, over the years, and always handled them accordingly. Bennett knew a few such crazies himself. His boy Ronnie Fetters was a prime example. Parnell's cast of party animal friends was an eclectic bunch, to be sure. But Fetters was an outlier, a black mamba in a pit of garden snakes. He didn't belong in Bennett's circle, but he was there just the same. Megan could only imagine Parnell kept him around for laughs. She wondered how much laughing Bennett would be doing after their meeting tonight. The way it usually worked, Megan would email Parnell the first 20 pages of a paper under a generic title, just to prove she was on track, then exchange the remainder for $2,500 in cash over morning coffee at an off-campus Starbucks. But this time, Megan wanted to close the deal in the early evening at the Levy Library. And Parnell immediately thought he knew why. A man couldn't raise his voice in anger in a library without making a scene. Parnell wasn't surprised. Megan was smart and streetwise, and people like her never stayed in one place for too long. Raising the stakes was no doubt part of every bet she ever made. Had she never tried to game Parnell at least once, even just a little bit, he would have been both shocked and disappointed. Alone at a table in Levy, they made quick work of the small talk and got right down to business. "I didn't bring the paper," Megan said. She showed Parnell the courtesy of not smiling. "Yeah, I noticed that. I've been doing some thinking, and I've decided we need to renegotiate. That's funny, because I was thinking the same thing. You were? Yes, at least in this particular case. The item's not bad, but it's not up to your usual standards, and it's well below mine. Megan's eyes flashed, and now she did smile, but not with any amusement. Excuse me? I'll give you 2 bills for it. She waited for him to go on, but Parnell was done talking. 2 bills? Frankly, I'm being generous. I won't presume to suggest you weren't trying this time around, but your reliance on redundancy and run-on sentences was somewhat appalling. Very unlike you. You're fucking insane. If anything, you were thinking of asking for more than the usual 25. Of course you were. But my offer's 2 bills just the same. Take it or leave it. He did everything short of crossing his arms and lighting a cigarette to show her how serious he was. She sat there and watched him wait, doing a burn so slow he almost couldn't see it. But she was on fire, all right. If he couldn't see the heat coming off her, he sure as hell could feel it. Fuck you. Write the paper yourself. Good luck with that. I won't need luck. Just a few cans of Red Bull to make it through the next 48. But thanks. He started to stand. You're bluffing, Megan said. Parnell laughed and settled back down in his chair. Now why in the hell would I need to do that? I've already got 30 pages in the bank. You don't think I can knock out another 25 in 2 days and save myself a couple grand in the process? You could, but you won't. He almost found himself feeling sorry for her. Megan, you're the one bluffing, not me. If I walk out of here without your promise to deliver the rest of the goods by 8 tomorrow morning, you're not just kissing off 2 grand. You're kissing off every dollar you might have made from this arrangement in the future. End of the Bennett gravy train. Is that what you want? It wasn't, because it couldn't be. Parnell had looked deep into the lady's background before getting into business with her, and he knew how badly she needed the income he'd been providing. She wasn't going to throw it all away over $500. She pushed away from the table and got to her feet. Humiliation was a bitch, but starvation was worse. Pay me. Now. Parnell's eyes surveyed the room. There were cameras everywhere. Outside, he said. A gun, Megan thought. If I'd only had a gun. She would have killed Parnell for sure. That's how furious she'd been. And she was still furious hours later, curled up in a ball in bed like a war orphan, though now her ire was as much about her own stupidity as Bennett's double cross. He'd thrown her off completely, changing the terms of their contract before she could do it first, and she'd never recovered her balance. How had he understood how weak her play was better than she understood it herself? She had entered the library thinking only in the short term, of a single 60-page document and how desperate Parnell's need for it had to be. But his eyes were on the bigger picture, the one in which he, not she, held all the cards. All Bennett had to lose by ending their working relationship was a couple nights' sleep. But Megan, however fair or unfair the fee, she had come to rely on the $2,500 Bennett was paying her to write a paper every 6 weeks or so. And she would have been hard-pressed to find that money elsewhere. Somehow Bennett knew this. He'd probably always known it. And with that, he had all the upper hand over her he could ever acquire. Servants were a dime a dozen, but masters were few. For now, Parnell held the power between them, and she either accepted his terms of service or dropped out of school to spare herself the indignity of being expelled. She drew her laptop to her on the bed and emailed Bennett the rest of his goddamn assignment, vowing to someday make him wish he'd never heard the name Megan Dean. I say kill the bitch, Ronnie said. Don't be ridiculous. Ridiculous? What's ridiculous about it? The big man was picking his front teeth with a chicken bone. She can't be trusted. There's only one way to deal with people you can't trust. Actually, there are all kinds of ways to deal with people you can't trust, Parnell said. And killing them is way down the list. That is, unless prison food appeals to you. I ain't ever going to prison. People who go to prison ain't worth a shit afterward. I'd make 'em kill me first. Death or prison, same difference. Either way, you're fucked if you get caught. So let's just leave murder off the table for now, shall we? Parnell watched his friend light another joint, their third of the evening. Ronnie's tiny apartment already reeked, so one more cloud of smoke would hardly matter. Parnell pinched the blunt between two fingers when it was passed and took a long drag, silently admitting something he could never tell Ronnie. He'd like to kill Megan Dean, too. But that would be a gross overreaction that could backfire spectacularly. Ronnie was a thug in a Trojan lacrosse uniform who thought getting away with murder was just a matter of wearing rubber gloves and hiding the body in a ditch somewhere. But Parnell knew there was much more to it than that. You had to have the will to commit the act first, something Parnell sorely lacked. And then you had to have a plan that was airtight, one the police couldn't penetrate no matter how many ways they tried. Given time, Parnell could come up with the plan. But time was a commodity he spent only on things that were essential. For now, there was no reason to think Megan wasn't a problem he had under control. And until she did something to prove otherwise, she was best left alone. Monitored closely and with suspicion, but left alone. If she had the smarts he thought she did, he would never come to regret leaving the lady alive. Megan tried, but she could never get over it. The way Bennett had played her just stung too much. For a while she had worried that she may have put herself in danger, making an enemy of someone who had powerful friends and more than enough resources to do her harm. But months passed, then a year, and her fear of Bennett faded to black while her resentment and outrage grew, festering like an open wound that refused to heal. Had that night at the Levy Library been the last time she laid eyes on him, she might have been able to put the injury he'd inflicted upon her in the past. But she'd gone on working for him afterward, writing a paper here and there, taking his money without complaint, never letting on that the sight of his face turned her stomach. Because every day was still a struggle just to stay in school, and beggars couldn't be choosers about who was buying their books or paying their overdue electric bill. Still, her anger lingered. It ate at her like a dog gnawing on a bone. And now, finally, it was time for payback. Graduation was looming. Bennett had never been more vulnerable. The few hundred he'd saved himself playing hardball with her over a single term paper was chicken feed compared to the invoice she was about to lay on him. Megan was the one thinking long-term now. Ronnie didn't see Parnell's girl coming until she was practically at his table. She climbed up on the stool across from him and sat herself down, pretty as you please, smiling like she'd called ahead to ask permission. "Hello," he said. They'd only seen each other once before that he could recall, here at Traddy's last year, having a drink with some girlfriends. She'd drifted over to his and Parnell's table, and Parnell had introduced them, explaining later who she was. "You're Ronnie, right? Remember me? Megan?" "I remember. What's up? If you're looking for Parnell, actually, I'm here to see you. You and I need to talk." "We do?" "Yes. But first I'm going to order something from the bar. I'm starved." "You're making a huge mistake," Parnell said. Megan had called another meeting. This one at the coffee shop just outside the campus grounds where they used to conduct all their business. She didn't owe him another paper. Only 6 weeks from graduation, his need for her services was a thing of the past. And she wouldn't tell him what she wanted over the phone, so he was left to guess what was on her mind. He showed up expecting the worst, and she didn't disappoint. Am I? I don't think so, Megan said. I think $50,000 to guarantee you aren't called into the dean's office 2 months before you earn your diploma is just about right. In fact, I think it's generous. She smiled to show she had used that word deliberately. Generous. That was what he had said he was being with her that night at Levy, paying her $2,000 for a paper she thought was worth much more. The dean's office? Why would I get called into the dean's office? He flashed her a smile of his own. Don't, Parnell. 14 papers in 3 years. I've got the emails, I've got zilch. You've got zilch. Did you even think this through, Meg? You sent me Word docs with no titles and emails with no subject lines. Maybe I opened them, maybe I didn't. Maybe the emails went straight to my spam folder where I never even saw them. I always paid you in cash. Do I need to go on? I have full copies of papers you submitted to multiple instructors under your own name, Parnell. Whatever else I couldn't prove, you'd never be able to explain your way out of that. I wouldn't have to. Oh, because you're Parnell Bennett, right? And Daddy gives big bucks to the university. Is that it? Parnell shook his head, letting the grin on his face stay where it was. She didn't get it and probably never would. I'm not going to pay you, Megan. She shrugged. Then you've just thrown away 4 years of your life for nothing. He watched her stand up and back away from the table. What are you going to do? I'm going to go back to my apartment and hit send. And if you were thinking about stopping me, you'd better get ready to do it yourself because your boy's not going to do it for you. My boy? Ronnie's not your boy? I thought you two were buds. He thinks so too. Though after today, maybe not so much. You've been talking to Ronnie? Call it a preemptive strike. Insurance against fatal injury. Parnell had to laugh. Insurance against, the lady said. Go on. I've just given you 2 choices. Pay me or shut me up. You don't want to pay me, and you don't have the balls to do what it would take to shut me up, so what's left? I did the math, Parnell. I got to Ronnie first. And? He's not as stupid as you think. Or as loyal. He's not going to risk everything he's worked for these last 4 years just to silence me for your sake. She gave Parnell a moment to think that over. Pay me, Parnell. It's the only move you've got. She waited for him to say something. Okay, I'll sleep on it. But do yourself a solid in the meantime, he said. And go check the rosters for the classes you wrote those papers for. I think you'll find them rather interesting. Of course, she didn't follow. All she said was, I'll give you till tomorrow noon. And then she was gone. The rosters for the classes you wrote those papers for. What the fuck was Bennett talking about? She had him by the short hairs. Of course he'd say anything to try and confuse her. But Megan couldn't convince herself he'd been talking just to talk. That wasn't Parnell's style. There was something in those class rosters she needed to see. She spent most of the night in denial, eating and drinking like a fool, determined to celebrate the $50,000 of Bennett's money she planned to use to help pay off her student loans. But the minute she parked her car on the street outside her apartment building, she brought the class rosters up on her phone, unable to wait until she could crack open her laptop upstairs. To write the papers, she'd had to know the courses and the instructors. So finding the classes on the school site and the roster of students assigned to each posed no problem for her. It just took a little digging. But her stomach was already turning by the time the first list appeared on her phone, because it had finally dawned on her what significance the rosters could possibly hold for her. Parnell's name wasn't on this list, and it wasn't on any of the others either. He hadn't been enrolled in any of the classes he'd paid her to write papers for. In 4 of the 7, however, somebody else had been. Someone they both knew. And his name leapt off Megan's smartphone screen like an icy bolt of lightning. "Oh, Jesus," Megan said. She was about to get out of the car when Ronnie Fetters jumped in on the passenger side. There was a knife in his right hand, maybe the biggest knife Megan had ever seen in her life. "If you scream, I'm going to kill you right here," he said. Megan looked around in a panic. Didn't see a living soul anywhere to save her. She took her chances and screamed anyway. Parnell hadn't needed the money, but selling Megan's writing services to Ronnie and 2 other Trojans of his acquaintance had been a quick and easy way to pick up a little spending cash his parents never had to know about. $1,000 off the top on each paper. Megan hadn't realized how underpaid she really was. But the girl was short-sighted in so many ways. She thought Parnell was just a rich, lazy frat boy, and that Ronnie was nothing but a dumb jock without ambition. She'd been wrong on both counts. There wasn't anything lazy about playing the middleman in a mutually profitable enterprise of your own invention. And not every muscle-bound college athlete lacked postgraduate intentions outside of sports. Ronnie was crude, to be sure, but his parents were nearly as well off as Parnell's and about twice as demanding of their son. Ronnie's father had plans for him to join the family business upon his graduation, and he wasn't going to be disappointed. He had 2 other sons besides Ronnie, each with degrees of their own, and Ronnie's only ticket in was a diploma from SC. Getting expelled from school was no more of an option for him than it had been for Megan. Now the poor devil had much bigger problems than expulsion to worry about. He'd wanted to kill Megan the moment he'd heard she was trying to game Parnell for more money. There's only one way to deal with people you can't trust. And now that she'd proven him right, he was going to put her in check in the most permanent way possible. Parnell had been surprised when he didn't kill Megan last night, after she'd made the fatal mistake of trying to win him over to her side of a blackmail scheme of which Ronnie, not Parnell, was the actual target. Ronnie had called Parnell right after, more just to say, "I told you so," than to seek any advice. He'd already made up his mind what he was going to do, and when. "I don't want to know any details," Parnell told them. Because the details would not be necessary. It was past midnight. By now, Megan Dean was likely dead, and Ronnie was still in the process of cleaning up his mess. All Parnell had to tell the 911 operator was that he feared a murder was about to be committed, and he thought he knew who was going to commit it. Maybe all of Ronnie's talk about preferring death by cop to prison was a lot of hot air, and maybe it wasn't. But Parnell figured it would be worth his while to find out. Either way, Parnell Bennett would not be the biggest loser in this deal gone all to hell. Daddy would be so proud.
The Good Thief, from Alabama Noir. Written by Ravi Howard. Read by Michelle Williams. For his final meal, all Thomas Elijah Raymond asked for was the cake, the one he remembered from Rachel's luncheonette in Phoenix City. Prison rules would not allow food brought in from the outside. Safety concerns. So if Rachel Walker said yes, she would have to come to Holman on the day of the execution and make it there. How to feel about such a thing? Reluctant, but somehow compelled. When the day arrived, the warden's assistant greeted Rachel and escorted her to the kitchen. She could now match a face to the familiar voice she'd heard so many times over the phone in the few weeks before. Mrs. Walker, the warden will be here in just a minute. Can I get you anything in the meantime? Francine asked. No, thank you. I believe I'm fine. Rachel wanted to sound more certain and to dismiss any worry on her behalf. She wanted to manage that on her own. As Francine disappeared out the swinging metal doors, Rachel watched her through round windows. The secretary walked past the corrections officer stationed outside and made her way down the corridor. The sound of her heels on the concrete was muted by the thick steel doors that had by then stopped swinging. Rachel was alone now in the newly constructed wing of Holman Prison. It was the biggest kitchen she had ever seen. The smell of her restaurant kitchen had always given her comfort. It was not the smell of any particular dish, but instead the slow, thin layers built up over the years. There was always cinnamon near, even if it wasn't needed for a recipe. Bowls of it curled like scrolls used to write down histories. She wished she had brought some with her. This place smelled of bleach and ammonia. It whispered nothing. Stainless steel shelves lined the freshly painted walls. Ceiling lamps spread a dull glaze across the metal fixtures. Fluorescent bulbs gave a uniform pale, except for a single lamp that flickered, blinking rays the color newspaper turns. A dozen parallel steel islands rose from the white tile floor, wrapped in thick blue plastic pulled taut over narrow shelves and secured around the edges of the counters. Two adjacent counters had been uncovered and arranged for her use. Francine said that the new wing had been finished just a few weeks ago. The men would arrive soon, and from this kitchen they would be fed. In the meantime, the warden had arranged for her to work here. According to Francine, the warden thought the space would be ideal, out of the way, clean. Rachel had dressed for a warm autumn evening. She was not prepared for the cold confines of the prison kitchen. It seemed the temperature was set for a space full of toiling and heat, so the cold air, unchecked, was too much. The place wasn't walk-in cold, but damn near, with air washing over her feet in waves, snaking around her ankles and running along the floor. She placed her purse on the counter and removed a black apron. Rachel's Luncheonette, 35 years in the baking, in silver lettering. The silver blouse beneath her black suit matched the silver in her hair. This was how she dressed for the event she catered, yet she had taken pause when readying for this occasion. There was no proper dress for preparing a last meal. She'd made the 3-hour drive alone, told her family she was driving to Atmore for the weekend. Her daughter and son-in-law were busy running the kitchen, had been for years. A few days a week, she would walk the dining room and the lunch counter, speaking to the first-timers who had her cookbooks, had seen her on television here and there, and she greeted her regulars as well, trying to dole out the same welcome to any and all. She could come and go, be there without being there, her face on the menus and the sides of buses and the coffee bags and cookie tins they sold in the gift shop. So when she told her family she had a small job in Escambia County, a repass for an old acquaintance, she'd saved herself the strain of a lie she may have to remember later. The truth itself was troublesome enough. The prison kitchen was empty except for the ingredients. Francine had requested them a week before. Shortening, sugar, molasses, salt, baking soda, and flour had been lined up in a perfect roll, labels turned outward. Someone had seen fit. Perhaps an eye for detail, but certainly a nod toward normalcy in a place where there was little. On a nearby table sat an antique mixer. In the kitchen of a prison, the comforts of home seemed strangely out of place. She flipped the power switch on the mixer, and the familiar hum rang out. She remembered having a similar one years before. Its heavy body and thick insulation produced a hum, unlike the rattling of the new ones that cost more than they should. Chrome, as beautiful as it could be, was hard to keep clean. Working folk had no time to worry about fingerprints and smudges. The matte metal about the kitchen reflected indistinguishable masses of light and dark, but in the chrome she could see herself. She examined her reflection in the mixer's oblong body, getting closer to it until the moisture of her sigh obscured her image. With one of the neatly folded dish towels, she wiped the chrome clean. It was my mother's. She had barely grown comfortable in the silence when his voice rang out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you, Mrs. Walker. I'm Lionel Peters, the warden here. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to meet you previously. He walked over to greet her, but waited for Rachel to extend her hand first, an old-fashioned stance that she hoped would fade. Indeed, Lionel Peters looked a few years her junior. Set in his ways, she was sure, but he carried himself a little older than he was, and his clothes didn't help. His suit surely had the right cut and hang before the years settled into it. He was conscious of his posture, but the slouch in his jacket remained. Did Francine offer you anything when you came in? Excuse me if she didn't. We can forget our manners working in here. Can I get you anything? Coffee or something? She offered, but I didn't need anything. Well, everything you asked for is right there on the counter. Your perishables are in the refrigerator over there. The ovens are behind you. Officer Earl will be right outside. Holler if you need anything. He can escort you to the facilities if you need to use them. I apologize we didn't build a ladies' room on this end. You sure I can't get you anything? Coffee or something? She shook her head. What else? The warden said while flipping through a deck of papers on the clipboard he tapped against the counter. I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Oh yes, the list. I want to make sure we got everything. Shortening, eggs, sugar, cocoa, flour. There is one thing. I realized much too late that I left something off the list. My vanilla syrup. We make our own to sell in the gift shop, so I'm just so used to having it around and not buying it. Coming down here is out of the ordinary, to say the least, so clarity has been a little challenging. She knew they had rules about bringing things in, but she prayed they could look the other way. The warden was killing a man, and he had made a show of this little bit of kindness, so certainly he could see fit to say yes. She took from her bag a bottle and set it down gingerly, almost like a beg your pardon for it being there against the rules. The bottle rested between them, and the warden walked a bit closer and turned it so the label faced outward like the rest of the ingredients. He smiled a bit then, looking from the label to her, the pattern and the design the same as the embroidery on the apron she carried. Good branding. Her smile in the photograph was clockwork, perfected after years of showing her teeth because she had to, and then because her enterprise made it worthwhile. I understand. I got no qualms with it, considering. He was decent enough, but Rachel could tell the warden wanted no part of this. The letter in 2 places said he would understand if she said no. She could just send a recipe and they'd honor his wishes. But if she'd said no, she would still know Thomas Elijah Raymond's execution date, and she would probably look at the clock well aware of the hour. She would have wandered there in her mind, even if she had said no to making this drive. We pick a fine time to pay attention, don't we? She said. Rachel was looking away, but the edge to her voice was unmistakable. The warden said nothing. She paused before she spoke again. Nobody looking after him for years, and he's got all kinds of eyes on him now. More this evening, I suspect. Spectators. Witnesses. The family of the victim. He pressed the clipboard flat against his waist, a stance that seemed automatic. He doesn't deny what he did. I'm thinking about what we're about to do. Me and you both. Trying to wake up and go about my business tomorrow and thinking back on this here. A hand on the counter then, like candor, needed a different sort of balance before the words came freely. You'll probably feel worse about this tomorrow than you do today. I always do. Why do it then? she said. And there they were on the other side of the nicety. She saw in the warden a decent man, but maybe that was part of the problem. What decent folks were willing to go along with. He was quiet for a minute, and he breathed in and out with too much intention. He glanced away in a room with no windows, and he seemed too accustomed to conjuring some good memory, a little daylight stored away for days such as this one. The ease in his face said as much. My wife reminded me this morning that we ate at your place a while back. We were on our way to see some of her people in Tuskegee. Enjoyed it immensely. Just a good meal on a good afternoon. I didn't mention it to Raymond because it's rude to reminisce on things, get casual with the outside world. Do you remember him? She shook her head. So many kids over the years, it's impossible to say. Well, in any case, you appreciate it. Please tell your wife I said thank you. To you as well. Like you said, it doesn't sit easy, so, well, thank you. It was quiet for a while again, except the lights and the freezers and the sound of Lionel's wedding band against the countertop, a little sonar to bring him back to whatever was next on his clipboard. You sure I can't get you some coffee or something? No, thank you. You've done just fine with the mixer. The warden excused himself then, and as he made his way down the corridor, the metal door swung to silence. Rachel was alone again, her mind holding vigil. She had lied to the warden about Raymond. How could she not remember? The boy couldn't have been more than 6 or so, because she remembered him sitting at the table with what looked like his grandparents, coloring the children's menu with the Crayolas she passed out in sardine cans. His family was on the way to Huntsville, the space center, they said, and he had lined up the salt and pepper shakers, the Louisiana hot, and the Heinz bottle as rocket ships taking off from the tabletop. To get dessert, he had to promise to finish the green beans, alone on the plate where the chicken had been, the wing and drumstick reduced to gristle and bone. He chewed with purpose, but not enjoyment, like he was practicing handwriting with his jaws. But the booth they chose was across from the cake display, so he did a bit of window shopping while he finished the last of the beans. Rachel was on the other side of the glass, loading the shelf of red velvets. She remembered him studying his options. He didn't like the green beans one bit, but he'd kept his word and intended to make the most of it. He asked for the molasses cake, while his grandparents had red velvet and buttermilk pie. They thanked Rachel as they left, and then she looked away and didn't see the boy fall to the ground. A child on the floor raised no alarm at first. Kids were prone to go from dilly-dallying straight to sprinting and stumbling, and the tantrums. But something was wrong because when Rachel finally noticed the boy on the floor, his eyes were widening as he struggled to breathe. In the commotion, his people thought he was choking, but there didn't seem to be any obstruction in his throat. He held his mouth wide open, still searching for air. Rachel got to the boy first, the allergy syrup from the first aid kit in hand. He coughed up the first dose, but she gave him more while his grandmother rocked him, his grandfather fanning with a napkin. By then the boy was breathing easier, and the gentle wheeze faded a bit. After taking several deep, full breaths, the boy cried some and peered around. He hadn't lost consciousness, but his eyes looked beyond them, apparently seeing nothing. Then he finally recognized them, Rachel, his grandparents, and it seemed he had to lock eyes on everyone gathered around him to fully return to the world. And then it was over, the scare behind them. Rachel was always careful about nuts and other common allergens, but the boy's reaction to molasses was a rare occurrence. People like to sue over such things, but these folks sent her a letter of thanks. She would find out later that the grandparents were guardians, new to his care, and they hadn't known about his condition. She wondered then about his parents, what tragedy or rift had brought him to the care of his elders. It was a blessing to discover his condition in caring company. Beneath the cursive of the grown-up handwriting, the boy had signed his name, Jojo. In what she read about him during his trial, she discovered that his grandparents had died. He had made his money as a day laborer, and Thomas had killed a man who refused to pay him. He had gone through the victim's pockets for the money he was owed. Murder in the commission of a robbery. There would be no clemency. As part of the death decree, the state of Alabama would use 3 chemicals for his lethal injection. After the first drug, he would lose consciousness. The second would shut down his muscles. The third would stop his heart. What Rachel carried in her bottle would do the same, answering the young man's request for a final and private mercy. All he asked for was the cake, like the one that showed him what his body could not take, what in the right dose might knock him unconscious or even kill him. Molasses had stopped his breathing once, but he'd been a boy then. She knew it wouldn't be enough for a man, so she had turned to her garden. She had years ago planted a small plot of cassava in her greenhouse and used it for her baking. The lined skin of the cassava felt as rugged as cypress knees, but the flesh, handled carefully, was a wonder to be fried or roasted or used in her baking. She took the time to learn how to prepare it safely. Cassava carried its poison in the coarse skin and the leaves, the parts exposed to the world. And perhaps that was how it should be, a shield to survive in a certain kind of world, to thrive even. To carry out Jojo's request, Rachel had saved what was meant to be discarded, the cyanide in the pot liquor, thickened with the starch of the root. During his trial, Thomas Elijah Raymond had been shuttled back and forth from the new county jail to the new courthouse. Depending on the road they took, he may have passed the hillside where Russell County did their lynching, out on a hill they named Golgotha. The name had confused Rachel when she heard those stories as a child. The killers had tried to sanctify their work, but it was nothing more than blasphemy. She knew that hilltop from the Easter hymns, New Testament scriptures, and the Sunday school books. 3 crosses. The bad thief cursed it all, and the good thief asked for grace and mercy. Thomas had asked her for the same, and she'd brought his grace and his mercy, and it floated there in the thick sweetness of her bottle, a dose large enough to claim his body. He would die that evening, but she wouldn't let them make a carnival of him. The spectators would have nothing to witness, because he could do his dying, make his peace, in private. She turned the dial on the oven to 350 degrees. The perishables she retrieved from the refrigerator. The other ingredients she opened, poured, and measured. The pans, greased and floured, lay waiting for the batter. When the time came, she turned on the mixer and listened to its baritone hum as it folded the necessary elements, one into the other.
Everything is going to be okay. From Lockdown. Written by Gabino Iglesias. Read by Gustavo Rex. Joanna coughs twice and turns over yet again. Then she coughs again. She groans. The sound and her shifting wake Pablo up. He doesn't move. With his eyes closed, he sends a prayer up to his Virgencita, asking her to make the fucking cough go away. Por favor, Madrecita Santa, haz que mi mujer deje de toser. He accepts the prayer won't work before he's even done praying. Joanna coughs once more, wheezes, moves again. She's looking for more than a comfortable position. She's looking for something that won't come. The old springs underneath her creak loudly as she adjusts her legs under the covers. She won't go back to sleep. Pablo groans. The coughing, like a tide, came and went all night long. It was just as bad as the night before. Pablo wonders how long it'll take for her to crack a rib. Pablo hates himself for being so pissed at her. Poor thing would love nothing more than to stop hacking up a lung, but that seems to be out of the realm of possibility. The cough is now always there, and there's apparently nothing anyone can do about it. The hospitals are packed.
There is no medicine for this. They can't even afford some of the Clorox shit the orange idiot has been talking about. They're stuck, the glue of poverty holding them down and making them powerless the same way it's always done. Pablo tilts his head to the right and stretches his neck. 30 years of working his ass off on the deck of commercial boats has taken a toll on his body. Everything hurts. Everything's wrinkled. Everything aches. His joints and lower back push him to stay put as much as possible, but the coughing pushes him out the door and onto more boats. Everything's shut down, but people still have to eat. As long as people have to eat, his ass will be on a boat, his busted fingers smelling like fish despite the gloves he wears. The calluses on his hands sound like sandpaper when Pablo rubs his face. The skin on his arms, face, and neck is leathery enough to make wallets from it. He feels older. Then he remembers half a joke. Something about sleeping in the fridge and putting a bit of WD-40 in his morning coffee to stay young. Maybe the funny part is the half he doesn't recall. Getting out of bed quietly is easier said than done. Pablo lets his legs slip off the edge of the old mattress, finding a pool of cooler sheet along the way, and then uses his arms to push himself into a sitting position. Joanna coughs again. This time it doesn't stop. She coughs and coughs. She sits up on the bed, a hand on her chest, her eyes bloodshot. Pablo knows she's struggling to breathe. His powerlessness smacks him on the face and slices his soul in half. The coughing subsides. Joanna stays like that for a few seconds, gasping for air. Pablo hasn't left the bed, and he already feels tired. He has to do something. He needs to get Joanna some help. Medicine. One of those ventilator things everyone keeps talking about on the news. He stands up and walks over to the chair whose sole purpose is holding his clothes. He steps into a pair of dirty jeans and fishes out a bent cigarette from a pack that will be empty before noon. He refuses to get on a boat without enough smokes. So buying a few packs goes on his mental to-do list, half of which he knows he'll forget until the boat is far from shore. The bent cigarette looks like a yellowish worm in the dimness of the room. Pablo wants to light it and suck some warm smoke into his body. That might scare away some of the aches, maybe smooth his anger a bit. But he can't light up. Joanna's cough can be triggered by smoke. She doesn't need that. So he steps out, crosses the hallway and living room in the dark, and opens the door to the front porch. Behind him, Joanna coughs again. There's an old wooden chair that was white a few decades ago, and a table with a yellow ashtray sporting the name of a beer Pablo doesn't recall ever drinking. A small radio sits next to the ashtray, looking like a black smudge in the pre-dawn darkness. Pablo walks to the apparatus and feels around for the iPod he knows is stuck in the slot in the top of the machine. His son, Roberto, gave it to him a few birthdays ago. The small rectangle weighs next to nothing and contains more music than Pablo ever owned. He scrolls using the wheel and finds some Roberto Roena. Maybe a small tribute to his son. Pablo replaces the iPod on the machine and clicks play. A percussive explosion blasts through the tiny speakers and Pablo quickly lowers the volume. No need to wake Joanna up. There's a chance she has finally fallen asleep again. A sound in the dawn-soaked street makes Pablo look up from the iPod. A fat Mexican on a bicycle is slowly pedaling down the middle of it, as if he were driving a large car. The motherfucker is probably up to no good. Only hard-working men and criminals are up at this hour, and the Mexican doesn't look like he's on his way to a business meeting. Pablo remembers a time when living in Galveston meant you could leave your door open. Now, it only means you're closer to the polluted brown water and have to put up with drunk, annoying rich kids a few times a year. While Roena sings about Santos blessing him, Pablo thinks about his upcoming gig. In a day, he'll be jumping aboard the Carol Sue, a 51-foot white boat to trudge through the dark waters of the Gulf of Mexico, trying to catch as much red snapper as possible. It'll be his 7th trip with Captain Joseph Big Joe Weiss. They'll hit some fishing spots 70 miles off the Galveston shore. It'll take them a day to get there. Then they'll spend 2 days fishing and 1 more day coming back. All his life, leaving for 4 days was no big deal. Now it feels weird. Everything feels weird nowadays. The world has changed. The damn virus changes everything in a matter of weeks. Everything is closed. The stores aren't open. They are using fucking cheap toilet paper Pablo stole from the last boat he was on the previous week. Pablo wants to leave, to be in the open ocean and forget about this damn lockdown and all the people dying. But now that Joanna is sick, the trip is a pain. Pablo wants to be as far from home as possible and wants to spend every minute trying to make his wife feel better. He suffocates in her presence because the coughing won't stop, and he feels guilty that he hasn't caught it. But he can't breathe when he's away because worry crushes his chest. A lot of people survive, but he guesses those people have access to hospitals. They probably have health insurance. Pablo gets the urge to call Big Joe and tell him he's no longer available. Then he remembers he needs all the money he can get if he's going to try to get Joanna to a hospital soon, and any thoughts of politely bowing out evaporate with the last of the morning fog. Inside the house, Joanna starts coughing again. Pablo winces, takes another drag, and starts thinking about the beers he'll be having tonight at Big Joe's place with the captain and whoever else will be joining them on the water. Big Joe's meaty, callous paw is wrapped around a large glass full of dark, heavy beer. He's addressing Pablo and 3 other deckhands from the comfort of a gigantic green chair that's been stained with every possible food. Pablo is sitting on the left corner of Big Joe's ugly beige sofa. Next to him is Nick, a quiet, short man who's somewhere in his 50s. Alex, a 30-something bald Cuban with a dark goatee who's always talking about golf and cars. And a pudgy young man named Steve, who Pablo hasn't seen before. They'll leave from Katie's Seafood Market on Pier 19 at noon the next day. The place is closed because of the lockdown, but Big Joe has a key to it. "Get ready to do battle," Joe says. "I want to come back with those coolers full of fish. Ice, bait, gut. You know the drill. Everything else can wait. We'll work long hours, 2-hour shifts, teams of 2. Stay fresh and we can work around the clock. I want to come back to this fucking place as soon as we can. The government is butchering this thing. I want to be with my family and know most of you feel the same way." He looks at Pablo when he says this. "Y'all know the fish ain't biting like they used to, but we need pounds to bring in the dough. My contacts sound desperate. If we don't work, people don't eat. I told everyone we'd bring back some fish, and that's exactly what I plan to do. As always, I don't want any booze on my boat. Save that shit for when we come back. I don't want one of you going overboard on my watch. Take care of yourselves and each other. Watch the hooks. Hospitals are a fucking mess right now. You fuck up, that's on you. Work clean and fast, and we'll be okay. Any questions?" Big Joe stops talking and looks at them. Pablo sees the worry in the captain's eyes. Fishing in the Gulf of Mexico is a billion-dollar industry, but not much of that lands in their pockets. Folks like them catch shrimp, oysters, blue crab, and several species of finfish. But the big money happens elsewhere and ends up in hands that have never held a net or a fishing hook. Big Joe has 3 kids, 2 of them in college. They all came back for spring break a couple days before everything went to shit. Now they are living with Joe and taking their classes online. They're probably eating everything in the house. The captain needs money as bad as Pablo does. That's why they're going to focus on the American red snapper, the iconic Gulf fish. Its market price goes up every season, and that's a good thing. With the way things are now, their price is even higher. Everything is flying off the shelves and into refrigerators. They will sell everything they bring back at a decent price. Too bad the number of fish they catch has been going down in the past few years. If all goes according to plan this time, they'll catch 10 or 12,000 pounds of red snapper on this trip. That's about $50,000 for Big Joe. Each crew member will be paid a couple $1,000, depending on how much they individually catch. Pablo plans on working overtime and packing his coolers to the gills. He knows it won't be enough, but it might be enough to get them to a hospital. Steve interrupts Pablo's thoughts. "What do you guys do when you get bored out there? This lockdown shit has me going crazy at home. I don't want to also go crazy on the boat." At the beginning of the meeting, Big Joe said something about having a greenhorn on the boat and smirked. Everyone knew he was talking about Steve. Pablo looks at Steve's hands. They look like he's never seen a gaff hook. He has the loose mouth and shiny eyes of a drunk. "You won't have time to get bored," Pablo says. Big Joe finishes his beer and taps the glass against his leg. That signals the end of the usual speech. Everyone mumbles a good night, and suddenly Pablo finds himself standing around with Steve and a lukewarm beer. He wants to talk to Joe about maybe getting a bit extra from the next check. Steve gets up and approaches Pablo. He starts telling a story about his father, a man who owns a used car lot in El Paso. Pablo tries to tune out. Big Joe is by the door, cracking a joke about social distancing on a boat being a trip to the can. When Joe comes back, Steve keeps talking. He's one of those men who process alcohol by flapping their gums endlessly. Joe says he's going to check on a few emails, pulls out his phone, and walks to the kitchen, leaving Pablo with Steve. 20 minutes later, Steve's recounted his past 6 years working for his father and the fact that he swindled $42,000 in small bills and ran away because his dad is an asshole. Steve keeps saying he refuses to sell used cars for the rest of his life. That, he says, is the life of a fucking loser. He's been living in his car and cheap motels since he ran away. He smiles as he says this, apparently proud of having stolen from his father. Pablo knows revenge is a powerful thing, only made more vicious by sharing the same blood, but says nothing. Steve keeps talking. "I don't like having the money in my car, but I can't take it to the bank because all of the banks I've seen are fucking closed. And I can't carry that shit with me, you know? I need to keep it close until the old man gives up looking for me. I'm gonna jump on some boats and make a few $1,000 while this whole lockdown thing blows over, and then use the money to open up my own business in Portland. I have some buddies up there. It's also fucking far from El Paso. I'm gonna open up a coffee joint specializing in exotic blends. Portland is full of hipsters, man. They're gonna flock to this place. I've been there before, and Portlanders love coffee. I'm gonna be swimming in money in no time." Pablo looks at Steve's eyes and sees the pudgy man is sauced, his words pouring from his mouth fast and slurry. He hears Joanna cough inside his skull, sees her sitting up in bed and gasping for air like a fish out of water. "Listen," Pablo says. "Katie's garage is a small place. Just an old shack right on the pier. You don't want to leave your car there with the money inside. Take my garage. I'll drive you down to the pier. You can find some other place to stash it when we get back, but it'll be safe while you're gone." Steve pats Pablo on the shoulder and thanks him before asking for his address. Pablo realizes for the 100th time in his life that youth and stupidity are synonymous. When Pablo's cooler has enough ice for the morning's first haul of snapper, he moves to a wooden workstation attached to the edge of the boat. His spot is beside one of the ship's 6 hydraulic bandits, mechanical reels that allow them to catch thousands of pounds of fish in a matter of days. It's 6 in the morning. Only orange glowing lights from neighboring oil rigs shine in the darkness. Pablo's head is buzzing. They've been on the water all night. They're starting the trip back home in a few hours. The lack of sleep has made Joanna's cough louder in his head. He imagines coming home and finding her dead in their bed, and something thick and warm grows in his throat. He can't check the news, but he reads a bit of his phone when he takes a shit. The lockdown is getting worse. People are dying. Hospitals are getting full. New York is fucked. Pablo knows it's now or never. Knowing they're about to start reeling in the hooked line, Big Joe switches on the boat's floodlights, and after an audible thunk, the bow of the boat is illuminated in a bright yellow glow. Pablo and Steve are working together. Big Joe said that was the only way they'd keep the greenhorn from fucking up the equipment, the boat, or himself. Pablo feels something tightening in his chest. The feeling makes him think about Joanna. He hears her coughing again. Before leaving, he sat out on the porch smoking a cigarette and listening to Roberto Roena while wondering if his son was okay. Inside, Joanna, after giving him the kind of kiss that still made him feel things after a life spent together, was coughing again. The memory helps the tightening in his chest to subside. "You ever eat a snapper tongue?" Steve asks Pablo, his hands struggling to unhook a fish from his line. "They don't have tongues," Pablo says dismissively. Then he thinks about Joanna again and changes his tune. "That thing coming out of their mouths when we pull them up, that ain't a tongue, man. It's their stomach. They get the bends just like divers. The decompression blows their stomachs out through their mouths." Steve looks at the fish in his hand, turns toward the ocean, and vomits. Pablo sees the man's silhouette against the orange-tinged sky and drops his line. In a second, he thinks about getting the car keys from Steve's rucksack half an hour earlier as the man slept through their 2-hour break. That was the first move. He also took his flotation vest and placed it behind a cooler. Steve woke up and got to work without asking for it. All greenhorns do it. They forget. It's normal. Now, Pablo only needs to do the damn thing. He takes 2 steps and grabs the buoy hook from the wall next to the cabin's entrance while looking at the door to the cabin. The others are probably sleeping. Big Joe is in the wheelhouse. The coast is clear. Pablo turns to Steve. The man is spitting into the ocean, coughing a little. The coughing is almost too much. Pablo knows he has to put everything he can into the swing. Steve has to hit the cold water completely knocked out or he'll scream. Pablo pulls the buoy hook back and swings with all his strength. The thick metal pole hits Steve's head with a loud thunk that shoots pain down to Pablo's elbows and makes his shoulders feel like they're about to pop out. Steve's head snaps to the side. His left arm flies up. He stays there for an endless second before exhaling a strange moan and going overboard, his legs stiff. Pablo leans over starboard and peers into the water. Steve is face down, bobbing in the dark water and already drifting away from the boat. His clothes will soon pull him under. Pablo will head inside and use the bathroom. He'll sit down and take a shit. Let a few minutes go by. He'll read about the lockdown while he's in there. He'll send Joanna a text saying he loves her. Then he'll come back out and scream for Big Joe. Steve is just another idiot who made a mistake. He slipped and slammed his head. He wasn't wearing his life vest. Happens all the time. Fucking greenhorns. That's why there are ads for commercial fishing accident attorneys all over Galveston. This is a dangerous job, and many fishermen lose their life every year. The floor is slippery with water and blood. Lack of sleep makes them sloppy, careless. A tired greenhorn drowning is no biggie. The story is not new or weird or unique. Steve slipped and cracked his head before going overboard. Everyone has heard of stuff like that happening before. It happened while Pablo was inside taking a dump. He had to. It's nature. No one will blame him for taking a few minutes to hit the can. Pablo replaces the buoy hook on the wall and looks to starboard again. He keeps expecting to hear a scream or to see Steve's hand grabbing the boat. Neither happens. He walks into the cabin and heads to the small bathroom. He remembers the fat Mexican on the bicycle. Maybe he was just going somewhere early. Maybe he was going back home after having sex with some chola a few blocks down. Maybe he lived nearby and was out for a ride because being locked inside drives people crazy. Everyone has a fucking story. Pablo just wants this one to be over. He wants to hold Joanna and tell her they're going to be okay. He has the money to take her to a hospital now. Yeah, everything is going to be okay.
Green-Eyed Monster, from Wild Uncivilized Tales. Written by Karis Jones. Read by Jonathan Davis. You think I killed my wife because I was jealous? Not at all, officers. First of all, if you'll forgive the correction, the word you want is envious, not jealous. Envy is the desire for something that belongs to someone else. Jealousy is the fear of losing something that belongs to you. I wasn't jealous of the great Martina Ryback. I was envious of her. And wouldn't you be if your wife were up for a Nobel Prize in physics while you were still struggling for tenure? But that isn't why she's lying upstairs waiting for your forensics team to get here. What happened tonight had nothing to do with our lopsided careers at MIT. It all started with that tennis ball. Right. The yellow Dunlop that's floating in the bathtub. Yeah, I know it's a strange thing to find. Yes, I realize it wasn't the only thing floating in the tub. I'm sure the ball is dead too, and believe me, the poor thing deserves a proper burial. On your walkthrough, maybe the two of you noticed the string dangling from the ceiling of our garage. That tennis ball spent 9 years at the end of it, just waiting for me to come home every night. It was like a faithful dog that always greets you in the same place. And except for tonight, I always met my fuzzy buddy in precisely the same spot. Even the nights I drove home a bit hammered. I turned the car into the garage, smooth as oil, ball hits the red dot on the windshield, bam. Mission accomplished. But when I pulled in tonight, I was dead sober, and dead tired, and damned sick of jumping through hoops. Did I mention that Martina was something of a control freak? You've seen her name in the news, so you know she was smart. But all that extra neural circuitry comes with a price. Of course, I didn't know that when I met her. I was too blown away by her visions and ideas, caught up in her brilliance. I could feel the walls of reality getting thinner and more transparent until it seemed that anything was possible. Now, maybe I look like any Joe Schmo, standing handcuffed in his kitchen, talking to the police, but I've been a neurobiologist for 20 years, and I can tell you that when one part of the brain is overdeveloped, it asphyxiates some other part. In my wife's case, the part that got squeezed was her ability to let the world turn on its own. From the day I met her, she was the twitchiest person I ever saw. Always wanting to fix, change, or control something. I didn't realize how deep her compulsions ran until we'd been married about a week, and I found Martina on a stepladder hanging that tennis ball from the ceiling of our garage. Why? Because I wasn't parking the car in quite the right place. Sometimes it's too far to the left, she explained, and I can't get to the recycling bin. And sometimes it's too far forward, and I have to go around the back of the car just to get in the house. I gave her a look that said, "You can't be serious." But Martina only shrugged as she uncapped a tube of paint. I know it looks a little weird, she admitted, but it'll make things so much easier. All right, honey, I said, because I'm a pretty easygoing guy, not the sort who wants to start fighting just a few days after tying the knot. So I let my bride paint a red dot on the windshield of my old Honda, thinking I was a good man for humoring her. But as they say, no good deed goes unpunished. That tennis ball was just the first pebble in an avalanche of household rules. Rules I came to realize had only one explanation. Simply put, Martina had to have things a certain way or she came unglued. If the car wasn't parked right, if the milk was sitting where the OJ should be, if the trash in the bins hadn't been pushed down as far as it would go, if the tea bags were not standing at attention like soldiers at drill, she couldn't concentrate. And she didn't trust me to get any of this right. Have you taken note of the labels and instructions on every bin, drawer, and cabinet in this house? Notice how the salt goes in 3 different places, depending on type and size. And God help you if you put the fancy pink or green or black lava salts in the cabinet with the dry goods. One sound that will haunt me forever is the patter of her heels as she canvassed the house, checking and reorganizing, straightening edges that were already straight, and wiping up invisible dust. You're probably wondering how on earth she managed a successful research lab. Well, the same way she managed her home. Geniuses are supposed to be eccentric, and it seems like the weirdest ones have the most illustrious careers. Maybe that's my problem. The lobes of my brain are the right size and all the neurons are firing quietly without getting in each other's way. Maybe I'm just too plain vanilla normal to sail my ship to the stars. What's that? Right, stick to the story. Well, I was tired when I got home from work, okay? Theoretical physicists like my wife can play in the cosmic ether without leaving the house, but there's nothing theoretical about biology. Wet labs are messy, demanding places. Cells and explanted tissues require constant feeding, and so do cages of rats. Unlike my wife, I can't afford to hire an army of minions to carry out my grand plans. My technician and I do all the work ourselves. 7 days a week, gentlemen. So, when I wheeled into the garage tonight and the Dunlop hit the windshield 2 inches left of the red target, I was surprised and a little annoyed. I backed out and tried again. This time the wretched ball landed 3 inches to the right. That's what's called overcompensation, in case you officers were wondering. Probably you know all about it, with those big guns you're packing. Well, 3rd time's the charm, right? Only this time it wasn't. On my 3rd try, the ball came to rest maybe 1.5 centimeters away from the red dot. Now, I can hear what you're thinking. 1.5 centimeters? Who cares? Close enough for government work. But that's where you're wrong. Martina cared. Martina would check. She always did. As soon as I walked in the door, she wouldn't yell or throw a fit. No, she would make this agitated noise somewhere between a groan and a sigh, and her eyes would scrunch shut as if she suddenly had a migraine. And she'd say something like, "George, please, the car's not in the right spot. Would you mind parking it again? It's not too much to ask, is it?" I gave my parking job one more try, only to miss by a finger's width yet again. Then I killed the engine and got out. I slammed the door so hard the Dunlop bounced. On the other side of the garage, my wife's gray Lexus sat smug and aloof, its unmarked windshield gleaming. Wherever she was in the house, I knew Martina would have heard my car door slam. I could already see her wincing, fingertips kneading at that place above her right ear where all the neurons were misfiring. "I have to float the boat for both of us," whispered the Martina in my mind. She often spoke to me this way in my darker moments. "Since your startup funds ran out, my endowment is the only thing keeping your pathetic career alive. I pay for all of your rat colonies, your enzymes and petri dishes and ballpoint pens. I pull strings for you. You don't need tenure. I am your tenure. And what do I ask in return? That you keep the house neat, put things back where they belong, park the car in the right goddamn spot. It was a mistake to imagine her saying these things. A red fog clouded my vision, turning the garage into a darkening world where a faded yellow sun hung low in the sky. I reached out and squeezed that sun. The feel of it, tired and pancake flat after almost a decade of lighting my way home, sparked my empathy. Here was something that had come off the factory line fresh and ready for life at 100 miles per hour, and instead it had been suspended in a gloomy garage to molder away. Suddenly all the seconds and minutes and hours, hell, years, I'd spent catering to Martina's demands rushed in to fill every nook and cranny in my brain. The combined weight of all that dead time made me stagger. My life was a sham. I loved my work, and God knows I worked my ass off, but I didn't have the funding to survive on my own. I labored within the cage of my wife's success. I had to ask her for every single thing I needed. She owned me, and I hated her for that. But I hated myself more for staying in the cage. Standing there in the garage, I imagined Martina sighing and saying, "Is it too much to ask?" "Yes," I told the tennis ball. "I think it is." Before I could talk myself out of it, I gave the ball a sharp tug and felt it come loose as the old string gave way. I stared at the emancipated orb in a daze. I imagined cramming it down my wife's throat and whispering in her ear, "It took 4,000 tries, but I finally hit the right spot." With a mad laugh, I slipped the ball into my pocket. Then I went inside, closing the door as gently as a thief. The house was dark. No light spilled down the stairs, as it did when Martina was working in her office. She always kept the door ajar so her antennae could sample the air for signs of disorder. But her car was in the garage, so she had to be home. Maybe she had gone to bed early. Maybe she was sick. Only my wife never went to bed before 1 a.m., and she had never, in all our years together, suffered from the slightest illness. Some of her circuits might be jammed, but she was apparently immune to human pathogens. So where the hell was she? I flicked on the light in the entryway and headed into the kitchen, and even in the semi-dark, I could see that something was terribly amiss. The mail on the counter lay in an ordinary pile, as if a normal person had brought it in. "It's a wonder the earth is still spinning," I muttered, straightening the mail by force of habit, before remembering that I'd already committed high treason. The ball, after all, was no longer attached to its string. I had torn the sentinel down from its high place and put it in my pocket. Tomorrow would be time enough to repent and crawl back into my shell, but tonight, by God, I was going to revel in an orgy of vandalism. First, I arranged the stack of mail so the big flyers were on top and the smallest envelopes were on the bottom. Then I pulled some gobs of plastic packaging up from the trash bin and let them dangle artistically over the edge, like transparent flowers in bloom. I moved the soap dispenser 3 inches to the left. I knocked down the column of tea packets, at ease, soldiers, and laid one of them face down, as if he'd been shot in the back by a sniper. Opening the fridge, I moved the butter from its proper compartment to, wait for it, the produce drawer. I shivered at the delicious blasphemy of it. Seeing the butter dish canted at a drunken angle on top of a head of lettuce made me realize what a dry evening it had been. So I poured myself a double scotch and violated 3 home ordinances by leaving my dirty glass at the edge of the table sans coaster. Then I went through the house in search of my wife, turning on every light along the way. The first floor was deserted. Martina's upstairs office was just as empty, her computer screens dark, her desk covered with manuscripts and journals in pristine piles. Her white noise machine, which migrated between her office and the bedroom, was absent from its daytime place of honor. If the tennis ball and I were fellow inmates, that noise machine was more like a spoiled pet. The little demon was the size of a jewelry box and as black as the vacuum between the stars. It said whatever Martina wanted to hear, but in a voice like rain falling or distant monkeys howling or waves pounding some digital shore. It canceled out the noise of real life, so she could work or sleep, and most nights the soft racket drove me to the sofa downstairs. Peering into the bedroom, I saw no sign of my wife or the noise machine. Then I noticed a faint, flickery glow under our bathroom door. Emboldened by the whiskey, I crossed the room and turned the doorknob. The door opened silently, of course. Nothing in our house ever dared to creak. "Honey," I began, and then whatever brash declaration I was about to make slid back down my throat. Forgotten. Martina lay in the clawfoot bathtub, which until that point had been purely decorative. All I could see was the hardwood sheen of her hair, which had fallen across her face. Candlelight from an old stub of wax played over the gleaming porcelain. By the side of the tub sat a remote control, a bottle of Merlot, and a half-empty glass. Dry thunder from the noise machine echoed through the room. Martina looked up at the sound of my voice, and I was struck by how beautiful she was. Inhumanly beautiful, like something machine-crafted. You could see the fine shape of the bones under her skin. Her hazel eyes shone bright green in the candlelight. She muttered something I couldn't make out over the rumble of thunder. "What?" I said, moving slowly into air that was thick with the scent of jasmine. I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. Martina rarely drank, and she never lounged in bathtubs by candlelight. "It didn't get renewed," she said, reaching down to fumble with the remote and send the programmed storm packing. "What didn't get renewed?" I asked. She gave me her patented impatient look, but there was a thread of something else beneath it. Was it fear? Uncertainty? It was like a breath of wind blowing through a familiar landscape, turning it briefly into unknown territory. "My endowment, George," she said. For a moment I basked in the miraculous, unbelievable knowledge that the exalted Dr. Martina Rybeck had been rejected. Her infallible force had somehow stopped short. Then I realized what she was talking about. Her endowment from MIT. The money that was keeping me in business. The news should have been a terrible blow, but I felt only a kind of numb relief. Martina shifted in her shroud of bubbles, and the smell of night-blooming flowers intensified, adding to the impression that I was in a bizarre dream. "I don't understand it," she mumbled, reaching for her wine glass. "I hired 5 new people last year, published 22 papers, gave 3 keynote talks. I let them prance me around every time there's some promotion for women in science. A show pony that can do physics. Let's see them fit old Swagger style into a dress and have him flirty small talk with the fat cat donors. I go to their idiotic social functions, even showed my face at Melman's holiday party. I bring in over $1 million a year for them. What the hell do they want? Maybe they figure you already have more than you need, I suggested mildly. Or maybe they figured out what you're doing with a good chunk of that endowment. The look she turned on me was full of frustrated contempt. They knew I was siphoning money to you for years. Besides, the funds in that endowment are untagged. I can do whatever I want with them. She gestured angrily with her glass, sloshing red wine onto the tiles. I gaped at the impossible mess as silence stretched out like the path to a strange new world. So, who are they giving the endowment to? I asked at last. They won't say, she replied. But you know they're using it to woo someone who already has a Nobel Prize. Just what we need. Another fossil whose best years were half a century ago. Martina paused to take a long swallow of wine. They know I'm not going anywhere. Not with you in tow. They've got me by the balls and they know it. She put the glass down and stared at the wall. The expression on her face was so unfamiliar it was like looking at another woman. She appeared utterly lost. This might have been the first time she had ever failed at something. Well, our employment opportunities have just opened up, I said brightly, since I'll be putting in applications for Wendy's and Burger King, which are everywhere. Martina turned her bewildered gaze on me. I don't think it had occurred to her yet that this event marked the end of my career. All this tub languishing and wine swilling was because a piece of her world had slipped out of her grasp. Note, gentlemen, the biggest piece of my world was the very smallest piece of hers. It took a few seconds, but eventually my point of view sank in and she rolled her eyes. Oh, for God's sake, she snorted, flicking at a presumptuous bubble on her arm. You could try submitting a grant application before you decide to lie down and die. Some of us do it all the time. I moved a few steps closer to the tub, to where that puddle of Merlot gleamed darkly on the floor. It looked like an old sun, a blood-red sun on the brink of supernova. I reached into my pocket and gave the tennis ball a squeeze. I had an NIH grant, Martina. Speaking was suddenly difficult, as if I were forcing words through someone else's mouth. You know that. And you know it wasn't renewed. I guess now you have an idea of what that feels like. She gave me a disgusted look. You need to learn to play the game, champ. Would it kill you to get to know your program officer? Schmoozing with your PO over cocktails might work at NSF, I said acidly, but you know NIH sticks to grant scores. Are you suggesting that I schmoozed my way to the top? She barked a short laugh. You biologists are all the same. Poor me. Everyone is out to get me. No one understands how important my little experiments are. If any of you worked as hard as you whine... I'm not whining, I said through my teeth, fingers clenched around the tennis ball. I forcibly unclenched them, then collared the bottle of Merlot by its scruffy neck and took a swig. The wine tasted like every bitter thought I'd ever jammed into the back of my skull. I'm just telling you how it is. That money from your endowment kept me going, and I'm grateful. But without it, I have to close up shop." "It's too bad you're not a physicist," she said, eyeing me speculatively. "Still, you could always come work for me." She said this as if it were the world's most generous offer, as if I would be an ungrateful ass to refuse it. "Jeannie's getting ready to retire, and I'll need a new assistant. You're not as organized as she is, but you know how to push paper and cut through red tape, all the administrative stuff." She took another nip of Merlot and raised her eyebrows at me. As much as I hated her, I had to laugh. I couldn't help myself. Her condescension was just so predictable. "Thanks, honey," I said, leaning over to top off her glass. "But at the end of the day, I think stuffing fries into little paper sacks would be more rewarding." "Don't be ridiculous," she scoffed. "You're not doing any such thing." "No," I said, still wearing what felt like a death's head grin. "Why the hell not?" "Because you're my husband," she said. "And my husband is a scientist." "You just offered me a job as your secretary," I pointed out. "You would still have the title," she snapped. "Research associate professor, senior scientist, whatever. Something respectable." She hiccuped and the hand holding her glass shook. More wine spattered the floor in a trail of bloody drops. "Martina," I said quietly, pointing to the tiles. She followed my finger and her eyes widened in horror, but when she set the glass down and tried to get up, I put a hand on her shoulder. I wasn't done messing with her yet. A latent perversity had woken up inside me, and it said the evening wasn't over. Not by a long shot. "Tell you what," I said. "If you can stay in this bath for another 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, I'll schedule your appointments and bring your coffee. I'll do it with a smile. I'll even wear a skirt." "What the hell are you talking about?" she hissed, still scrabbling to get out of the tub. I almost let her do it. The sight of my inebriated wife cleaning the bathroom floor in the buff was one I had never seen before and would surely never see again, but I had to stay focused, so I picked up her wine glass and perched on the edge of the tub to block her escape. "What's the rush?" I said, waving the glass in her face just to show her what a loose cannon I was. "That wine's not going anywhere." "It'll stain the tiles, you idiot." "You painted a spot that color on my windshield," I reminded her, "the first week we were married, remember?" She wasn't listening. Her eyes darted around, looking for a way out, but I was leaning over the tub with her glass of Merlot, and she didn't dare push me away. "Was it really necessary to deface my car?" I went on. "You could have just used a sticker." "What is with you tonight?" she muttered, then seemed to notice that a cloud of whiskey fumes had overpowered the scent of her bath oil. "Are you drunk?" "Well, if it isn't the pot talking," I said, sipping her wine and belching for good measure. Something dark flickered in the depths of her eyes. Tipsy or not, she was recalculating, deciding on a different approach. Suddenly, she arched her back so the foam slid off her perfect breasts, then eased down until the sudsy water reached her chin. Her eyes softened into pools of liquid jade. "I know this is hard," she murmured, reaching up to stroke my neck with one wet finger. "But we'll find a way to get you funded. I'll figure something out." "There's nothing to figure out," I said hoarsely. "I'm done. Out of the game." Her hand wandered down my arm, then crept south of my belt, caressing as she hadn't done in years. I stared into the lagoon of her eyes, hypnotized. Snicker all you want, gentlemen, but every man is a prisoner to his own lust. When that need goes unsatisfied, say for months on end, he's even more of a fool. I had to catch myself before I put the wine down and surrendered my upper hand. "You're not done," she said, squeezing a groan out of me. I leaned forward to kiss her, but just before our lips met, her gaze darted downward, toward the spilled wine. And when she looked up again, how can I describe this so you'll understand? Somehow the curtains of her eyes lifted, and I saw through them. Not to her soul. What I saw inside was a rat. An insane rat in a lab cage, chittering madly. At that moment, it was busy counting up the minutes, calculating how much time was left before the damage to the tiles was permanent. As brilliant and independent as she was, Martina was a slave to that creature. She would do anything to appease it. I stared at the rat, and it stared back at me through my wife's green eyes. I shriveled and went cold all over, and my brain, fogged with drink and desire and frustration, finally cleared. "You're worried about a little spilled wine?" I said, lurching to my feet. My voice was as shaky as my knees, but I spoke clearly to the rat. "That's nothing. Just wait till you see the party going on downstairs. It's a holiday for everyone in the Rybeck compound. I even gave the tennis ball the night off." I pulled that newly freed minion from my pocket and tossed it into the tub. Martina froze, staring at the floating Dunlop as if it were a snake. "Put it back." The words were soundless. An order issued directly into my mind. Still, I knew exactly who or what was speaking. I could see it loping back and forth in the dark cage behind my wife's eyes. "Not a chance," I replied in my head. "Put it back. Mop up the wine. Clean up the mess downstairs. Do it now. Not a chance in hell," I clarified. My long-held resentment toward Martina suddenly shifted its focus. I remembered that even with all her baggage, the old Martina was someone I'd fallen in love with. In the early years of our relationship, we were comrades and good companions. But the prickly sweetness of her personality eroded over time, leaving her cynical and contemptuous of everyone. And this creature giving me orders from behind her eyes, this creature was responsible. "As soon as I sober up, I'm going to find a way to get rid of you." A chuckle sounded in the depths of my head. "That might have been possible 20 years ago," said the rat, "with drugs or electroshock therapy or a really good psychiatrist. But it's much too late now. I've taken over in here." I looked deeper into the rat's cage and saw that what appeared to be bars were not bars at all. They were a meshwork of nerves trailing bright, pulsing axons. Some were frayed and some were dark and severed, as if they'd been bitten clean through. Black eyes gleamed from a jungle of synapses. "How did you get in there?" I demanded. "Where did you come from?" "I was born here," the rat answered. "Of course I was much smaller then, hardly more than an urge or two. But she made a little nest for me and fed me scraps until I was big enough to fend for myself." "Fend for yourself?" I said, with dawning horror. I could only think of the rat's teeth, the rat's claws. "Are you trying to kill her?" "Of course not," said the rat. "I know which connections are essential and which are expendable. Her scientific acumen will remain intact. Other things, like her affections, which were always weak at best, have made for many a good meal." The creature nosed between the hanging vines of two thick axons, sniffing and questing. Following one up to its source, it took hold of the plump cell and licked its chops. "But won't you starve when you run out of disposable neurons?" I asked. The rat grinned at me. You're a neurobiologist, aren't you, George? You know that neural pathways don't replace themselves quickly, but they do grow back. In the meantime, there's plenty to snack on. As if to illustrate this point, the rat munched delicately at a fringe of dendrites along the cell surface. Martina shivered, and all the lines of tension on her face disappeared for a moment. Suddenly I saw a trace of the little girl she must have been, as bright and impatient and headstrong as ever, but free. Free of this thing that had turned her mind into its meal. So far you've done your part to keep things in order, said the rat as it toyed with the denuded cell, batting it lightly from one paw to the other. Is that going to change? Are you going to clean up the mess you made? Because I have all the tools of persuasion right here. It bared ancient teeth at me, then dropped the neuron and scampered through the thicket of my wife's brain toward regions that were still glowing and untouched. A mind is like a buffet, George. I can stop nibbling on her desire center, and she might want to have sex more than 3 times a year, or I can start feeding on her sanity or her sense of human decency. I can make things better for you, or I can make them much, much worse. As the rat tore through a web of luminous neurons, I felt something for Martina that I'd never felt before. Pity. Sick with it, I turned away and her noise machine caught my eye. It was sitting on the low shelf above the tub, plugged into an outlet so close that its long cord was bunched up behind it. I turned it on and thunder rent the air, cutting through steam and the stench of alcohol. The power button under my hand was as warm as a running engine. There seemed to be a deadly energy coiled inside that little black box. I felt a pair of eyes boring a hole in the back of my head. Beady eyes, dark and feral and unblinking. The skies above our house cracked and boomed, and ozone electrified the air, turning the spit in my throat metallic. A recorded thunderstorm never felt or sounded so real. "Clean up the mess!" shrilled the voice in my head. "Clean it up! Clean it up! Clean it up!" I swallowed hard, fighting the imperative to obey. The part of me that had always bowed to Martina was trying to drag me toward the tennis ball and the spilled wine, toward fresh string and the scourge of bleach. It was like the thirst for a drink at the end of a long day, like the crippling need for a woman who is only using you as a puppet. But in the steamy mirror I saw the face of another puppet behind me, my wife, enslaved and trapped in the prison of her own mind. I put the wine down and gazed at the source of the storm, that throbbing box under my hand. There was an answer there, if I could only see it. In the lab, there are times when your mind's vision is true and your hands are golden, the brain and its tools in perfect sync. As the thunder rolled, I felt that power coursing through my fingers, working its way up to my brain. And all at once I knew how to set her free. I just had to do one last experiment with a rat. Sliding the noise machine toward me, I rotated it so the left corner overhung the shelf. Martina's favorite device was now precarious, misaligned, an offense to the eye, in flagrant violation of the one true law that governed this house. You can never be sure how an experiment will turn out, but that feeling of inevitability was so strong. The alcohol she had consumed, the moisture slicking the shelf, and the box itself were all colluding with me to bias the outcome. As I turned and walked away, I knew exactly what would happen in the next few seconds. And I may not be a physicist, gentlemen, but I know what a ground fault circuit interrupter is, and I know this old house doesn't have one. Behind me I heard the swish of water in the tub, then the squeal of a startled rodent. I turned just as the noise machine struck the bath, hissing like oil on a hot griddle. Martina shrieked and jerked like a marionette, stirring up a maelstrom. Her face contorted, and there was nothing human in her eyes. They seethed with the frenzy of a doomed creature, clawing and gnawing in vain. Smoke rose from the bathwater as the noise machine sank beneath the waves. The wine glass had overturned on the shelf, and a red sea flooded the bathroom floor. But my wife no longer cared about such trivialities. I had baited a trap for her master and the rat. Well, the rat had choked on the cheese. "You're looking a little pale, gentlemen. Would you care for some refreshment? I'm sorry to say I finished off the whiskey before you got here. And we're all out of wine, but there might be an old bottle of pineapple rum in the cupboard. No? Well, I guess that's the end of the story then. By the time I see a lawyer, I'll probably wish I'd kept quiet, but right now, I just want you to understand. Tonight, for the first time, I didn't envy Martina. I finally saw her as she was, the most helpless prisoner in the Rybeck house. But I managed to free both of us. Even standing here in handcuffs, I feel liberated. Would you believe that I feel empty too? Because I've sacrificed everything I hold dear. Everything I fell in love with. True genius, unshakable confidence and willpower, the ability to blaze a path through all of life's obstacles. Even when thorns grew thick around those virtues, I still clung to them. I hoarded them for 9 miserable years because they were things I couldn't bear to lose. So I guess maybe you were right. Maybe I was jealous of Martina after all.
Potato Sandwich Days, from Rock and a Hard Place. Written by Preston Lang. Read by Graham Halstead. The man with the mustache really wanted a potato sandwich. Dan had spent the last half hour alone at the counter, giving decent people their burgers and chicken. Just 14 minutes to closing on a Thursday night. "Sir, we no longer offer the potato sandwich. We have other fine—" "I got a coupon. Says good through January 31st. What day is today?" "I'd be more than happy to serve you any other—" "What day is today?" It was January 29th. Fat Lads HQ had miscalculated demand, and they'd run out of mix last night. A lot of people were upset. "Oh, hell no!" They pointed to the promotional poster, insulted the shape of Dan's head, knocked over the chairs that weren't bolted down, and all for a nasty mash of potatoes and gloppy white sauce inside a stale roll. Dan thought the food in prison was better, but some parts of the country had riots over the potato sandwich. People breaking in at night, some teenage girl in a paper hat fending off a mob, on the news with a 1,000-yard stare, talking like it was some old Nam documentary. I have never seen such inhuman evil in the eyes of men. The guy with the mustache had been in 4 or 5 times a week since potato sandwich days had begun. "We just don't have the ingredients for the potato sandwich," Dan said. "Can you read the sign above you? Can you read what it says?" Dan didn't have to look. Enjoy a potato sandwich today. But he glanced up where the man pointed. "Today. Says today, don't it?" It was quiet enough that maybe Dan could go back in the kitchen, grab a bun and a fistful of fries, squirt in 6 packs of mayonnaise and a touch of hot sauce. That's what he was going to do. It might just be enough to satisfy this pushy bastard. I got a coupon. I got 11 of these. The man spread them out on the counter. I want 6 tonight. You better have 5 ready tomorrow. No, he wasn't going to jury-rig 6 potato sandwiches. I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot honor these coupons. You're going to honor them. Some Kennedy Center shit better happen for my coupons. Sir, there are many other fine dining experiences you can have at Fat Lad. Why the fuck are you talking like this? It was a fair question. When he was nervous, Dan fell into passages from the training book. He knew it made him sound ridiculous, but it really did keep him from leaping over the counter and beating people senseless. Is there anything else I can help you with? Dan asked. Step 1, you are going to make me a goddamn potato sandwich. Step 2, you are going to love, honor, cherish, and obey my coupons. That's what's got to happen. Hey, Mario Kart, don't talk to my staff that way, Annette said. Dan hadn't heard her come out of the kitchen, but she was all the way around the counter, moving in on the little man. Fine. You get my potato sandwiches. I want 6. Annette swiped the coupons off the counter and onto the floor. Then she pointed a finger very close to his face. You abuse my staff, you don't get shit. The man with the mustache spoke quietly. You just made a very bad mistake. He picked up his coupons and left the restaurant. A few of the other patrons looked up, but no one was too concerned. Why you let him talk to you that way? Annette asked. Guy like that, you could pick him up with one hand, dip him in the deep fryer. Why you think I didn't do that? Because you're a huge pussy? Yeah, that's why. I know the situation, but you don't have to let them talk to you that way. But he did have to let them talk to him that way, because he really loved his life. Okay, maybe love was a little strong, but he liked having his own room, his own car, his own shower. He could come and go when he wanted. Sometimes Annette spent the night and made eggs the next morning. He was doing everything right, and he wanted to keep on doing everything right. At the end of the shift, Dan took the trash out back and hurled it up into the dumpster. This was probably his favorite part of the job. He got to throw objects roughly the size and shape of small humans 10 feet up in the air, off a brick wall, into a big metal box. Annette was coming home with him tonight. She gave him shit about his car and his room, but she liked his big, rough body, and she liked telling him how kind and gentle his eyes were. He studied them in the mirror sometimes. He thought they looked slow and scared. The only light in back came off the illuminated Fat Lad sign, a leering, drooling child. Dan could just make out his car across the lot, the only one left. Something looked wrong. When he walked over, he saw the tires were slashed. Not just one. All 4 were stabbed in multiple spots. And the hood wasn't shut tight. Just replacing the wheels would cost more than he had. If the engine was wrecked, then what? He'd probably have to pay someone just to tow it away. And how was he going to get to work? He climbed into the car. It still stank like metal and cheese, the smell it had had when he'd bought it used from a friend of his P.O. Cheapest car he could afford. He'd paid off about half of it. In the back seat were the bright green Fat Lad's training manual and a pamphlet on how to get a GED. Glossy pictures of young people with bright futures, crisp haircuts and neat clothes. They were all smiling because they knew they were going places. Commitment, achievement. Dan put the key in the ignition. Maybe he could roll home and spend the next morning tracking down cheap tires, but the engine wouldn't come alive. When he told Annette what had happened, she pulled the parking lot security tape. It wasn't great footage, but there was no doubt that it was the little guy with the mustache who'd wrecked his car. For all he knew, it was a customer's car or someone leaving it there overnight, but the little guy had decided that it must belong to an employee, and he'd been right. "Look at him go at it like Freddy Krueger." She laughed. "So, what do we do?" "He's got a lifetime ban from this store. Comes back in, I'll beat his ass. I will do that with pleasure." "Sure, but—" She called her ex to come pick her up. Some guys would rather be in prison than live on the streets. Dan was not one of them. What he really wanted was to be a clock puncher with a room and a TV, but that had all fallen apart quickly. By April, he was homeless and in violation of parole. The summer days were long and hot, and he had a few spots where he could sleep outside at night. He could feel himself losing touch with the world, becoming less and less useful or capable of accomplishing anything beyond surviving the day. For a while, he hung out in the park with a guy named French, until French got really paranoid and took a swing at him. Dan also had a few talks with cops, but all they did was move him along when he was loitering in the prettier parts of town. Eventually, he'd get taken in, someone would run his prints, and then he'd be back in prison. But so far, he wasn't worth the trouble. In October, the nights started to get crisp, and Dan had to think about winter. He hated shelters. While he was scouting for indoor locations, he saw the advertisement on the side of a bus stop. "The potato sandwich is back, starting October 21st at participating Fat Lads." There were 2 Fat Lads in town, the one Dan used to work at and one out on Oakland Avenue. On October 21st, Dan started hanging out in front of the Oakland Avenue restaurant. They shooed him away from the entrance, but there was a bench under a stand of trees about 50 yards away. He sat there and watched the door. For 3 days, nothing. Then, on the 24th, he saw the little man with the mustache, hesitating, looking around as he made it to the entrance, where he waited about 2 minutes, then turned and started walking away again. When he spotted Dan, he came right over. "Hey, man, I'll give you $20. Go in there and buy me 3 potato sandwiches." He didn't recognize Dan, but that wasn't surprising. Dan had a full beard and no plastic visor. He wondered if his eyes looked kind and gentle. There were bushes behind the bench. The easiest move might be to pop the little guy in the face, then drag him back there. Someone might see. Probably not. And who knew how tough the guy was? There were muscled-up dudes who went down with a tap, and little old men with beef jerky bodies who'd take shot after shot, cursing and screeching for years before they'd go down. "Get one for yourself." "I don't like the look of it," Dan said. "Hey, I know what it looks like. Lumpy discharge, chlamydia hoagie. I don't care. Fucking tasty." He gave the chef's kiss straight up to God. "Plus tax, it'll come to about $13. You bring them to me, you keep $7. "Why can't you buy your own sandwiches?" "You don't want $7? If the prices were the same as they'd been last January, 3 sandwiches would go for $14.33. Easy money for a few minutes and a fat lad. "Give me the cash," Dan said. The man hesitated. "I'll be back tomorrow. Probably be back most days as long as they got the sandwich. You wait here, we can do this every day." Dan nodded and took the bill. This fat lad looked exactly like the one Dan had worked at. There were 5 people waiting in line and 2 kids at the register, punching buttons indifferently. He stood behind a small woman who glanced back at him once and tensed up. She kept her place another half-minute, then left the line and went over to the condiment area to read a pack of mustard. The manager came out just before Dan's turn. Dan had to show him the money before he okayed the girl to get the sandwiches. But that was the worst of it. The man with the mustache smiled when Dan handed him the food. He didn't get up, just set the bag in his lap. He'd sat in the middle of the bench, so there wasn't enough room for Dan on either side. Lined up perfect for a kick to the face. "They don't let me in there," the little guy said. "That ever happen to you? You do something in a place, get banned?" "No." "Some girl is an assistant manager at a fat lad, thinks that makes her some kind of fucking aristocrat." He laughed. "No, I'd put her in her place." "What'd you do?" The man shrugged. "That happened here?" Dan asked. "No, it was a different place. Different fat lad." "So what, they got your picture up on the wall in every restaurant?" "Man, I kerosene them all, light them all on fire. But I love the potato sandwich too much." For the next month, Dan bought 3 sandwiches for the little guy every weekday. He also found a spot to sleep just 2 blocks from the fat lad. It was a narrow wedge between 2 buildings, sheltered by the tin overhang of a paint store. No wind, no rain, but it got cold. Dan bundled up and he was fine, but it was only November. "Hey, want to see something?" the man asked one Thursday. He showed Dan a video on his phone. 2 women straight from church in white dresses and hats, slugging it out over the last fat lad's potato sandwich. Look at her! Look at her! Bonk!" The man laughed as one of the women crashed hard onto a plastic table, punching, clawing. Dan shook his head. "Ladies in lace, tearing each other apart." He looked over at Dan and seemed disappointed that Dan wasn't laughing along with him. "Yeah, 11 million idiots. We got nothing better to do than watch this crap. What's wrong with us?" "You have to do something with your time." "Yeah," he nodded. "There was a lot of pressure on me growing up, you know? Pressure to achieve. You know how I mean that?" "Sure." "And I think about what I've actually done, what I got to be proud of. My job's all right, but there's not much more room for advancement. I'm almost 40. What have I done? What have I achieved, really?" That evening, Dan went all the way across town to get rat poison. "You got rats? In your house?" The man was snide. If you didn't have a home, you didn't have to protect yourself from vermin. You were vermin. "Whereabouts do you live?" "Why?" "I want to know where you're going to use it." If the counter had been a little less wide, he might have grabbed the man by the neck. "Please, just sell me my poison." "I'm at a halfway house over on Mason," Dan said. "We got rats big as Thanksgiving turkeys. Staff don't care. They don't sleep there." "So you get a few bucks together and the first thing you do is buy rat poison out of your own pocket?" "That's right." "You could get some shampoo, clean pair of pants." Most people didn't want to talk to you, but there was a certain kind of guy who'd bust your balls for no reason. "How about you just sell me my rat poison?" "Don't talk to me that way." The man stepped back and his hand went under the counter. Provoke the big homeless dude, get him to threaten you, shoot him in the head? It was possible that this man could justify all of that, justify it to himself, to the police. Dan tried to remember some of the old lines from the fat lad's training manual. How can we work together to resolve this issue? The man got the rat poison off the shelf and rang it up. The last day of the potato sandwich was the 23rd of November. The fat lad on Oakland Avenue had kept up with demand, and they had product all the way to the end. The man with the mustache showed up a little early on the final day. He wanted 8. "It's not as good reheated, but it's better than nothing," he said. He gave Dan a $100 bill. "Keep the change, like always. It'll probably come to $70 for you, something like that." Dan shook his head. "They're not going to take 100 from me." "Yeah, you're right." The man took back the 100 and gave Dan 3 20s. When Dan brought the food out, the little guy was standing up, jangling and clapping his hands to keep warm. "Long line?" he asked. "No, I think they had to fix the fryer or something." "You were in there so long, I started to think you'd stiffed me because it was the last day." "I wouldn't do that." I know you wouldn't." Then the man got very sincere. "I'll tell you something. I deal with a lot of people. You're a good dude. People want to tell you who's important, who's got value. Man, you're real, and you're one of the good ones." "Thanks. Means a lot," Dan said. "So I wish you all the best. And, potato sandwich days will come again." They shook hands, and the man walked back to his truck and drove away. It only took one death to end the potato sandwich. They closed both the fat lads in town. The CEO went on national TV. "This cowardly act stands in direct opposition to everything the fat lad family believes in." Dan didn't see it, but he read about it in one of the discarded newspapers that he collected and slept on. Some mornings he woke up numb from the cold, unsure whether or not he still had feet. They hadn't even had a deep freeze yet, those sub-zero nights. When it came, he wondered whether he'd make it through. But he didn't feel like he had much more to achieve.
Frederick Douglass Elementary. From Berkeley Noir. Written by Aya de Leon. Read by Bonnie Turpin. Keisha waited until everyone else left the office. It was Friday night, and nobody seemed to be working late. Still, she shoved her sweatshirt up against the bottom of the door in case any light could be seen. Only then did she turn on the fluorescent light in the windowless copy room. A few weeks before, she had swiped a contract on letterhead from a real estate agency. Earlier that day, she had borrowed a coworker's computer to write the fake lease for a rental apartment. She had copied the language off the internet, but was anxious about any spelling or grammatical errors, especially because she couldn't save a forged document on a company computer. She had sat at her data entry cubicle during lunch, reading the words over and over until they blurred, proofreading it to the best of her ability. That night in the copy room, she cut and pasted and made copies of copies until she had a reasonable-looking forgery on fine linen paper. She squinted at it in the glaring fluorescent. It looked legit. It proved that she rented a 2-bedroom apartment in Berkeley. Keisha and her 7-year-old son, Marchand, lived in Holloway, a few towns north of Berkeley, just past Richmond at the end of the BART line. Holloway's student population was nearly all black and Latino, but the teachers were predominantly white. All of the schools were performing far below the national average, and the district was on the verge of bankruptcy. Her son had been bullied by bigger boys, and one of the teachers had been fired for hitting a student. Apparently, the administration had tolerated it for years, but one of the staff had caught it on video, and it had gone viral on social media. That was the last straw. Keisha wasn't going to allow her son to be in a school where white teachers were physically abusive. But she couldn't afford private school. Even a partial scholarship was out of the question. Bay Area rents were exorbitant. When she first got pregnant with Marchand, she and her boyfriend had a great 1.5-bedroom apartment in Richmond. She was working at the law office doing data entry. Her boyfriend was working as a security guard at the mall. They had enough income to save for the baby. But one night, her boyfriend got stopped by the cops for no apparent reason. Ultimately, he was hauled off for resisting arrest and battery on an officer. The dashboard cams, however, had been turned off. They beat him badly enough that he was in the hospital for a week. Then he was locked up. Keisha gave up the apartment and moved in with her mom in Holloway. She was numb with grief for the first couple weeks. Then she cried for another month. "Girl," her mother had told her 2 weeks before her due date, "you need to stop all that crying and get ready to have this baby." Her ex-boyfriend's mom called after the video went viral of the teacher hitting the student. "One of my friends from church called me," said the woman, who would have been her mother-in-law.
She asked me, "Isn't that your grandson's school in Holloway?" The two of them talked, and Marchand's grandmother offered Keisha the use of her address to get Marchand into the Berkeley public schools. They had much better test scores, and Berkeley was the first district in the United States to voluntarily desegregate in the 1960s. They wouldn't have crazy racist white teachers hitting the kids. The mother-in-law put Keisha's name on her energy bill to document her residency, and Keisha breathed a sigh of relief. But when she went into the district office to figure out how to register her son for school, there was much more documentation required. All proofs must be current originals issued within the last 2 months, imprinted with the name and current Berkeley residential address of the parent/legal guardian. A student can have only one residency for purposes of establishing residency. Only personal accounts will be accepted, no care of DBA or business accounts. Group A, utility bill, must provide entire bill. PG&E, landline phone, non-cellular, EBMUD, internet, cable. Group B, current bank statement, checking or savings only. Action letter from social services or government agency cannot be property or business. Recent paycheck stub or letter from employer on official company letterhead confirming residency address. Valid automobile registration in combination with valid automobile insurance. Voter registration for the most recent past election or the most recent upcoming election. Group C, rental property contract or lease with payment receipt dated within 45 days. Renter's insurance or homeowner's insurance policy for the current year. Current property tax statement or property deed. Keisha was bewildered by the list. She wouldn't even be able to document her actual address in Holloway, let alone her baby daddy's mother's address in Berkeley. As she stood there in the empty entryway for the Berkeley Unified School District, a mother and daughter walked in, a matching pair of strawberry blondes. The mother was talking on the phone, pulling the girl behind her. "Which is exactly what I told him," the woman was saying. "The rest of the PTA needs to get involved. Because this is absolutely unacceptable. Hold on." The woman stopped in her tracks, and the girl, who was looking off into space, nearly collided with her. The woman turned to Keisha. "Where's the Excellence Program office?" she demanded. Keisha blinked, confused. "I don't work here," she said. The woman stared at her for a moment, taking in Keisha's multicolored extensions, tight jeans, and low-cut top. Then she turned away without a word and put the phone back to her ear. "Where did you say the office was?" she asked whoever was on the other end, and headed down the corridor, dragging the girl behind her. The strawberry blonde woman was the only parent Keisha saw that day. Obviously, this white lady wasn't going to let her daughter get smacked by a teacher or go to an underperforming school. Keisha was determined to beat the list. At work, she canceled her direct deposit and started having her paychecks sent to her mother-in-law's house. It was incredibly inconvenient to have to take public transportation across 3 cities twice a month to get her check 2 days later than usual. Yet she and Marchand managed it, and his grandmother was delighted to see more of him. But the rental agreement? That had proved to be the most difficult to fake. "Number 72? The full-figured woman behind the counter at the Berkeley Unified School District office had large brown eyes, a neat bob hairstyle, and a weary smile. Keisha stepped forward with her paperwork. After the look the strawberry blonde mom had given her last time, she'd had her braids done without colors and dressed in her interview suit. She wanted to look like she worked in San Francisco's financial district or Silicon Valley, like someone who could afford a 2-bedroom apartment. But now it was registration. The district office was full of Berkeley parents wearing jeans and T-shirts, cotton separates, and ethnic fabrics. Keisha felt overdressed. Still, she filled out the various forms to enroll Marchand in 2nd grade. When the woman called Keisha up to the counter, she pulled out her paperwork with what she hoped looked like confidence. Marchand's birth certificate, her driver's license, and each of the required documents from the list. 2 were real, but the 3rd one was the forgery. The woman inspected each of them carefully. Keisha's heart beat hard as the administrator's sharp eyes got to the rental contract. As the seconds ticked by, Keisha grew increasingly certain the woman would call her a fake, or worse yet, call the police. Could she be arrested for this? But just as she began to brace for the worst, the woman smiled and said she would make copies for the file. Keisha smiled back, relief washing over her. The woman brought back the originals, stamped her copy of the registration form, and stapled it to a packet of papers. They were in. 2 months later, she got a letter at Marchand's grandma's house stating that the boy had been assigned to Frederick Douglass Elementary. The first day of school dawned overcast and chilly, like so many Bay Area August mornings. Keisha and Marchand rode a BART train and a bus to Frederick Douglass. It took longer than expected, and they arrived 20 minutes after the start of school. Keisha found Marchand's name on a list and hurried him down the hall to room 126. The hallway was wide and bright, with daylight streaming in through the windows. At their old school in Holloway, there were always late families rushing in, parents hissing at their kids about what they should have done to be on time. But this school's corridors were quiet and orderly. Keisha vowed to catch a much earlier train. She would get Marchand to school on time from now on. The numbers of the classrooms were getting higher. Room 118, room 120. Along the hallway hung a big banner that read, "Every month is Black History Month," between pictures of Harriet Tubman and Rosa Parks. When they got to room 126, there was a poster of Frederick Douglass on the door. Marchand tugged on Keisha's hand. "Mommy," he asked, "do they sometimes hit the kids here, too?" "Oh, no, baby." She kneeled so she could get down to his level and put one hand under his chin. "Nobody gets hit here," she said, glancing up at Frederick Douglass. It was the classic unsmiling portrait in a bow tie, with his salt and pepper hair combed back and a dark goatee. "That's why Mommy worked so hard to get you into a good school. Now come on, sugar, we got to get you into your class." She opened the door with an apology in her mouth, full of late BART train and I promised to do better, but she was startled into silence. 23 faces turned to her expectantly. All of them were white. Keisha felt disoriented. This was the first school district in the nation to voluntarily desegregate? This was a school named after a great black abolitionist? Keisha looked closer. No, not all white. That girl by the window with the blue hair was Asian. That boy on the far end might be Latino. And that girl looking up at her with the sandy hair and the missing tooth was definitely mixed with black. But every single kid in the class would pass the paper bag test. "You must be Marchand," the teacher said warmly to her son. She was a slender young woman with a messy blonde bun on her head. Miss Keller. Keisha watched her son walk shyly forward into the class. "Give Mommy a hug goodbye," Miss Keller prompted. Numbly, Keisha hugged her son and stepped out into the hallway, wondering what she had forged her way into.